Man, that blurb is... Oh, my hair's doing weird things. That blurb is so wrong. It's like, make sure to subscribe. I upload Stormgate and StarCraft 2 cast 7 days a week. I've stopped doing the StarCraft stuff because it just doesn't get views. And Stormgate's more like 5 days a week when I'm on a good week. Anyways, we're vetoing for the first series. It's going to be Mana versus Ariel. Actually, let me get a prediction. Man, I got a little bit of honey somehow on my mouse. And it's... I guess I had like... When I... opened the honey jar to put a little honey in my tea. It got on my hand and it's now on the mouse. That's really annoying. I get more views from Stormgate over SC2. Yeah, significantly. I was getting 300 to 400. More like I realized I hadn't made a matcherino this morning against your will. And I'm like, I could go take a shower or I can go make sure these players are going to get paid. And I did the latter. And I thought I'd be able to, like, good enough to go and... look good on camera, and the answer was no. The answer was the hair looks a little bit weird, but it's fine. We're gonna go set predictions going. It's gonna be Ariel versus Mana, and it's funny, Jagged Ma is technically in the pool. We have a 9-map pool for these events, and I'm like, yeah, Mana, you know, it's best of 5. AB, you're A, AB, ABC, you're A. You know, let's go. And I'm like, yeah, but don't worry, you know, like Jagged Ma's in the pool. He's like, yes, don't worry, Jagged Ma's not in the pool. Goodbye, Jagged Ma. But yeah, Linebreaker, I was getting like 300 to 400 views a video for StarCraft 2 casts rather consistently. And Stormgate, I get about 1,000 or more. If the dev interviews, even more than that. So, thank you for always having fun on the show. Unfortunately, I can't read what I assume are, is that Korean? Korean characters, but thank you. I always have fun. It's always a good time. I just came here to be attacked by against your will. But yeah, no, I do get significantly better viewership, Linebreaker, for Stormgate over StarCraft. Myself in particular. Rotterdam, Wardy, you know, they are much more established, and they've been much more established in the StarCraft scene for longer. So when people stopped because there was a kind of a depression of StarCraft 2 viewership with no news back last year, it hit the smaller channels first. And yeah, the StarCraft 2 market is very saturated. Breaking into that one is rather difficult. Do I have fun watching Infernal Brothers die to EXO? Yes, Snockstar. Particularly if it was like if it was like a laser versus it was a laser versus, wow, why am I blanking on the name? Awesome series, awesome game 3. A laser versus Mixu. Yeah, a laser versus Mixu game 3 was sick. It was so good yesterday. Do you watch for the Stormgate adds up? You understand. Makes sense. It's funny, you know, I hear, you know, Inferno players complaining about Vanguard players complaining about Infernals, all these complaints. And I'm just like, and you know, there's the classic remove cell. And I'm just like, I think the balance in this patch is the best we've had. Obviously, it's not perfect. Obviously, there are improvements. But I'm hearing more balance complaints now, more like broad vociferous balance complaints on this patch than I have on previous patches. And this patch is probably the best gameplay and also probably the tightest balance that we've seen. Do I also wake up in cold sweats hearing the kinetic redirection sound looping in my mind? Yes, I do actually. But I think the games are I think the games are pretty good now. Luckily, for those of us that are worried about our Infernal Brethren getting A-moved by Exos, instead we get to see Celestial players get A-moved by Exos just a little bit, which is, I don't know if that's the better thing, that's the worst thing, I don't know. But it's gonna be, it's happening. Game 1 of Ariel versus Mixu is, Ariel versus Mana. It's gonna be Mixu versus msrm later. I was so sad. I tried to find a 4th player who started with M, but I couldn't get in touch with Mangrussel, and he was the only one I could think of. So it is now Ariel versus Mana in this first series of our Stormgate Sundays. spawning in the upper right in the blue. Excuse me, in the red. There we go. He is the Vanguard player for Team Liquid. It's Mana. Bottom left in the blue, also elsewhere because they're Celestials. It is the mad scientist, Ariel. And let's go make sure the audio devices are in the right channel. There we go. All right. Here we go. So this is the matchup. Actually, probably Celestial Mirror is probably the matchup that I have the least experience in on the new patch. But this matchup is interesting. So we've seen a decent amount of evolution in the last last couple of weeks with the economy change. And yeah, for a while it was just no one can beat Celestials because they are in fact doubling up the economy of everyone else, and not a whole lot you can do about that one. But ever since, we've seen a little bit more investigation in Bio, particularly on not Titan's Causeway, but particularly on Broken Crown, where you can go and hit with exo range from the low ground to kill off a high ground array, and there's really not a lot that Celestials can do about it. Exos and Lancers don't really die to Argent Kree, which is technically, it should be possible. So we are seeing some interesting Bio things. Previously, it was just Hedgehog openers. That was the only thing that was viable because everything else, things were so oppressive for Celestials versus Vanguard in the last couple patches. So this is evened out a little bit. Bio is viable. Mech is also viable, which is where we would like it to be realistically. Guillotine saying, real opinion, Stormgate is the best spot it has been, but a few frustrating things remain that can ruin the experience, but the game feels really good. Yeah, that's kind of where I am. Like, for example, the oppressiveness of the early game scout, and I'm going to keep talking about this. This is my Carthage must be destroyed. The oppressiveness of the early game scout that can run in and it can block any structure from going down. Meanwhile, the Vanguard's going command post first and power build overcharging and getting their natural down almost instantly. It's like, God, this is not fun. This is not good. You have to click Warriors in the shop 1,000 times to unlock Inferno P. Yep, absolutely. That Mixu is correct. That is how that works. But we talked about things being a little bit different, evolutions in the meta, and we are absolutely seeing that here. If this was 3 weeks ago, this opener that we're seeing come out of Mana would just not be happening. A bunch of barracks against Celestial? Are you kidding me? No, you're going quick as possible hedgehogs. You're on like 1 or 2 base hedgehog and you're trying to stay alive. You're hoping that you can do enough damage to the Celestial player and take down enough maybe power banks and do enough things to the Celestial that they don't kill you. And instead, well, we have this. So it's going to be a lot of exos. It will be committed pressure. Do we have quick draw? We do have quick draw early on. So it's a bunch of exos. It's going to be a Lancer or 2. Of course, Bobs are going to cut through the middle of the map to really enable the rally. And immediately this third base is just going to die. Do we have anything nearby? No, we don't. Maybe a Sovereign's Watch is going to be available, but it's targeting this incredibly tanky Lancer. So it's really not going to do much. And this third base, unscouted, is just going to go down. It makes you saying, classic Vanguard still behind. Well, that was before the third base went down. Plus, Infernal Supply does kind of lie. Infernal Supply lies quite a bit. It's kind of weird how it does so. I don't know if we need a nerf Celestial Supply or something, or just like think about Celestial Supply differently, or give Celestial a different supply cap. But for equal amounts of power, Celestials just have have more supply, and it's kind of weird to think about. For now, though, we're going to see a bunch of exos run in, and they got Quick Draw Hustle procced immediately. So they're thinking about diving on top of, oh, there we go. There's going to be a nice Prism. About diving on top of the Saber. Of course, it's not going to work super well. Sabers are scary boys, but yeah, go kill Prisms. Meanwhile, Mana third base just about done. He's got the turret here. I love this. He's got this little reset area where it's a speed camp and it's a healing turret, and he's going to be able to get himself right back up to full. There's probably going to be actually a closer healing turret, and the pressure's going to continue. Meanwhile, behind this, any upgrades? No, not really. But there's going to be another array, and Mana's just not going to let that happen. This is how, I mean, I liked how Mana's playing this. This is how he wants to play. He's like, yeah, I'm just going to keep you on 2 bases, and I don't care what you make. If I just have you, oh, well, that's a 10 med tech. That's unfortunate. If I just have you trapped on 2 bases, that's probably going to be pretty good for me. That is how you, keeping your opponent a base down or 2 bases down in a Blizzard style RTS is traditionally how you win a game, more so than anything else. Although these 5 sabers are just a little bit scary. So for now, Exos are going to come in, nice round, knock 1 down. Of course, getting the second one, that's a little bit harder because you have whatever it's called, kinetic, there we go, mass accelerator, because you can zoom back fairly quickly. And now, because we're in the situation where, for the most part, Ariel is not able to get their 3rd base, but they're relatively defended. Question now is what Mana evolves into. He's got a mech bay on the way. He has this 3rd base mining, although not mining fully saturated just yet. And it's actually kind of awkward right now because Ariel, yes, is on tier 2. Ariel has these sabers in the middle of the map, and Mana's just going to go try to find the flank onto both sides. Gets on top. 1 saber goes down. 2nd one, it gets very low. 3rd one's going to fall down, and this is unfortunate for Ariel. Attacks come in from multiple sides. All the sabers are going to go down, and, well, that is just a dead Ariel. Well, maybe not 100% dead, but 95% dead. That is a lot of sabers to lose. And remember, there's no 3rd base. Yes, there's a prism here. Doesn't really count. You can't mine directly from these mines anymore. You have to have an array. It's funny, I see Mixu saying, I would be so afraid to take fights right now with Mana. And Mana's just winning the game off of those fights that Mixu is afraid to take. And this is not me crapping on Mixu, by the way. This is just, it's always interesting when you're looking at different players having different understandings, different ideas about how to play the game of Stormgate. Or any RTS, like when do you get aggressive? When do you get defensive? How do you want to play this? And Mana just has a different idea. So what's coming out of this mech bay? Okay, he's got Atlases on the way. We're getting additional scrap yards to make sure that Therium income is exactly where it needs to be. Do we have... We're only on Central Command just yet, so I'm curious what the Machine Bay upgrade was. I'm not totally sure, but for now, Exos diving on top of these Sabers, and while Sabers are good, they do a lot of splash damage, they do a lot of damage in general. If you can just get on top of them with very little support, exactly what we're seeing right here, there's not a lot that Ariel can do. So one Saber's going to be able to get out these link nodes trying to creep across the map. They're not going to be allowed to do anything. And all the Sabers are dead. Yeah, there's a Cabal now, and that should slow some of these units down if there is no system shock. And I don't know if there is, but Ariel is just not allowed to... There we go. There's the disabled, but Ariel's just not allowed to be on the map right now. And yeah, Atlases versus Sabers are something that does favor the Atlas, and we have this random vector because Ariel needs something. But this Atlas is still alive. And I would love... Do we have a hangar bay anywhere? No hangar bay. I would love to see us go and just get a hangar bay. And there's not a lot of solid anti-air for Ariel right now. I mean, I guess technically you got the Cabal and you got like one vector. Man, this Atlas is hitting like a wet noodle against the Cabal. Atlas, good unit, but again, against the Cabals, doesn't really do a lot of damage. Ariel through by parking his Cybertrucks in a liberal neighborhood. Wilted Kale, someone should just go and post the Saber to Cyberstuck. That's how that needs to go. But Mana's going to go. This is kind of the scary fight when you go straight up like this and you're really vulnerable to the splash. But Mana just now is going to start to establish his splits a little bit more. How many Sabers has Mana killed this game? It's kind of wild. Everything's going to go down. Ariel finally taps out of this game. He lost his army way too many times. And game one goes to Mana. Never attack in Stormgate. Giga throw potential is higher in Stormgate than any other RTS game I played. Maybe Kree would have been better. I don't know. The Exo HP buff it makes them not die. I have this very nice like winter blend It's black tea, cloves, lemongrass, some other stuff. And it's very nice. And I generally just drink it black, but I went and I put some honey in it this time because, you know, tea with honey when you're to lubricate the voice is a good thing. Kind of scary that tournament organizers race is consistently underpowered. Him and Carol, are you talking about me saying it? I don't think Infernals are. I think the balance is pretty good. Infernals are probably still a little bit too strong against Celestials. You have to make a special drink for Stormgate Sundays. And also, look what my mom made me once upon a time. It's got the BeoMulf logo. I've kind of moved away from the BeoMulf brand with Stormgate stuff because I'm just using all the Stormgate Sundays branding. But we got the BeoMulf logo. We have some awesome winter blend of black tea with a little bit of honey in it from New Hampshire. It's good. It's consistently underpowered every time they overbuff it. Yep, you are correct. Anyways, we're gonna move into game 2. And this is a bigger map. That Exo Rally is not gonna be quite as effective if that's something that Mana decides to go for. Well, I don't know. We'll find out. It's game 2. So now, as we look at game number 2, I'm gonna be curious to see what Mana goes for. We saw the 5 racks. Yes, he got a third base, but the committed exo pressure to go snipe the third base, the third array, really, of Ariel. Taken down, not allowed to do what it wanted to do. Ariel stuck on 2 bases while Mana got to 4 and never really, or got to 3 and then added a bunch of scrap yards and just really started to develop every part of his economy and built a big army. And eventually, Ariel took enough bad fights that Mana did not allow him to go, and Ariel was not allowed to play into the game. But we're on a much bigger map now. This is on Isle of Dread. You have, I don't know exactly what the natural rush distance is. I've never timed it, but it's long. It takes a while to get across the map. Going for this quick exo pressure that we saw in game 1 is probably not going to be as viable. And even if you're able to go snipe the third base, you're not going to be able to consistently put pressure on in the way that you probably otherwise would like to. At least not from the way that Mana was playing in game 1. So that does open up the flexibility a little bit of how Ariel may decide to play. Ariel, excuse me, may decide to play. Certainly it's going to be quick 3 bases. Scout's going to try to be as annoying as possible in this, but certainly it's going to be about quick 3 arrays as much as possible. And behind that, we'll see. Ariel might try to go for some sort of Seraphim nonsense, just because this is a map they like to do it on, but there's not enough focus on Therium mining right now to really be to really tell us that this wants to be some sort of like tier 3 rush that Ariel likes to do. So we're not going to see that too much. And actually, one thing that Ariel does that I think is interesting, and it's worth taking a look at, is when you go and you build a Therium purifier, you get a free prism. So getting purifiers not only makes it a little your Therium mining more efficient, it allows you to really boom your Luminite economy fairly early into the game because it gives you a free prism. It's like you have some mining, but also you can get 2 prisms at once. And that means you can saturate your second base very, very quickly if that's what you want to do. The funny thing is, I was like talking about this, I'm like, yeah, I think Ariel goes quick third base. I think it's Isle of Dread. That makes sense. It's not happening. We're only on 2 bases here and one chamber. I'm not sure what Ariel's going for, but there's a lack of economy from what I expected and a lack of production. We're only on single array. We're not, I mean, we are on Arc State, we are on tier 2, and I guess Starforge is just going to be the answer, but this is Ariel putting themselves a little bit behind against what it is that Mana's doing with that much quicker third base that Mana's able to just start pounding bobs out of. And Mana, for his part, it's going a lot of hogs. We saw Bio in game 1, but hedgehogs are much faster than Exos are. Certainly, maybe Exos might get a little closer with quick drop rocked, but in general, hogs are very fast. So that means you can go in and be active on the map a little bit more. You can play around the map just a little bit more. And Ariel, for their part, well, Sabers are going to be the answer. I don't know what the question was, but Sabers are going to be the answer. Racer asking, are there any Infernal players in this tournament? Yes, there are. Mixu is playing MSRM, and MSRM is an Infernal player in the next series. So it's Mixu, MSRM, Ariel, and Mana playing in Stormgate Sundays this week. I thought about trying to get a second Infernal and just do IVV the entire time, but that would also subject me to... okay, in fairness, Vanguard versus Vanguard is a very cool mirror. Infernal versus Infernal is not quite there just yet, though. Snox are saying, yeah, Snox are, you know, really the problem is I can't invite you every single week. That's the problem. I gotta spread the love around. If I just, you know, post YouTube videos of Snoxstar versus Mana, Snoxstar versus MSRM, Snoxstar versus Mixu every single day of the week, it gets a little old. So, and yeah, IVI, honestly, IVI is not as interesting to me as, I haven't really seen a lot of Celestial Mirror, but Vanguard Mirror is pretty cool. Infernal Mirror is, it's okay. It's not my favorite matchup. Vanguard versus Infernal is probably my favorite matchup, because now we can see Mana moving across the map with a bunch of bobs here. Likely for a turret. Likely for a turret. He's going to be able to go and keep these hedgehogs alive, do that rather cheeky repair turret push. But we do have Cabals already here. And we have Sabers, and we have Blast Nodes, excuse me, not even Strike Nodes. And good luck attacking into this one, Mana. That is, man, you know, you got 2 patches ago, and that Blast Node would have killed everything. That would have been very bad. As it stands, still, it's interesting to see how Ariel has gone and really changed up how they're playing much more. They've learned a lot about how Celestials play. Snox are saying, do a King of the Hill. Artosis has been doing those. Yeah, the problem with King of the Hill Snoxstar is it doesn't give me good YouTube content. Right? Best of 5s, 45-minute long series-ish, is 30 to 45-minute long videos is like the ideal. So I would rather do something like this and have, because it allows me to not only make regular live stream content, but it allows me to make it kind of convertible into YouTube content a little bit easier. And yeah, it's a nice 5-hour stream. It ticks a lot of boxes. Even though King of the Hill is cool and probably showcases more players, you know, I'm gonna be greedy for a second, and you know, I'm doing things that allow my content to be relatively sustainable. Oxstoner saying, I haven't played Stormgate in several months. I stuck with it for a long time, but the delay in 3v3 mode broke the camel's back. How much has changed? So much, Ox Stormgate. They've certainly gone and they've made some significant graphical improvements. The trees, but more importantly, there's a bunch of shading changes, and we're going to see some more. We have teasers. We know that eventually they're going to go and hit us with a Faction 2.0. So we're going to see designs that ideally make things be more dynamic, do more things. Oh, I like this. A good old siege tank tactics. You get a medevac, or in this case, an evac on the high ground to siege onto the other side, onto this dual third, fourth base location from Ariel. And so Ariel's gonna feel that they need to go take a fight. We got one Cabal on the front lines, and again, they don't take a lot of damage from anything. They're 180 HP light units. They don't take bonus damage, so the Atlases aren't really doing a ton there. Now we're gonna see, yeah, Hedgehog's cutting back as much as possible, but the Saber's not really able to join the fray. So Ariel was not able to get enough trees cut down in time. The fight was rather awkward, and now it's awkward on the other side. Yes, there's a Nano Swarm, and yes, there's some fast repair, but that's not going to do it. Not nearly. I also really love the multiple Ascension Matrices. These are not for upgrades. They're to give the nearby friendly units 20% damage boost when they're surged. Although this base... Yeah, we're looking at, what are we, 4 Atlases now? That's 120 structural damage a shot. What is it, 120? That is 160 structural damage a shot if the structure is heavy, 120 else. Atlases are extremely oppressive in this game state. So Ariel has lost their 3rd base. He's lost his 4th base. And I don't see him trying to expand anywhere else. He's got a lot of Sabers. But this is not an easy position really to fight into whatsoever. It really does seem like Mana's gonna... This is kind of like a Rune War Terran push, right? Where we have the turrets. In this case, they're repair turrets, not necessarily anti-air turrets. But we got the turrets, and we have these tanks. And we are just slowly boa constricting Ariel in this game. And Ariel at some point is going to have to find a time. They're going to have to at some point decide that they have enough army that they are happy with making something happen. Oh, well, or, sorry, because I'm so not used to looking at it, or they're going to take an Eon Gate onto the other side of the map that was cloaked up and put all their sabers into Mana's base as Mana tries to attack on the other side. So Mana does not have this mobility. Yeah, you got an evac. It does not go home nearly as quickly. So these sabers, they kill off a reasonable amount, but they don't get enough. And now Ariel has to go back home. Where is that Aeon Gate? Right at the front lines. They come in. They're cloaked up. Shots are going to go off, but they're not going to get out. And now the Sabers are going to try to chase, but that doesn't seem very good. The bubble shields up goes down for Mana on top of the leading Atlas, and that just means that it will not die. I really would have preferred to see Ariel, I think, just stick on the base trade. Instead, they're going to lose everything here. They're really not getting a... I like what he's doing, though. He's using this. He's popping into and out of the Eon Gate strictly to go and cloak up some of his units so he can get a surprise shot off before the Atlases get their volley. But now there's a sensor drone, and now the detection is there, and now there's not a lot that Ariel can do. Really cool ideas. I didn't even look for that. I'm just so not used to seeing it. Really cool ideas from Ariel, but unfortunately, I don't really know. Down bases, the Saber run by killed off some structures, but really didn't shut down the economy. Do nearly enough there, and now Ariel is very dead. This sensor drone is free detection. There's nothing to take it down. So the nice safety value that you can get from hopping into and out of this, playing around with it. Look, it's a free cloaking every so often. You get sure, but unfortunately, it's not going to be enough here. And Ariel is very dead, and the Eon Gate's dead too. So unfortunately, very cool ideas from Ariel, but Mana wins game 2. UK Stoner, not Ak. Okay. Yeah, but the big thing recently is they have gone and they massively increased the economy. The game is a lot more dynamic than it used to be. They're going to be totally revamping the art design of the Infernals, Vanguard a little bit, and Celestial a little bit. There's a bunch of stuff. If you want to stay up to date with where they're looking, I put out a series of interviews, a UK Stoner, with the developers. I talked with Alan Dilling, the new art director, a couple months ago, Tim Campbell a couple weeks ago. I just recorded, it's not going to be live for a week or two, but I just recorded an interview with the developer who is implementing full custom hotkeys and custom auto hotkeys, which is very cool. That'll be live in a couple weeks leading up to them being deployed in 0.3, whenever that is happening. I can't believe I'm saying this, but Sabers are underpowered. Wow. Oh, wow, Orson. That is a statement. HYY saying it's best to give an Eon Gate at each expansion so you can go snipe all 3 bases at once. There we go. Yeah. You say you forgot how ugly the Hedgehog is. I will continue to say that adding spherical wheels onto the Hedgehogs for the perspective redesign, I'm not a fan of it. Spherical wheels are not sound engineering, but for Alan, they are rule of cool, so it's fine, I guess. I think delaying 3v3 is the right call. They should have made the rest of the game good in the meantime and used 3v3. Yeah, apparently the feedback they're getting about 3v3 is the game is fun, but it's not ready for general release yet. So like, okay, yeah, we're going to keep delaying this. We're not going to show you something. We're not going to make the mistake we made with EA where we give you kind of half-finished stuff. No, we're going to show you something that is legitimately good. And we're not going to show you it until that point. For now, though, we're going to go into game 3. Boneyard is the map. So it's on Boneyard. Game 3, Mana pulling bobs, overcharging, not killing off the slimes. I need to talk to some of these high-level Vanguards. Because some of them, every single game, they're going to pull 4 to 5 bobs, overcharge them, kill off the slime camp, get that little bit of money, and then build the command post roughly right here. So it's really not harassable super easily. because the Bobs keep going back into the healing camp. And some Vanguard players just don't. And my understanding would say that, yeah, theoretically, it's better to do this. Yeah, you slow down by 3 seconds or so, by just a little bit of time, but it's not that. You don't slow that down, and you do get money, and it seems like it is kind of a win-win. I guess if you're really trying to get that barracks out as fast as possible and benefit from overcharge to build more than just the command post, that's going to be the thing. Heyman Carroll saying, a lot of futuristic looking tech like spherical wheels is not currently used because it's just a bad idea. Yeah, it's like, you want to do a spherical wheel, which is, again, this design where they're talking about for the redesigned Hedgehog. Okay, you require 2 motors to drive your wheel instead of 1, and there's less torque, and it is a less stable system. And when you're talking about going over broken ground, like all-terrain, it just doesn't make a lot of sense. There are so many drawbacks, and maintenance is more difficult. There are many. I have problems. For now, though, we're going to see quick Therium coming out of Ariel in this game number 3. Double Purifier, even before the, well, I think the natural array was done, but yeah, it's still going to be 2 base for Ariel here. It's going to be interesting to see how this thing works out. 1 base Argent straight up kills CC first, I think, Mixu saying, but it's technically scoutable. Well, luckily, we're not worrying about that anyways. In fact, Mana is scouting out that, okay, Ariel's on 2 bases, mining Therium at the double nodes. 3-minute third base. No overcharge on this one, unfortunately, but Mana's going to go drop that 3rd command post, get the economy going giga fast. And behind this, yeah, double mech base. So the Hedgehogs, this seems like Mana's going to try to do in game 3 what he did in game 2. And I like that. I think that is a very good way to play, specifically because of this cliff. Right here, you can go and you can siege up on the low side of the cliff. You can start to do damage. You start to really wear away at the celestial economy, really start to take the production down. And we'll see exactly how that's going to work, whether Ariel's going to have better defenses, because they're the other part of this is they're kind of walled off. All right, they got this wall here of 1 Star Forge and 1 chamber, and that wall, well, that's going to make it hard to run through and get on top of the Atlases. They start to really siege away. So for now, it's just Hedgehogs starting to creep up a little bit. Mana's got his quick 3rd base. He's okay with that one. Both players starting to creep out a little bit more. And the big question here is whether Ariel can kneecap this. Whether Ariel can do something to prevent Mana from getting that chokehold on top of him like he did in the previous game. Because that's what happened in the last game. Mana found a wonderful siege position on the other side of the tree line. Ariel couldn't engage, lost 2 of his arrays, lost a bunch of stuff, lost production, and ever so slowly was constricted. So in this game, we're looking for a couple things. First of all, it's a little bit easier to take these fights than it was than fighting on the other side of the trees on Isle of Dread. Second of all, we're going to be looking for that Arc Fortress. We're going to be looking to see if Ariel decides to go for that Aeon Gate base trade harass idea once again. And, of course, the final thing is whether Ariel can take a fight wide open in the center of the map where maybe they can dive on top of the Atlases and take them down instead of just get wedged into a corner and punished hard as, oh, kill off. There we go. Ariel at least going to get the money from one of the speed camp or one of the vision creeps. Not both, but at least he's going to be able to get something. Is now you got to retreat just a little bit. And I think the other thing I'm a little surprised about is Ariel's not taking this base. Yeah, technically it's scoutable, but not easy. But it's talking about things that are scoutable. It is so important that Ariel is, especially when the Atlases come out, it is so important that Ariel is going to be able to take this vision camp. The vision camp gives high ground vision for all of this siege nonsense that Mana wants to play. So if you don't let it, if you lose the siege camp, you lose out on a lot of stuff. So, ooh, this is a nice little bit of an opportunity here as we're going to see 1 Hedgehog maybe get taken down. Ariel's in good position, so that, yeah, this sentry post is not going to get up. There's vision, and of course, well, a bunch of sabers can play around with the vision as much as possible. Purify goes down to remove the bubble, and the Cabal is just going to debilitate as many of these, many of the hogs as possible. So this is the first game we've seen Ariel able to actually play on the map that they would like. Starting to see the structures. This should be a prime node. There we go. Prime Starforge popping out here. Ariel now able to start creeping across the map. And I saw Ariel in the Discord I was in recently starting to described or talking about how Celestia plays is like, yeah, you know, you really should be thinking about link nodes like Zerg players think about creep, where you're creeping across the map with structures, with link nodes, with star forges, so you can bring your production with you. And you can bring the static defense. You can have these cascade fields with you. It's exactly what you want to do. And we're seeing that attempt right now. Tries to dive on top of this Atlas. Yeah, there we go. One shot it. If you can get on top of these Atlases do so much damage. They do 120 damage to these Sabers. But if you can dive on top of them with Mass Accelerator, you can kill them off too, right? Saber, Atlas 360 HP. What is it? That 4 shots. 4 Sabers one-shotted now because of these link nodes on the front lines. We can start to see the Ascension Matrix go forward, which, again, when surged is a 20% damage boost, which is a big, big deal when we're talking about Sabers here that do 90, 60, 90 damage a shot. And also, remember, they can go repair themselves. Self-repairing up right now, so the damage they took is not going to stick for forever. And where is our Arc Station? No Arc Fortress. I would like, actually, to see the Arc Fortress brought forward with this and start to shell away, have the Fate Ender Beam going on the command post. That seems like it might be something rather useful, as another of these of the Atlases are going to go down. And this is looking pretty good for Ariel. He was able to get on the map, not get pinned back at home. And now it's a very difficult game for Mana all of a sudden. There's... I don't know what the range actually is on the Arc Station, but the third base is going to go down to the concerted fire of all of these Sabers, and the push continues. This is the polar opposite. This is the exact same thing that was happening in game number 2, except Ariel's the one that's able to push now. Ariel is the one that's pushing their structures forward and has all of these link nodes and can turn them into strike nodes if he wants to, but has all these link nodes, has the vision, and can start sieging away at the high ground, which, again, this is exactly what Mana did the other game. Hornets are on the way, but they're not going to do anything. They're going to get taken down. And now Mana is kind of in an awkward spot. He's got one evac. He's got 1 Atlas, but doesn't really have the anti-Saber force to properly handle this. If you had like, what is it? 120. If you had 3 Atlases, you could be looking to one-shot these units. But Mana sees the scythe show up. He's like, yeah, I've lost my natural. I have nothing to keep my evacs alive. I'm dead. And Ariel takes their first map in the series. Yes, Julian came in. Mana won the previous game, so Mana was up 2 games to 0, and then Ariel won. Game number 3. These are best of 5s. I can understand why Vanguard don't have traditional ground vehicles since they want more robotics-based ones. Yeah, like technically, for difficult terrain, legs are better than wheels. Technically, for wheeled terrain, tanks are better than wheels, or for rough terrain because you're able to go and like spot parts, and they're more complex to design. Absolutely, they're more difficult to manage, but if you can pull it off. They're better for navigating that rough terrain, and kind of in this disaster where maybe roads are destroyed and things like that, post-apocalyptic. It makes sense that we're going to have a lot of more legged designs, more legged mechs. I don't think Vanguard is meant to be conventional military with actual tanks and stuff. I think Vanguard is meant to be a bunch of advanced terraforming and farming equipment converted back into war machines. That is my read of it as well, from what I've seen, where they have all these Sigma facilities. And yeah, if you read the ebooks, there is some weaponry development, but a lot of it, like Vulcan was I believe, was like an agri-mech, a farming mech that was like, okay, we gotta have it pick up a gun and shoot because we're now getting invaded. That was kind of how my read on things. It's a lot of this Sigma, we're going to improve the efficiency of farming and all this other stuff. And oh crap, we're getting invaded. Let's repurpose this as best as we can, is the idea. So for now, we're going to move into Broken Crown, which is a pretty good Exo Rush map. Game 4. So here we are. It's game number 4, and Ariel not going for that early collection raid. This is a one base Argent play running across the map, and Mana's going command post first. Mixu in chat saying, I think technically this Argent rush hard counters a command post first. So we're gonna have to see if Mana can properly handle it. You know, Scout's gonna go try to kill off one of these power banks, but it is kind of whatever. And we're gonna see, put the collection array on the high ground. There we go, right into the natural. 2 arrays are done, prime back there, but collection array right on the high ground. This will be the prime setup. And this is pain if you're an Infernal player, or if you're anyone that's not a Celestial player right now, because 3 Argents straight up the gullet. And it's gonna be a difficult time to get this sentry post up and running. They're gonna try, certainly, but it's not gonna be easy. Now power banks are gonna go down, just reinforcing right in front. More Argents are gonna start to arrive here, and we're just waiting for this to get ready. Surged up, yep, surged up. Okay, only one of them are surged up actually, but yeah, there we go. Overcharge is gonna get procs, so there is a repair turret ready to go. This turret actually did get up, and the first Argent will fall down, so not perfect. And now the Argents don't have a lot of power available to them either, which is a little bit awkward. Argents are strong when they have power. Argents are weak when they don't. But the Bobs are not on the sentry post, so Ariel thinks maybe they can take that down. Instead, the Morph Core will fall. And yeah, it doesn't look like the Argents have enough damage. Only 4 of them. Doesn't look like they've quite enough to burst the turret down. Now they're at 6. Now they got more power. Maybe that's going to be the play. And remember, with this Archship just sitting on top, we shouldn't see, we shouldn't see a lot of these Argents going down because, well, they can get healed. But unfortunately, one of them will fall, and now it's a flak turret. It's got anti-air powers, so the Morph Cores aren't going to be super good. It's got 12 range. All these things are very, very nice for Mana right now. The game's not over. Certainly not, as that Morph Core continues to fall. But Mana at least is starting to get their natural health. Now, main base, that's a different question. There's no overcharge. There's no turret here. There's like a single exo. So not all that great. Bobs are going to have to get pulled into this. And the good news, if you are a Mana fan, is that these Argents don't have energy, or very little energy. They're not really able to go and make those empowered shots happen. Which means that, well, they don't do a ton of damage. And the Exos are doing a very nice job with their bonus damage versus heavy. Doing a very nice job of taking some of them down. Unfortunately, there's also a link node going down to the natural, turning into a strike node. So that's a little bit awkward, as now another Exo turret's gonna go down. Some of the Exos will continue to fall here, but this flak turret's doing a pretty good job. I think Mana might be dead though. Yeah, Mana's probably dead here. The strike node probably gets killed, but Mana has not been able to mine for forever. No production in the main base. These Argents are low, but every Bob they kill is a problem. Man, God, these Argents, literally 1 HP on 2 Argents. Okay, maybe that, yeah, literally 3 HP, 1 HP. You gotta assume these Argents would go down eventually, right? But they're doing such a nice job of playing a ring around the rosy, and the Bobs can't ever lock them into place super easily. Now they will. Okay, well, that's very good. That is very good for Mana. All the Argents in the main base are going to go down. And by the way, the strike node is going to go down as well. So Mana, I thought he was dead. I thought he was alive. I thought he was dead again. And turns out he's a liver. The turrets killed off the collection array. All the Argents in the main base went down. And Ariel forced to tap out here. Mana wins the first series 3-1. Flak turret sounds like train passing. Yeah, they definitely need to do some audio sounds. Hey, Kashanis, I need to do some 3D modeling for games so they truly represent cosmic vehicles. Rule of cool is a thing. And who am I to say that rule of cool is not? Who am I to bemoan rule of cool? But if they, Frustrate and ever reach out to me and say, hey, we want your robotics expertise and tell us why, tell us the tenets of good robotics design, I'm going to say, absolutely, I will gladly help you with that. I'll gladly help you with that. Can't wait for end of February with a big update before I give Stormgate a try. Hotkeys, etc. Will it be ETA on Infernal redesign, do you think? I don't know exactly, Zalrax. I would assume maybe June, a couple months around. It's going to take a while. specifically for the Infernal, like Faction 2.0. For some of the art, we might start seeing it sooner. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, then, but how many more farming boys in the field? I'm sure they are using Vulcans or whatever in the field, like to farm as well. But they're also they are excellent designs that can be minorly modified to go contest the Infernal threat. Vanguard was surprised by Infernals, so they scrapped defenses, but they also developing futuristic weapons for years at that point, creating super soldiers and pretending it's for saving the... Yeah, exactly. That's why we have Exos, but also mechs that look like they were supposed to be something that is not a straight up war machine. But yeah, they definitely need to do some sound change, sound updates. Wilted Kale. The flak turret sounds like a train passing. A Exo dying sounds like a suit depressurizing. It's like a psh sound, which is not really super impactful. People out here overestimating Argents. Exactly. That would be cool. It'd be cool to see non-converted Vulcans, Agromex's map doodads. That would be awesome. I think we would see. I think we will once we get access to once we get access to the map editor, and people are going to be able to start making custom maps. I think we will start to see doodads like that on the map. It's just right now, really good map design is secondarily to revamping the different visual looks and Faction 2.0 and adding in all this other stuff. So wards, do wards still scream when they die? I've noticed that as much. Maybe I just have game sounds turned down a little bit more. For now, though, we're going to go to break so we don't run ads in the Mixu versus MSRM series that's coming up right after this. So it's going to be a Lancer or two. Of course, Bobs are going to cut through the middle of the map to really enable the rally. And immediately this third base is just going to die. Do we have anything nearby? No, we don't. Maybe a Sovereign's Watch is going to be available, but it's targeting this incredibly tanky Lancer. So it's really not going to do much. And this third base, unscouted, is just going... For equal amounts of power, Celestials just have more supply, and it's kind of weird to think about. For now, though, we're going to see a bunch of Exos run in, and they got Quick Draw Hustle procced immediately. So they're thinking about diving on top of... Oh, there we go. There's going to be a nice Prism. About diving on top up to full. There's probably going to be actually a closer healing turret, and the pressure's going to continue. Meanwhile, behind this, any upgrades? No, not really. But there's going to be another array, and Mana's just not going to let that happen. This is how, I mean, I liked how Mana's playing this. This is how he wants... Just not going to let that happen. This is how, I mean, I liked how Mana's playing this. This is how he wants to play. He's like, yeah, I'm just going to keep you on two bases, and I don't care what you make. If I just have you... Oh, well, that's a 10 med tech. That's unfortunate. If I just have you trapped on two bases, that's probably going to be pretty good for me. That is how you have, whatever it's called, kinetic... There we go, mass accelerator, because you can zoom back fairly quickly. And now, because we're in the situation where, for the most part, Ariel is not able to get their third base, but they're relatively defended. Anna's just going to go try to find the flank onto both sides, gets on top. One Saber goes down, second one gets very low, third one's going to fall down, and this is unfortunate for Ariel. Attacks come in from multiple sides, all the Sabers are going to go down, and... Well, that is just a dead Ariel. Well, kind of the scary fight when you go straight up like this and you're really vulnerable to the splash, but Mana just now is going to start to establish his splits a little bit more. How many Sabers has Mana killed this game? It's kind of wild. Everything's going to go down. Ariel finally taps out of this game. He lost his army way too many times. And game one goes to Mana. For a turret, he's going to be able to go and keep these Hedgehogs alive, do that rather cheeky repair turret push. But we do have Cabals already here, and we have Sabers, and we have Blast Nodes, excuse me, not even Strike Nodes. And good luck attacking into this one, Mana. That is... Man, you know, you got a ton there. Now we're going to see, Hedgehogs cutting back as much as possible, but the Saber's not really able to join the fray. So Ariel was not able to get enough trees cut down in time. The fight was rather awkward, and now it's awkward on the other side. Yes, there's a Nano Swarm, and yes, there's some faster into Mana's base as Mana tries to attack on the other side. So Mana does not have this mobility. Yeah, you got an evac. It does not go home nearly as quickly. So these Sabers They kill off a reasonable amount, but they don't get enough. And now Ariel has to go back home. Where is that Aeon Gate? Right at the front lines. They come in. They're cloaked up that you can get from hopping into and out of this, playing around with it. Look, it's a free cloaking every so often. You get a sure, but unfortunately, it's not going to be enough here. And Ariel is very dead, and the Aeon Gate's dead too. So unfortunately, very cool ideas from Ariel, but Mana wins game 2. As much as possible, Purify goes down to remove the bubble, and the Cabal is just going to debilitate as many of these many of the hogs as possible. So this is the first game we've seen Ariel able to actually play on the map that they would like. Starting to see the structures. This should be a prime node. There we go. Prime Starforge pop in. And where is our Arc Station? No Arc Fortress. I would like actually to see the Arc Fortress brought forward with this and start to shell away, have the Fate Ender Beam going on the command post. That seems like it might be something rather useful, as another of these out of the Atlases are going to go down. And this is looking pretty good for Ariel. He was able to get on the map, not get really have the anti-saber force to properly handle this. If you had like what is it? 120. If you had 3 Atlases, you could be looking to one-shot these units. But Mana sees the scythe show up. He's like, yeah, I've lost my natural. I have nothing to keep my evacs alive. I'm dead. And Ariel takes their first map in the series. So that's a little bit awkward. It's now another exoteric. Welcome back, friends. We're getting our vetoes up and running in this game. Second series. It's gonna be Mana and msrm. We got predictions going. 69 versus 69 channel points. Love that. Broken Crown is map 1. Boneyard's not map 2. That was banned. Isle of Dread map 2. Jagged Maw 3. Lost Hope 4. Secluded Grove game 5. I'm talking to Ariel, by the way. I'm like, that was awesome that seeing the Aeon Gate actually be useful. You did miss a 1-bait Arginal in HYY. It didn't work. It got close to working, but Mana was able to hold it off with some flak turrets and Bob overcharge and things like that. Mana went command post first. It was a 1-base Arginal in, and Mana still won. So for now, though, we're going to move into a different type of game. It's going to be msrm and Mixu. This is going to be best of 5, of course. We are always doing best of 5s. And, well, it's going to be Vanguard Infernals. Mixu, Mixu's got to be the favorite here. The way I've seen him play in the last couple days in this matchup, I see people arguing that, like, Vanguard's OP in the matchup. And I don't think that is going to be, I don't think that's necessarily the case. But I don't know that that's necessarily the case. But I do think Vanguard's pretty good. Mixu is very good at this matchup. By the way, as we're getting ourselves into the second series of the day, I would like to remind you all that there is a matcher link for this tournament, as there always is. And even if you don't decide to donate some money, as I realized, I have forgotten something very important. I forgot the matcherino overlay. Oh, by the way, send THS adding $50 into the prize pool, and Turlag another 5. I just need to go and add in, where is my I need to get the overlay link. Overlay. Where is the overlay? There we go. And I need to go and add that into my OBS. All right, and then turn it on. Yeah. So anyways, we have codes, and you just got to log into Matcherino, and it'll give you free money to the tournament, and that is awesome. Even if you don't donate any money of yourself, which is totally fine. We're gonna get into game 1 though of this next best of 5. It's gonna be Mixu and msrm, game 1. Spawning the upper right of this first game in our series, his name from Bulgaria is msrm, or maybe Mushroom. We'll see. Bottom left in the red, he's the Vanguard player, and my eyes probably the best Vanguard versus Infernal player in Stormgate right now. Actually, he's Mixu. We should go turn on the, where is that? Where is the Matcherino overlay? There we go. Good to go. So, quick 3 shrine coming out of msrm here, which makes sense. If you're playing against a Vanguard macro player, Command post first type of player. You need to go shrine. You need to go quick 3 shrine because of how powerful or specifically overcharged multi-build is. You kind of have to. And it looks like msrm on this map was able to go, and it wasn't really delayed too much by the scout. It looks like they got the shrine down, maybe even going like a 10 shrine to make sure that they get the shrine down before the scout can run across the map and cause too many issues. So shrine, conclave, shrine is the order of the day for msrm in this game. Maybe shrine, conclave, vault, shrine is the order of the day for msrm in this first game in our series. And Broken Crown is a map that is pretty good for Infernal players, all things considered. And by one metric, by talking about whether a map is good for Infernal players or not, is specifically whether it has 3 Therium. If you have access to 1 Therium camp per Luminite, or 1 Therium base per Luminite base, you're pretty happy. Because Infernals, especially now with the nerf to Weaver Therium and some other things, Infernals are very Therium starved. So if you can't go and you can't really, if that's a problem, well, you got to worry about it. So for now, the Lancers are going to dive in. They stole the speed camp away from msrm, and that means they're speedy boys just arriving on top of the natural. Bonus damage versus light. Scout does good damage as well, and that means, yeah, we're going to see one of the imps go down. And as long as the Lancers stay alive, which highly likely, they're speedy boys, that's going to be good value. I've seen a lot of people talking about Mana, Mixu, Albino, talking about this concept of a hands check, where in the early game, especially with how survivable Lancers are, I mean, Lancers got 260 HP. They got, what, 15 armor? Yeah, they got 15 armor, which is about a 13% damage reduction, something like that. They're tanky. They don't die very easily at all. So it makes sense for you to go and run them in and see if you can get a little bit of damage, and when they get too low, you run them out, because there's not a whole lot that your opponent can prevent the damage, but it's not like they're going to be able to kill the Lancers super easily. So you run them in, it's worth the hands check, and you go from there. So for now, Mixu's been able to go and take the health camp and heal his Lancers, if not back up to full, but heal them back up a reasonable amount. But msrm, he's on the other side of the map here, and he is trying to punish this Lancer aggression. I don't think it's going to work. Already there's a Vulcan on the field, and Vulcans shred these units, especially with an overcharge, especially with Bobs to pull. So that's not going to work out. It is worth noting, though, as a single fiend in the main base is here, it is worth noting that this is a 2-base Vanguard player. And this is looking like, first of all, this is going to be Vulcan drops, which is always a good deal of fun. But also, this is looking like a Vanguard player that is not super interested in playing the game a little bit later. This is going to turn into a push. This is going to be some sort of Lancer. Well, actually, maybe not. He's taking the trees down, so we'll take a 3rd base a little bit slower. And now he's going to find msrm's army in the middle of the map here. That's not great. These units from Vanguard, they don't die super easily. And the Vulcan is going to shred everything. This is one of those times where I really wish we had a kill counter on the Vulcan, because, well, it'd be really nice to see just how badly Mixu has just ruined msrm's hopes and dreams with any sort of early game nonsense. Also stuns the Hexen so it can't get away. And msrm for his part, there's a 4th shrine. We have Weavers getting added in. I don't see any static defense, though. And the economy's not great. 6 out of 12 in the natural, 10 out of 12 in the 3rd base. But we're going to see Vulcans on the low ground just starting to shred away at this stuff. And you can just save. There's no anti-air. I mean, there's a Shroudstone Manifest, but there's not really any anti-air. So there's nothing, even if the Vulcans get lashed and stunned, there's nothing really preventing the evac from just running in. And now, well, this is going to be another Luminite line. And Lancers are speedy boys. They're going to stun on top of a lot of these imps, and they're just dead. Immediately gone. Mixu just playing around with his food. And there's, yeah, this is bad. msrm losing so much of his army in the early game means that he was not, well, so much of his army on the other side of the map means that he was not ready for this one. And now the 3rd base is just going to go down. Main base, yeah, we got a Spire on the way. Eventually their Shadow Flyer is going to be on the map, but not before this 3rd base is dead. And importantly here, it's not just the dead 3rd base. That was a ton. Oh no, the bubble as well. The evacs, the Shadow Flyers aren't going to be particularly useful at all. This is horrible. And I was also going to say, it's like, yeah, a lot of imps went down from the initial run by into the initial attack into the 3rd base as well. So that's not really doing a lot. And Mixu is just thriving in this game. And the third base gone down, but dashes on top of this base. And okay, well, now we're at the point where maybe... Oh, yeah, 2 Shadow Flyers. But nope, you can just return back to Hang, or the Mass Promote gives enough HP for it to be fine. And now there's more stuff into the natural. Now, this is maybe the point where you should think about backing up. Magmadons versus Heavy are pretty good, but the splits are very nice indeed. And nice job there. Vulcan knocks down the tree so the rest of the army can escape. The Vulcan will die, and finally, we're seeing some of these units go down. Finally, some of Mixu's units are dying. But it is not, make no mistake about it, this is not an easy game. Ariel misplayed that all in the first series big time. HYY was still yelling at the screen. Hello there, Isma. We always have Stormgate Sundays, except when we don't. But more often than not, we do. This is how things going. Isma, I got good news for you. Vanguard's winning. So you don't get to complain about Inferno P or Celestial. You just get to complain about Vulcans being OP. There we go. You don't have a choice. You can't complain about Vanguard players losing because, in fact, Mixu is kind of dominating this game. I must correct you. Mixu is winning. Vanguard's not winning. Vanguard is underpowered, but Mixu is winning, says Isma. Okay. Vulcan drops are going to find their way in once again. Dashes forward, stuns off some of the imps. And it's going to confirm a kill or two. Not quite as bad as it was in the early game, but remember, this base needs to stay up. This base needs to stay up. There's only enough army that msrm can defend one of them. And oh, he dodges the lash. Oh, it's so cool. Oh, I love it. Now, you got to be a little careful here because Hellborn do shoot versus air, but this other base is going to fall down right as it's ready to go. 2 Vulcans here, a bunch of other stuff. Shadow Flyers need to be defending against this evac. No Shadow Flyers on this side of the map. In fact, Exos are going to try to poke them down. I mean, these Exos will fall. That's pretty good. Third base or fourth base is dead. Vulcan's on the left side trying to get on top of things. And, well, Manifested Shroudstone might kill a Vulcan. Yeah, there we go. Mixu not quite paying enough attention. And Mushroom holds on. Mushroom holds on, but there we go. Finally, that evac dies. So there's no quick get out of jail free card. And, you know, Fiend run by finds its way into the third base. Very nice. Yep. Okay, that's Harbinger drops, actually. Gaunt drops on the other side of the map. Yes, there are Hornets here making life difficult, but their Hornet's going to go down. Or, yeah, there we go. Skymine's going to arrive, but that, okay, drop is dead. msrm starting to try to make a little bit of chaos. Keeps his third base alive. Doesn't keep the fourth base, but does kill off some Exos. Does kill off an evac. Kills off some of the Vulcans. Game is not in a good spot. The game is not in a good spot for msrm, but he is reasonably keeping it somewhat playable. And now, well, there's that thing that Isma and every other Vanguard player loves to complain about. And we got Mass Hexen on the field, which means Miasma's done. Which means you can start to make a little bit more happen here. Fights up on the high ground. Miasma on top of this entire army. And we can see just how effective it is, making sure the Vulcan take more damage than really anything else. Lashes are going to go forward as well. Cat's on top. Vulcans are now going to try to get on top of the Weavers, and they shred them if they make contact. So sure, bathing in a pit of tar is a beautiful... It does a lot of damage, but it's not going to do enough. So many of these Vulcans are so low. But Mushroom, lower still. He's lost all of his tech. He's lost his Weavers. He's lost all of his Hexen. And there we go. We really could see how effective it is, Filibuster saying with the Kappa. Yeah, you know, think about it. If it was not as effective, a Vanguard player would have won. I think if Mixu dropped more miasmas, I think if Mixu hit the miasma button better, he probably would have won Klimpay. You're right. Oh, these Lancers these Vulcans getting very low from the healing camp, but now they're going to get the benefit and put themselves right back up to full. Isma is back with the Prime Gaming sub. Thank you so much. This is a scary army. And I think it is kind of interesting here. When I see say Snockstar playing this matchup, what we see him do is he'll go and turn the Shroud Stones that he manifests and turn them into Wraith Stones once they're no longer manifested. And that makes a lot of sense. Wraith Stones, 40% movement speed reduction, 2% damage per second in a pretty wide AoE is an awesome thing, is a very powerful idea. So I'm a little surprised to see Mushroom not going for that one. God, this army looks unstoppable, doesn't it? Like, this is 7-8 Vulcans, a bunch of Exos, a Hornet on top just to make sure that the Shadow Flyers can't connect as well as they would like. In the instant that anti-air is gone, Hornets are going to be able to just have even more power there. And there's just not enough Hexen. There really is just not enough percentage damage, not enough miasmas available. So Mixu, double the supply. Vulcans are just going to dash through. Yeah, they're bathing in miasma, but they don't really seem to care. Yeah, sure. I mean, percentage damage, sure. They're healing up a little bit because the power of the level 3 healing camp. But yeah, at this point, this game is over. There's an Atlas on the fray. Dashes forward, makes sure the Hellborn gets stunned up for a second. And Mixu is going to take game number 1 off the back of some very impressive early game harass. And eventually, just way too many Vulcans. Yeah, no, I'm with you, Isma. I'm a little surprised there were no med techs in the composition, because generally Nanoswarm is what makes that army unkillable. System shock enables engages, but Mixu just saying, hey, I like stuff. I like having stuff. As now I got a Corgi under my feet because the door is open. It's a very good day to be a Beo. We got Stormgate Sundays. We got Corgis. And HYY, thanks so much for the Prime Gaming sub. Hope you enjoy the Stompy Magma. I need to add Inferno P and Van GG and Celestials. I need to add Corgi Cam, please. We can do that. Dog Cam. Where's the dog? There's the dog. Oh. Dog Cam. Look at that dog. Such a good dog. HYY is a prime... Oh, I need to leave this lot. HYY is a prime gamer. Damn it. Yeah. AT Strolls. Damage is the best defense. Okay, here's how Frostjet makes tons of money. Some sort of AI-enabled meshing, so you can go and you can submit a picture of your dog. Oh wait, I need to hit the start game button. You can submit a picture of your dog and buy it as a skin for your scouts. This is... Tell me that would not print money. Uncle Slim saying, I haven't played Stormgate in a few months. If I play now, are there only vets left and I'll get stomped? I mean, generally, when you start playing a new RTS game, you're going to get stomped for a little bit. There is a high concentration of people who know what they're doing on the ladder. However, from what I hear, there are also a decent amount of new players, like coming in, checking it out. So you will get stomped in some games. You get stomped in some games, but you will also play games with people who are new. And they have made some improvements to try to increase queue times to give you better games. So definitely a viability, definitely a possibility. It's not as nice as StarCraft 2, where you're only going to be playing people of your level, but it's not unplayable. And the game is a lot better now than it was, Uncle Slim. That I will say, that the economic buffs are awesome, but we'll talk about that more as we get into game 2. So, game number 2 getting started here. Mixu game 1 off of committed early game pressure with Lancers into Vulcan drops, and it worked out very nicely for him. And Uncle Slim saying, well, as an RTS vet, usually it's the other way around. I stomp in new games because I understand RTS fundamentals very well, and noobs don't. Well, again, this is a rather, it's a rather experienced cohort of people that are actively laddering. But again, there are new people that are still coming in, trying it out, and the game state right now is pretty fun. Economy is a little bit faster. I think Vanguard versus Infernal is a very cool matchup. It's not perfect. It's not perfectly balanced. It's not where it's going to be in 3 months. But if you want to take part in people figuring out this game and you know, and effectively playing an RTS as it gets developed in a way that is kind of a rare opportunity. I'd say play, you know, try a couple games, see if it works out for you. If it doesn't, wait until Faction 2.0, wait until custom hotkeys come out in a couple weeks. Wait until 3v3 comes out, or campaign 2.0, or whatever it is. Whatever the thing that is going to make life easier for you. But we'll welcome you in if you decide to play. Is there a new content patch coming soon? Maybe. So yes, there is. I don't know exactly what's going to be in it, but end of February, we're going to get 0.3, which is Krogoth. And and Krogoth, it doesn't really matter, but 0.3 patch, the big content there, I don't know if it's content or you want to call it features, but the big content patch there is the fact that, oh, these Lancers are getting on the map. Oh, a little bit spicy here. I'm sorry, I was not talking about the fact that Mixu was on one base. The Lancer Hedgehog not allowing msrm to do anything he wants to do. This is oppressive early on. And you're not going to have a greater shrine. You're not going to have anything like that. You just got to win the micro war with your small units, which do have speed boost. That makes life a lot easier. The Gaunts don't get dove on top of quite as well. And the Skull of Shedda actually doing a very nice job making sure you get an extra fiend. And it's actually going to be okay. That was kind of a dicey moment. And it will continue to be a dicey moment. And certainly as these, when the Gaunts don't have any sort of speed boost, so the Lancers can try to chase them down. But for the most part, msrm is microing this well enough. He's losing a Gaunt here or there, but he is on double production. He is on 3 bases. The Greater Shrine is getting started here, so eventually he's going to be able to Nightfall. He's going to be able to drop a Shroudstone Manifest, things like that. And with the speed boost here, he's chasing things down. So this is not... This was pretty scary committed pressure coming out of Mixu, and msrm will be able to survive it for the most part. So yeah, 0.3, full custom hotkeys, also custom automated hotkeys. And I actually just talked to the dev. They've got at least one thing that had me, I'm like, I had never considered this. This is super cool. Obviously I can't, the interview's going live in a couple weeks. But there's some pretty cool functionality on the way. I would also probably expect a balance patch because, well, it just makes sense. We made big macro changes, and I very much expect them to go and make those changes here. This is a very nice little bust coming out of msrm. Yeah, the supply says one thing, but as long as msrm, especially if you can get some extra production going. So Ritual Chamber's just about done, adding in a second Conclave. Busting down the Lancers means that it is just Hogs, and just Hedgehogs versus Gaunt is rather Gaunt favored, especially once Plague Axes are done, especially with this speed camp. So, well, the supply says, well, briefly we're saying it's Mixu favored. This is actually a pretty good situation to be in. What do we expect for, do I recommend for Zerg and Protoss players respectively? I play Zerg in StarCraft 2 and I play Infernals in Stormgate. Mainly because I like that the macro system for Infernals plays a lot like having Larva in Stormgate or in StarCraft 2. So my hands are used to that, so that's what I play. I know some Protoss players moved. It depends on what you like about Protoss. Do you like having big beefy units? Well, there's an argument to be made for Vanguard, if that's the case. If you like the kind of flexible, the ability to warp in things all over the place, you can say Celestials. There's no one-to-one. I would honestly say watch some Stormgate, play some Stormgate, and see what makes sense to you. Because these, like Vanguard is a mix of Terran and Protoss probably. All the factions really do have some hints of multiple StarCraft factions inside of them. It's third Stormgate Sundays in a row for msrm. He's playing Vanguard again. So I'm not sure if Beo likes him or wants him to suffer. The answer is yes, Snockstar. So we know hotkeys are coming in 0.3. I wouldn't be surprised to see a balance patch coming in as well. Unknown, they haven't been, every 0.3.0 or 0.x.0 has not led with a balance patch, but I wouldn't be surprised considering how much more of a focus they're putting on 1v1 right now. I don't know if we're going to see I don't know if we're going to see new units get added in 0.3. I think we're still probably waiting on that one. I think they really want to get. I don't think we're gonna see new units until maybe Faction 2.0 actually, because I just from a complexity perspective, it makes sense to say we have our units, we're gonna go redesign them, and we're not gonna go add new units in that are gonna fit either into the current design and then have to redesign them, or they're gonna fit in the new design, but they're kind of gonna be out of place with the current design. Yeah, and they're also, as Isma's back saying, they're looking at revamping creeps a little bit more as this drop on the other side. MSRM loves this. I really like the Harbinger as a unit. Maybe not that the design's a little bit like not in a design, like it's not the Weaver, it's not the Vulcan, but as a unit, right? This dropship that goes down, spread shroud, but more importantly, I think seismic slam is very underutilized. The ability to go and really just slam down on top of a bunch of exos, stun them, and get a bunch of damage off with, say, Magbodons or something as combat drops, I think is very underexplored. Oh no, that's a dead Hellborn. I think it's very underexplored. Now, part of it is on a lot of maps, it's very hard to afford Therium, and Harbingers are expensive units. So it makes sense that Nightfall is very much gonna whiff. So it makes sense from that front. We don't want to go get multiple Harbingers on the off chance they die because it's just so Therium expensive. Already mentioning that they're briefly abandoning, you mean Team Mayhem Orson, 3v3. 2v2 is a custom game mode that, yeah, I don't know. They might add ladder into that eventually. I think the worry right now is it splits the player base too much. But I know there's a small but thriving 2v2 community of people. I kind of, when I open Stormgate, I often see custom 2v2 games getting started. So all about that one is now tries to target down some of these bobs. They're going to get pretty low, and the infest is good, but now they're just going to have to run away. And even though technically hedgehogs do bonus damage versus heavy, and these are light, there's enough hedgehogs that it's going to be fine. Oh, things about coming back in, though. Interesting. This feels a little bit dicey. Harbinger's, yeah, Harbinger is dead for MSRM. Hazikonic saying, I play, Hazikon QC saying, I started playing 1 week ago, and I face opponents at my level. Awesome. Yeah, it's like I mostly face opponents at my level. Sometimes I run into someone a little bit stronger or a little bit weaker, but in general, I place opponents that it feels fair to play. Oh, okay. Buttersman saying 3 bases versus 1. Mixu didn't really do damage. I hope MSRM can win from here. Yes, but have you considered the fact, Buttersman, that Infernal units don't do damage? What are auto hotkeys, Factor 22 asking? I can tell you, yep, auto hotkeys are, so you know when you're playing Stormgate right now, and all your units get added, every single army unit that you make gets added into hotkey 1. All ground units get added into hotkey 2. All air units get added into hotkey 3. If you have that setting turned on. Well, that is auto hotkeys. And with custom auto hotkeys, you're going to be able to go and say, hey, I want all my Spriggans on hotkey 3, but I don't want the Dragon to go on the hotkey 3 automatically. I want that to go on a hotkey 4, and I want my Weavers to be on hotkey 2, but the rest of my ground units to go on a hotkey 1, for example. And that'll just automatically put them there. And that is the promise of full custom auto hotkeys. And that is, or like all of my dropship units, or like all of my dropships go on a hotkey 5 just by default. Yeah, things like that. Now, the really cool thing, and I don't think they're going to do this, but like I would like my first 8 gaunts that I make to go on a hotkey 5, and the rest of them go into my main army. So that, because eventually that's going to be my drop group, something like that. And that's probably too intelligent. That's probably. I don't think that's a big deal to deal with that, especially if they add steel hotkeys and things like that. But anyway, Snoxer asking, why did he play 2-base hedgehog, especially on this? I mean, Snoxer, this was a 1-base hedgehog. It wasn't even 2-base hedgehog. It was 1-base hedgehog, and the answer is I don't know. But we are seeing MSRM try very hard to just hard siege this map and put a bunch of Shroud Stones down, and it's not working. In fact, that's going to be a lot of dead Shroud Stones as well, not even killed, not even canceled, as another Harbinger goes down here. MSRM, he's up supply, but you got to do more than that. these hedgehogs are transonic rockets are they're doing I was gonna say they're doing a pretty good job, but now they're dying, so maybe they're not doing quite as good of a job. But this map is going very much into split map. Uncle Slim asking, is that 3v3 mode coming soon? It is on the back burner. They're focusing right now, to the best of our knowledge, I don't know if it's 100% of their development time, but a significant percentage of their development time is on improving the campaign, because let's be real, first blush of the campaign is not good. It's really bad. The first blush look at the campaign was very rough. But again, they did make some, like Tim Campbell worked on the Warcraft 3 campaign. Like, they have designers that have made some of the most highly loved RTS campaigns. So I have faith that they're going to be able to do it. But they're spending a lot of dev time on working on that right now, and then 1v1. Everything else is secondary, as miasmas are going to go down here. Now, of course, the Atlas gets not even one shot off before it's going to get lashed forward. Magmadon's getting reasonable stomps as well, but there's a second Atlas on the backside. Here comes the Dragon over the top, though. It infests on top of everything. 90 damage, single target damage here, and the stun from these Raging Tendon Magmadons holding everything back, making sure that these hedgehogs are not able to go and kill off that dragon. So for now, it's a good fight for MSRM, but we got Graven on the field. That means, importantly, these sticky bombs, you cannot really join contact. You can't really go and continue the fight. It's difficult. The Raging Tendon Magmadon is going to get on top once again. This is a dead Atlas, and finally, MSRM breaks the position, finally wins the fight, and we're going to have to see if they can confirm. Because a lot of this supply, I would generally say a lot of the supply is a little fake. It's a lot of fiends because of the dragon. That's not really supply. It goes away fairly quickly. But that's not true here, because the fiends keep living and dying in equal measure. And it's just a lot of very beefy supplies. The Bob's on the left side trying to mass repair Hedgehog, and they just die. Shroudfall on top of everything. Look at the Stompy boys here. And Mixu went one base Hedgehog on the biggest map in the pool. Did not work out for him all that well. And we get tied up one apiece. Andy R saying even Siege and Unsiege Atlases can go into different hotkeys. And that would be very cool if that was the case. Have they talked about that? Yeah, play the campaign on its release. I'm not sure how multiple people all agreed that was okay. Yeah, it's like their idea was, hey, this is very what's the word? Like, this is very early. This is our first blush. Things are not done. And they expected people to take them on faith. But yeah, no, like I played the drill campaign mission the other day, and the drill mission's fun. But the cutscene between Terra and Amara going into it is just like, you just should not have put this in the game. It's just really bad. Love that. Yeah, the dragon entrance coming over the high ground, so it like looks really dramatic. Oh, it was great. Cinematic. Oh, did Tim say something about that, NDR? Because I haven't published my interview with a developer that worked on it. Any word on drag formations like bar or move-in formation? I don't think we're gonna see that. That's not really a Blizzard style RTS thing as much. Be cool if we did, but I don't think that is on the docket. By the way, we have 43 codes remaining of Matcherino. So if you have not done so, exclamation mark Matcherino in the chat will take you there. You can go log in. You can go log in with your battle.net account or your Google account or anything else. We're going to quit the lobby. We are remaking. You can log in with anything and go hit the claim code button and add and take advantage of any of these 43 codes. We have 142 people watching right now, plus more on YouTube. We have 43 codes remaining. This should be easy, guys. very cool. I had forgotten about that, but yeah, that is a very cool idea. If you can go, wait a minute, we're remaking again. We're remaking for the third time. Thank you, everyone. We got a lot of people just going and claiming codes all of a sudden. Plus 25 cents, and like that may not seem like a lot, but everyone does it. It's plus 13 bucks to the prize pool, right? That is not nothing. But we're gonna move into Jagged Maw for game number 3. Mixu and msrm ready to go. And that was a pretty cool game too. I mean, again, I think the best Stormgate game I've seen recently was Mixu versus a Laser game 3 on Boneyard that happened yesterday. But it's pretty cool. Thank you, JXP. Kind of weird that you keep calling me Mr. Mulford. Love seeing everyone just the code claims roll in. It's a good thing to do. For now, though, we're going to move into game 3. It's Jagged Maw. And the question is always, is Mixu gonna Sentry Post Rush? There is a money button. Fluester hits the bunny button. Is there a YouTube link factor for the interview I did with Tim Campbell, or just like to watch this on YouTube? Because if you go to my YouTube channel, it's live. I don't have a command. Warcraft. Oh, Warcraft 3 had formations. Interesting. I'm a StarCraft guy, so I haven't played a lot of Warcraft. We'll see though. For now though, game 2 is getting started. 3. Here we are. Game number 3, and it's going to be a Shrine first into a Conclave coming out of msrm. Shrine Conclaval, and just Shrine first. So no Sentry Post Rush coming out on this map, which is something it is kind of boom or bust. I like it much more if you're up 2 games to 0 in a best or 5. Thank you, Andy R, for linking the interview I did. Man, I go through there are phases when I go and get a bunch of spam texts and phases when I don't. And I in the phase right now, I just get the bunch of random no name numbers just saying hello. And I'm like, great guys, stop. Oh my. Oh my. Look at Emmett, look at Mixu here. This is not just a command post source. This is 3 posts before barracks. This is Mixu being as greedy as humanly possible, and I am absolutely here for it, because this is not how you expect this map to get played. Mixu against a Laser, I want to say it was, maybe Snockstar yesterday, went a 2-base all-in where he took both camps and he ran through the middle and sieged away and used them effectively as atlases to clear miasma. Nizyal saying, why are we still playing Jagged in 2025? Because it is unironically, if you ban the Morph Core Rush, it is unironically in the current version of Stormgate a pretty good map. Like, it is actually, it's actually very good. Flibuster, are you saying that are you saying that Command Post First is bad, or stop telling people that Command Post First is bad because it's good? I'm not totally sure. And Command Post First is the default. Command Post First is how you should be playing. Three posts before barracks is a little greedy. Now, this map is actually pretty good. Infernal players like it because you get 3 Therium for 3 Luminite, which is awesome. The dead airspace is useful. You can do Harbinger drops, but it's not oppressive because of the power that anti-air has in the matchup right now. Shadow Flyers and Exos and things like that. It's not that bad. You get 2 rush distances. You can get a very interesting kind of siege unit late game with these chokes. You got it's unironically, it's a pretty good map. Stop the cap. Command Post First is bad. Okay, Flibuster. Okay. Next, you're going to tell me that Vanguard winning is just bad by default. Unacceptable. But for now, we got a little bit of pressure coming out from msrm. He's got a decent amount of gaunts. He's got some brutes. No Plague Axe is done just yet. Only just now getting started. So that's 40 seconds from now. But we're only looking at about 3 Lancers. So this is not a big army. They're all a little bit minus armor. What is that? Minus 50. So like minus 35 in total, which means that they're taking about 30% more damage or so. which is reasonable amounts. Like that does reduce their tankiness just enough, but there's a power built sentry post, and there's another barracks on the way, and another sentry post, and this doesn't really feel like it's going to get a lot done. In fact, well, it seems like here the Lancers are going to get on top of a lot of these units that killed off some of the Shadow Mastiffs, and that's exactly what you want to do. Yeah, deny the Infernal players trying to steal your creeps. Well, make lemonade out of them. Don't they know who you are? Aren't you Cave Johnson or something? I don't know. Surely 3 units can't be 12 units, but yes, but when the 12 units are all heavily damaged from the Shadow Mastiffs, and splash damage is a thing, and those 3 units are designed to beat your 12 units. And those 3 units are actually worth, you know, like 75% of the supply of your units. You know. Some Agmadons now getting put on the map here. Plague Axe is done, and then we're going into Venom Traps, which is a pretty reasonable way to do it. You go, you get Plague Axes so you can fight defensively on Shroud, and then you just get yourself up to Miasma as quick as possible. I think on this map you could probably go double Ritual because you get so much Therium, but msrm is getting into Therium a little bit later, so gonna be a little bit more judicious, and because this map has so much dead airspace, it's going to be a Harbinger drops. Trying to get on top of this economy ASAP. Punish Mixu as much as possible for how greedy that he has been. In fact, we got Kinetic Redirect. Exos are getting added. They don't have Quick Draw, though. Now the drop to the main base. 2-shotting these Bobs, building off a couple more Fiends, and the Fiend Snowball is going to commence in earnest. Yes, there's an overcharge, but already a bunch of Bobs. They've gone down. In fact, a lot of Bobs are going to start to go down here. Look what msrm is doing. He's not dropping an Apogee. No need for that. Just making sure he just got the Harbingers. They're showing up wherever they need to. And Mixu is just trapped on the middle of the map here. He doesn't want to return back home, but he doesn't want to fight either. So he's just like, what do I do? As these Gaunts are doing so much to his main base. He's pretty much wiped out an entire Luminite line and killed off a bunch of Exos and gotten Fiends for that. And eventually this drop is going to have to be done, but there were so many Bobs. There were like 14 Bobs in the main base. Now we're looking at 2. And this is the overcharged ones. He hasn't really made any, he's made a couple more, but the overcharged Bobs, only 2 of them remain. This is massive damage for the Mushroom Boy in this game number 3 as he tries to find a way back. By the way, 14 workers on this Luminite line. They are on this Therium line. They are, there's a lot of Therium mining, and it's only going to turn into about 1 Fiend. That is a very, very good drop from msrm, and well, do we see... I don't know. Yeah, there's the hangar bay on the way. I'm a little surprised we didn't see a preemptive hangar bay coming out of a Mixu. That he likes to do that anyways, because he likes to rush Sentinels. And on a map like this where there's so much dead airspace, goes down into the water. It's now a submarine Harbinger. Yeah, my drops never work like this either. I generally lose my drops. I generally lose my I'm like, I killed a worker and I lost my Harbinger. I've lost the game. Look at that. Oh, double drops. Oh, yeah, double Harbingers. Hell yeah, msrm. Abuse this map. Love this. So this is going to be, what is this? 13 Gaunts in the main base. And this is a big problem. Now, next step is you go and you get a Shadow Cleft and you get seismic, you get a seismic slam going on, and that's really fun. And then you just slam on top of the army and have a lot of fun with that one. Again, it's underutilized, but for now it's double Harbinger, and this is, there are blessings and curses to doing this. If you lose the Harbingers, you lose so much Therium, and he's gonna lose the full one. Well, you know, we talked about this. If you lose that, it is a significant hit to your setup, and second one's gonna have to teleport home, but yeah, suddenly these supplies are looking a lot more reasonable. Sentry Post was sold early on, so that's not really going to defend the third base, and the Agmadons are going to try to dive in, take advantage of the Bobs. They got an egress point, and now the army's going to retreat back on over, and nice body block there, making sure this Magmadon not allowed to escape, and Quick Draw Hushel finishes right at the end. So, Mixu took a lot of damage from the first drop. Second drop, double Harbinger, doesn't get nearly as much done. Now the game's fairly equal, all things considered. What would be really cool, I'd love to see some Miasma drops. That sounds like a lot of fun. For now, though, Mixu, kind of awkward here because he thinks, theoretically, this is a pretty good position for him to fight into. All right, the army is in a choke. He should be able to get this round on this. However, there are enough miasmas and there's enough Hellborn that's not really going to work out. Flanking Magmadons come in from the well, wherever we're going to see how that's going to go in. Nightfall doesn't really land, but the flanking Magmadons get targeted down by all the Exos. Not enough white health on the Harbinger for right now. And now, well, look at this. Mixu. Supplies are relatively equivalent, but not for that much longer. Exos are going to get on top. Everything is going to go down. Oh, I think target the Hellborn. This should be really good for Mixu, and instead, it's kind of a wash. Instead, if anything, it's probably good for msrm. He didn't target the Hellborn down and got like 3 or 4 too many shots. And now the game kind of stabilizes. Look at these footprints. I don't know that that's what the footprint. I don't know that these footprints match actually what the Atlas scale is, but you know, it's fine. It's okay. Dragon is now out of the map though. This is where life it's kind of dicey because we don't have a lot of anti-air. Yes, technically Exos can be reasonable anti-air, but with Miasma, it's very hard to engage into it. And the Atlas is firing at the creep camp, not attacking the units. This is a bit of a problem. We got a Hornet, sure, but there are so many fiends being generated. Shroudfall going down. The Mixu just lost this game. That commitment in the middle looked like it should have been so good. It looked like it should have been really good, but not quite controlled properly. And with the Dragon coming out on the map, this means that msrm is going up 2 games to 1. Guillotine saying, this looks more like my drops. Magmadons in a Harbinger can be good unless you tell it to land and it goes, can we not do that? It's true. That is kind of annoying. Although the trick there is you just kind of drop right behind the army so you don't have the displacement issues. Yeah, Infernals right now do have a heavy kind of Warhammer Chaos vibe. I'll buy that one. Like very Nurgle-y. Or the rest, Khorne and Nurgle. Yeah, that's a good call, actually. For now, though, we're going to go to a break. Mixu was asked for a minute, so we're going to run some ads just to make sure. We got like 15 minutes on the ad timer. So when we're back, game 4 and hopefully game 5. You don't die very easily at all. So it makes sense for you to go and run them in and see if you can get a little bit of damage. And when they get too low, you run them out because there's not a whole lot that your opponent can prevent the damage. But it's not like they're going to be able to kill the Lancers super easily. So you run him in. This is going to turn into a push. This is going to be some sort of Lancer. Well, actually, maybe not. He's taking the trees down. So we'll take a third base a little bit slower. And now he's going to find msrm's army in the middle of the map here. That's not great. These units from Vanguard, they don't die super easily. And the Vulcan is going to shred everything. This is one of those times back from just running in, and now, well, this is going to be another Luminite line, and Lancers are speedy boys. They're going to stun on top of a lot of these imps, and they're just dead. Immediately gone. Mixu just playing around with his food. And there's, yeah, this is bad. msrm losing so much of his P for it to be fine. And now there's more stuff into the natural. And this is maybe the point where you should think about backing up. Magmadons versus Heavy are pretty good, but the splits are very nice indeed. And nice job there. Vulcan knocks down the trees so the rest of the army can escape. The Vulcan will die. And actually, no Shadow Flyers on this side of the map. In fact, Exos are going to try to poke them down. I mean, these Exos will fall. That's pretty good. Third base or fourth base is dead. Vulcan's on the left side trying to get on top of things. And well, Manifested Shroudstone might kill a Vulcan. Yeah, there we go. Mixu not quite paying enough attention. Quick get out of jail free card. And, you know, Fiend run by. Find his way into the third base. Very nice. Yep. Okay, that's Harbinger drops, actually. Gaunt drops on the other side of the map. Yes, there are Hornets here making life difficult, but the Hornet's going to go down. Or, yeah, there we go. Skymine's going to arrive, but that, okay, drop is dead. More damage than really anything else. Lashes are going to go forward as well. Cat's on top. Vulcans are now going to try to get on top of the Weavers, and they shred them if they make contact. So sure, bathing in a pit of tar is a beautiful... It does a lot of damage, but it's not going to do enough. So many of these Vulcans are so low. But much of Exos, a Hornet on top just to make sure that the Shadow Flyers can't connect as well as they would like. In the instant that anti-air is gone, Hornets are going to be able to just have even more power there. And there's just not enough Hexen. There really is just not enough percentage damage, not enough level 3 healing camp. But yeah, at this point, this game is over. There's an Atlas on the fray, dashes forward, makes sure the Hellborn gets stunned up for a second, and Mixu is going to take game number 1 off the back of some very impressive early game harass. And eventually, just way too many Vulcans. It's well enough. He's losing a Gaunt here or there, but he is on double production. He is on 3 bases. The Greater Shrine is getting started here, so eventually he's going to be able to... Welcome back, everyone. We got more games going. And by the way, shout out to Classicus adding $50 to the prize pool. As a reminder, if you are interested in adding the prize pool and don't want to pay any money, we do have codes. If you just log in with your Google account or your Battle.net account or your Line account or your Supercell account or whatever, you can go and have a matcherino account and then just hit the claim code button on the right side of the tournament screen. And that adds 25 cents to the prize pool, which doesn't sound like a lot, but we do have 50 codes and that's about 13 bucks, $12.50. So very much worth doing. As now we move into game number 4 here. msrm up 2 games to 1. Up 2 games to 1, and we're gonna get right into it. Here we are. It's game 4. Lost Hope is the map. msrm, despite losing multiple Harbingers, despite losing a Harbinger with 2 Magmadons inside of it, which is wild, and he still won the fight, which some people might say Inferno P. Also, I would say Mixu not targeting that Magmadon with Flaming Touchdown, with Molten Touchdown for like 4 shots when he very much had the opportunity. I know he's been talking about having some lag spikes. I don't know if that's what it was, but very, very unfortunate for Mixu. I love seeing, we have the in-game matcherino overlay so we can see the codes flying in this. So, someone redeemed the code, 25 cents added to the prize pool. I love that. Thank you so much, everyone. Any little bit of any little bit of something we can add to the prize pool makes it easier to keep doing these. And again, the best part about it, y'all don't have to pay anything. It doesn't come out of your own pocket. It comes out of Matcherino's pocket. They're sponsors, and that is lovely. So for now, command post first, coming out of Mixu. Barracks, you know the drill. He got super greedy on Jagamoth, and it didn't really work out for him. Of course, msrm, this is the Lost Hope cross spawn. You're going Shrine first. You're going quick 3rd Shrine. You got it. It is not worth it to not do that. So it seems like it's interesting. When I go and I use, like when I talk to Snockstar, for example, and it's just kind of my experience playing Vanguard versus Infernals as well. My experience says, the dragon is not as impactful as it is in Infernal versus Celestials. Like it's okay, it's good, but it's not this end-all be-all that you're really, or like Vanguard Infernal versus Infernal, but you're really trying to get there. But msrm very much disagrees. He is putting a lot of focus on getting this dragon out ASAP, and it won him that last game. Like that, the dragon time, when all of a sudden you get a bunch of fiends and you get that 90 damage a shot to target down Atlases. It was working out for him very nicely. So the reason I point this out more than anything is I think it is just awesome. I think it's always very cool when you have multiple players, multiple very good players. Just 555, click the button and added 25 cents. Thank you. Thank you so much. But I always think it's very interesting when we see players who are all pretty good players, but they have such very different understandings on the game, on what is good in the game, how to play certain matchups, and they're all correct, right? It's not like, wow, Snockstar's right and msrm is wrong. It's like they're winning a lot of games. msrm is up 2 games to 1 on Mixu, who won the entire tournament yesterday, who won the Ariel Open Cup yesterday against a kind of a murderer's row of players too. So to say that anyone's playing right, it's just they're playing it. They're playing to their understanding, and it's very cool that we have multiple playstyles enabled, as a bunch of fiends are going to try to find their way into this Luminite line, but they're not going to accomplish a ton. And in the meantime, well, Mixu, again, this seems to be his calling card. He gets the Biolab early so he can get Exos, but not really getting Quick Draw all that quickly. It very much is, I want Exos early, and then I'm eventually going to get Quick Draw. Once I have once I'm starting to float a little bit more Ethereum. is how this seems to work for him. Versus Vanguard. My Hexen is dead if it steps off Shroud before I make units. Scouting is not. Yeah, that is kind of true. The Hexen is not allowed to scout in this matchup early on because the scout will find it. The dog will find it and it will kill it before it gets onto the other side of the map. You can use a skull, but you also kind of want to keep your Hexen back at home. So if you're trying to go expand, you want to be able to make sure to eventually shove the dog away. So it is kind of a one-sided scouting situation. Now, though, what do we got here? A couple Lancers trying to go and steal the speed camp, but 2 Lancers don't beat 4 Gaunts and a bunch of Brutes and a Magmadon out and everything else. It's not a thing. So, what do we got here? Spire already done. Adding in a Hellforge. And I think the coolest thing about this, the most, I don't know, exciting thing about all this, is that we are seeing, oh, excuse me, sorry about that. We are seeing more Magmadon play. But it's specifically tier 3 Magmadon play. You get like the 1 Magmadon early just to defend against Lancer aggression, but really, you go tier 3, you get yourself up to an Elder Shrine pretty quickly, and then you get Raging Tendons. And that actually, that means that instead of these Magmadons being bait that just get targeted down, you instead go and you get these very fast Magmadons that run in and disrupt the entire fight. And that can be very good, as this one random Lancer run by is going to look for a line and try to put it in a coconut. Not going to work out for him all that well. We want to fight the front as well. Do we have Plague Axes? We do, but there's no Shroud here, so they're not going to do a ton of this Lancer. Well, they are Fell Hogs. This, by the way, is the Mushroom special. You just put a bunch of meat farms around. They are a very good bit of static defense. They just kind of, they make it hard to attack into. They just make it very, very hard to attack into. Now, again, no Reaper Rush. That's not ready to go. What do we have? Where's our Ritual Chamber? Reaper Rush now getting started. And actually, do we have... This might not be a Miasma play just because you have so little access to Therium. Getting a lot of Hexen, getting up to that Miasma fairly quickly is expensive. So this might be just kind of a more 3-base, lots of units type of style. You get Reaper Rush, you get Speed Camp, and you just try to play with that. Exos are rather vulnerable to Gaunts. It's when the Lances are in front that they can go take the fight. So maybe that's going to be the play. What do we have? Elder... No Elder Shrine just yet. But there we go. Okay. Yep, oh, Magma drops. Oh, I love this. This is this is kind of deprecating. This is old tech. I wasn't really thinking about it, but Magma Stomp plus a couple Gaunts and a Brute, you can just evaporate a ton. Really, a ton of bombs if your opponent's not paying attention. So the overcharge has been popped, but unfortunately, this can also happen. Exos return. Yeah, they're going to get some damage done because the Exos dive on top of them. But that is 2 dead Gaunts, a dead Brute, and a dead Magmadon, and a dead Harbinger. That is a lot of Therium to disappear. And MSRM, first of all, only 5 workers in the main base. Only, okay, MSRM, 20 workers on Therium. That's probably not what you were looking for. It's probably a bit of a mistake. But now the question is, how do you defend this? Oh, this army's out of position for defense. This is not great. The Hellborn need to be behind the meat farms, and they are really, really not. Do we have Greater Elder on the way? We do. It's only just getting started right now, but now, oh, Magma Stomp is a pretty good one, and we are going to see a Nightfall go down, slowing some of these units down. The Stomps are pretty good, and with a Reaper Rush, well, eventually you can get on top of the Exos. That's the big deal. Once the Lancers are dead, Gaunts dive on top of Exos, and they do win that fight. So that is exactly what we're going to be looking at here. The Sky Mine blows up on the skull, and I guess that's something. This was not quite as bad for MSRM as I thought it might be. It might end up being. He will survive. Does lose out on some production a little bit. Lose out some potential. Losing out on the Magmadon and the drop. I do like Magma drops, but if you lose it, it's pretty bad. It is, in the words of Beverly Cleary, it is double plus ungood. So, always got to contend with that one. Is look at this. This is box art Mixu. This is just box art. We got multiple sentry bows going down, mech bays in the center, barracks, more barracks, habitats that I assume are going to turn into eventual solar habitats, and this is exactly what you want to do. You want to dominate the center because the Therium income is so important. If the Infernal player is not able to mine out of the center, or at least take corner bases, they are in for a rough challenge. And remember, also, msrm lost his first drop. He lost some tech units. He lost a lot of Therium units, which means that he is not... He's just getting A-moved. There is not a lot that he can do against this. He lost too much of his valuable units early, didn't get enough value for them. And now Mixu is just running a rough shot right on over him. Games 2 and 3 didn't go well for all that well for Mixu, but game 4, 3 Hellborn are not going to solve the problem of Maria here. It's not going to be a thing. So the Hellborn, well, we did Hellspawn Resurgence a bunch of gaunts, but the splits are kind of there. And with an Atlas here as well, yeah, this may force things back slightly for just a second. It's not going to be enough. Yeah, I mean, the Atlas is going to go get pulled in. Mixu, and really, the thing right now is Mixu doesn't really have his army together. So it's hard for him to go and break the army while also breaking down all these Shroud Stones and trying to go and take down the Shrine. And so he will get forced back here. Port4 asking, I always wondered why Vanguards don't make more offensive sentry posts. Having extra healing or splash DPS would be helpful. Yes, it is. The trick is it takes a while to build. It takes away from your economy because you pull bobs off of it. And Hellborn are very good at taking them down. So if you're doing something like this, where you have, or like we saw Mana play yesterday, where you build yourself an emplacement that you retreat back to, let's say as a med station behind the front lines that allows you to pull your wounded workers back into it, or your wounded exos back into it, and regenerate at 8 HP per second, that is worth doing. But if you're just going to go and try to build them as part of the front line, after a certain point, they're not tanky enough against a bunch of Hellborn, and they never get up. Professor Wannabe saying, look at the supply is less relevant in this game than StarCraft 2. Yeah, I think a lot of these matchups, if you're trying to figure out how to contemplate supply, I would urge you just to look at TVT in StarCraft 2, where the supply matters, the supply is relevant and reasonable, but like in this case, Mixu is clearly winning this game. Doubling up the supply matters quite a bit. But there's enough positional tools, enough kind of long-range push reduction tools, force multipliers, that supply doesn't always matter. If your opponent's up 30 supply, it's not the big deal it is in StarCraft 2. Also, in part because it's maybe closer to StarCraft 2 up 20 supply, but also, again, Atlases can be strong. Hellborn are very good. There are a lot of force multipliers that mean that value is not quite as impactful as it might otherwise be. So for now, I like this. It's just the stasis drone just to keep the dragon, to save from the dragon, is pretty fun. Mixu just really focusing on trying to shut down his opponent's economy. There's a lot of Shroud Stones, but none of them are Wraith Stones, so the Exos are just going to run roughshod right through them. And this is where the supply lead really matters. It's not like, wow, the fight is going to go very much in favor of Mixu here, but importantly, it means that he can go and hold this high ground position and hold this army and try to take a fight while also killing off all of msrm's economy. For the most part, although you do have to be a little careful here. These Atlases are going to fall down. And I think I would like to see Mixu at some point bring his entire army together. That's a solid Nightfall. So these units are going to have to run away. This base, I don't know that's going to be allowed to get up necessarily. Now let's see, do we have Plasma Arc Infusion? It's on the way. It's still a ways off, so that space control from Atlas is not quite where you'd like it to be. And the Dragons found a really nice position to try to fight from kind of from a high ground spot. Not the easiest thing for Mixu to fight into, but Hornets with Nano Swarm, they don't die very easily, and well, there's nothing really to go and shoot them down at this point. I guess the Dragon technically, but msrm is going to be forced to tap out here, and that means that we are treated to game number 5. We want to talk about matchups where supply lying is not always a thing, or is the most common. And Vanguard versus Celestial, or anything versus Celestial, is like by far the most supply is lying here. So we're going to get ourselves into game 5 soon enough. I have a banana. And eat my banana. It's kind of weird, by the way. You see this banana? It ripened halfway up. I mean, it's fully ripe on the inside, but... Flame Falcons with is talking about the banana shaming cast. I should put the banana eating on my OnlyFans. As reminders, we move into game number 5. 18 codes are remaining, which means a lot of them have been claimed. Thank you, everyone. Hassan, Sergi, Just 555, HYY, Hammer Bear, Flame Falcons, and the rest. But there are still 13 codes that have yet to be claimed, which means that you too can claim your code. Only bananas. I think Pig at one point made an OnlyFans, and it was just pictures of fans, which I love. Codes for What the Matcherino Unsettling Adventures, ! Matcherino, and it'll take you to a Matcherino page for the tournament. And I'm not saying you have to donate any of your hard-won money, especially with the economy looking like it's going to go devolve. Yeah. But you can hit the claim code button, and that'll go and add 25 cents to the prize pool. Not your money, Matcherino's money. So very much worth doing. Is we're going to move into game 5, Secluded Grove. That's the map. So here we are. It's game number 5. msrm won the middle 2. Mixu bookending it just a little bit. And this is what I hate. Now, you pull up an imp and a hex in it, it's not that bad. But msrm is about, well, the command post, there's no way to delay this. And power build means it's done so fast. Anyway. Unsettling Adventure saying, I'm re-download. Awesome. If depending on what you've been waiting on, custom hotkeys are coming out in a couple weeks. But I do think the current economy is the current version of this game. Obviously, there are some issues. Axio is maybe a little bit too strong. Lancer's a little bit maybe too tanky. Celestial struggling against Infernal. But this version of the patch is probably the best version of the game that we have had, like, ever. And that is including the Steam Next Fest patch. The economy feels really good. It enables, if you're kind of a cheesy guy, it enables early game aggression while still letting you go macro. It takes just enough pressure off the need to creep. That creeping is a benefit, but not a requirement. It's not perfect. There's probably still some fine tuning that we could do, but it is by far the best version of Stormgate that we have had, and we're seeing it in some of the games that have had the opportunity to cast, like Albino versus Theory on Lost Hope from last week. Awesome. A Laser Mixu, Game 3 on Boneyard. Awesome. There was another really good IVV. We're getting some really good games now. It's fun to watch. It is getting really fun to watch. It's fun to play too. What happened to the skull? It had a long timer left, just vanished. Yeah, that's the skull bug. There's a bug with Skull of Shadow where just sometimes it disappears. It's very annoying. It's on their list of things to get fixed. I don't know that the bug has been solved yet, or who knows? Maybe it gets fixed in 0.3. But it likes to pop itself sometimes. All I'm saying though, it's been a bug for like 3 patches now. You wouldn't mind a creep bounty, a bonus to creep bounty, making creeps more impactful. I'm not for that. I'm not for that Human Care roll unless we do substantial creep designs on the map. Because I like them, like Ruination is a pretty good example, or Lost Hope with the Therium Field is a pretty good example of centralizing objectives for players to fight over. Boneyard, which granted gave us a really good game yesterday, but not because of the creep camps. Boneyard, or say Secluded Grove, has a bunch of creep camps on the edges. And what that means is that players are incentivized, instead of contesting each other's camps, they're incentivized to creep on the edges. They're incentivized to not interact. And if you would further incentivize them by increasing the bounty of creeps, I don't like that. I would much rather see them be on this. I've talked at length about how I think creep camps should be redesigned to be a little bit more interesting. But, to be a little bit more interesting. But we're going to have to see what they do, because they are going to be redesigning creep camps. I really like the idea of creep camps dropping things that can then be interacted with, because that extends the period of time where the enemy, even if they lose the camp, they can go try to deny that thing from being used. And again, this is not like I want to have a bigger sword, but this is I'm going to have some sort of buff to my production, or my energy regeneration, or something like that. And you have to get it to someplace. And then that allows you to go, and that allows further interaction. I think that's pretty interesting. Now, other people have different ideas. Yes, they used to be much higher bounty, Butters, man. And while I think the game is better when creeping is viable, they gave too much money. Honestly, I think the bounty that they give right now compared to base economy is pretty fair. I think it is a pretty good balance. Maybe not perfect. I think it's a pretty good balance. Duff Lafayette, no, I'm not talking about, like, having a bigger sword. As his Lancer is very annoying. I'm not talking about, like, having a bigger sword or a teleport scroll or the ability to cast a spell. I'm talking, like, your unit picks up a battle standard that you take back to your third base where you got a lot of your production, and you plant it in the ground. And then for the next 45 seconds, production speed is doubled, or something like that. Or they have a battle standard that they then plant at the front lines, and it gives a damage reduction aura a little bit that then can get target. And then your Mixu would be very incentivized in this case, in this example, to go and try to target that down so his units can do more damage. Things like that. Things that, like, you can interact with for the entire lifespan of the benefit. I think that is much more interesting to me. And, because the unit's carrying it, because this Hellborn is carrying that battle standard. If you dive on top of the Hellborn and knock it down, the battle standard is then on the ground and you can go steal it. Or deny it from going. Like, it gives play and counterplay over a much longer time window than just, we killed the creeps. Let's go take the camp. Let's go take the vision camp back. It's more interesting potentially to me. Maybe creep traps unlock top bar abilities. Maybe. Like the final slot in the top bar allows you to go and maybe a little bit more flexible one that allows you to go and choose what it is based on like creep camp drops or something. That might be a little bit too much complexity. I don't know. But this fight, now fighting into a bunch of Hexen. Hexen are beefy boys. They got 180 or 160 HP plus white health and their light units. So they really don't die all that easily. Even so, nice job here from Mixu, targeting a lot of them down. He's going to have to back up. No medtechs in this army. Where are the medtechs? I'm surprised. We don't have medtechs done yet. Or even in production. I guess he's waiting for system shock. But good pressure. Certainly killing off a lot of the Hexen. But he will be forced back home. Almost like creep camps are relics in AoE Age of... Yeah, kind of Bucker Yard. Except they're not a win the game MacGuffin, where it's like, I need to get enough relics back to my temple or whatever it is. I'm not a big Age guy. But I need to go get my relics back to my temple, and if I hold on to 4 of them for a while, I win the game. More like, I just want to... I like these discrete boosts that you can use. And I think relics work like that in Age 4, right? Where... you can use them and it gives you more eco or something like that. Is that how that works? I'm not a big Age guy. I love this, by the way. Mixu started to do this more and more, where he puts turrets on one side of the of this 4th base, and you put health turrets in the back line, you put flak turrets in the front line, and you just hard push this, and it's very hard for the Inferno player to stop if they're not aware. But we have a lot of Shroud Stones going down. This is a lot of Shroud Stone. Now, might be a little bit too late because the turrets are already ready. The buzzsaws take all the trees down, and then you can go into flak turrets for that bonus range. This static defense not quite ready in time, but we do have Hellborn here, and Miasma is... I thought I saw I guess Miasma got targeted down before it was started. Now Miasma's going to go down. Now we can hear that, I don't know, groaning sound, moaning sound. It's a little weird, but... it's a decent amount of Hellborn. Miasma is theoretically good, but look at this. Mixu is going to try to dive right through. And I like where the Hellborn are here. They're on the other side of the trees. That makes it a little bit harder. Now, Hellborn on the left side get targeted down. We do have Shroud Stone going up on the high ground. Manifestation here, but not quite in range of where the problem is. And that means I think this third base, this is a very tough defense to make. And luckily for msrm, it is his fourth base. And Mixu's only now just got his fourth base on the way. So it's not like, wow, I've lost my third base and the game is over. But it is a tough row to hoe now. Losing that fourth base, specifically losing out on Asterium, feels pretty bad. As Zoning Nightfall is going to be in the Exos, can't quite chase the Hellborn down. And we are starting to get to a point in the game where Mixu really would like to add in some Atlases. And do we have those? Where are his mech bays? Are Atlases on the way? Yeah, they're getting queued up. Because if you look at this situation, msrm is playing the good old laser special, or the EA base special, the alpha special. We just build a lot of you just build a lot of Shroud Stones everywhere on the map and make it and try to make up for how powerful this Vanguard army is. And Wraith Stones are really good. Add a bunch of Sentry Posts as well, or not Sentry Posts, add a bunch of Shroud Stones as well, and Miasma, and Hellborn, and it can be a pretty hard thing for the Vanguard player to work into, which is why I'm saying we want Atlas. And do we have an Elder Shrine, by the way? We do. And a big Ecto Drop on the right side. Ah, this is a problem. Nothing really here. Shroud Stone Manifestation, maybe not available at the moment. Nothing, there is some production here, and you could go and... well, you could go and Hellspawn Resurgence a bunch of Gaunts into this, and that would probably be fine. In fact, that's what he's going to have to do. But also get the Dragon out. The Dragon is likely going to be enough defense here. Yeah, 90 damage a shot. He's going to be able to force this back. Imps don't lose. I mean, 20 imps on this. There we go. Imps don't lose too much mining time. But because msrm was distracted, he's going to lose the middle base. And the middle base on Secluded Grove is very important. If you hold this map, you likely win the game. Miasma's going to go through. System Shock removes it, and now tries to dive right on top of the Hellborn, where they're going to be able to do so. Not enough damage in this army right now, and fighting just out of range of the Wraith Stones and the Shroud Stone. They're adding a lot of damage now as the fight goes back just a little bit more, and the Dragon not taking damage. Remember, 90 damage a shot, doubles up the Fiend count. This is a very useful thing to do. So, Dragon, though, has to run back just a little bit, takes some damage, runs away, and gets targeted down even more. Gotta be careful here. Will be able to stay alive for now. msrm forward back once again. And these Shroud Stones adding in just a couple Weavers, looking to lash the big healthy units forward. Friendly fire from the Atlas as well. A little bit more. And while the base was taken down, this is a hard position to fight into. This Weaver should not be here at all. And, oh, the Dragon is so low. So msrm lost the fight. He has not lost the game just yet. But remember, he's only on 3 bases. He's long distance mining this Therium. Mixu, north side base. Mixu, pocket secluded base. Mixu, if he wants to, can go take the center base as well. This is a dire situation for msrm right now, even as he's holding this line. Remember, these Atlases, they do 160 damage to the Shroud Stones. They break this down fairly, and Wraith Stones as well. They break this down very, very quickly. So even and this Dragon as well, it is regenerating some because the health camp, well, briefly, the health camp was owned by msrm. Now Mixu has it, so that's not really a thing. I think the Dragon maybe also went and found a healing flower to get some of its health back. Because remember, by design, this is a design consideration. Infernals don't have healers. Infernals have no way except for playing the map to go and regenerate their HP. So that means this Dragon, as it gets lower, is extremely vulnerable. A lot of this attack defense is going to go down. Now we see the power of the Raystone, 2% damage per second, slowing things down, but the haste spot and system shock and everything else means it is not really mattering all that much. And now the dragon's dead, which means msrm is very dead. And Mixu is going to find his way into the winner's match, playing very nicely indeed. Of course, if you like this and you want more Stormgate action, make sure to sub to the channel on YouTube. Follow me on Twitch. Stormgate Sundays every Sunday, the way it's been working out. We got Ariel tournaments on Saturdays, and I go live with both those, so I'll see you there. Is there any amount of Hellborn to AoE one-shot a bunch of Exos? There is. I'm not sure what that number is. I know it's 3 Hellborn to one-shot level 0 Exo. This was Mixu msrm. Means we're going to be moving into Mana versus Mixu in the winners match, which has given us some very cool Vanguard versus Vanguard recently. Yeah, Silent Knight saying game is fun to watch, but I can't wait for when they put production tab, income tabs in the cast replay. You and me both, dude. It's just not a priority right now, understandably, but more involved observer interface is going to be awesome. How did Vanguard lose planet in the lore with how powerful Mixu is? It's a very good question. In AoE, in Age of Mythology, they provide passive bonuses. There's no win condition included. In Age of Empires, they provide steady gold flow, so eco bonus. Gotcha. Commanders were drunk. All right, so we're gonna run a bit of an ad break, making sure we don't run into ads during the game. And when we're back, it's gonna be Mana versus Mixu in the winners match. If you have not already done so, how many codes do we have remaining? Where's my matcherino page? We have 13 codes remaining. If you've not done so, by the way, Psionic saying Sundays are for Stormgate, $25 to the prize pool. Thank you so much, Psionic. If you've not already done so, 13 codes remain on the matcherino page, so I would recommend that you do that. It really does help out quite a bit. So thank you, friends. I'll see y'all in 3 minutes. You don't die very easily at all, so it makes sense for you to go and run them in and see if you can get a little bit of damage, and when they get too low, you run them out, because there's not a whole lot that your opponent can prevent the damage, but it's not like they're going to be able to kill the Lancers super easily. So you run them in. This is going to turn into a push. This is going to be some sort of Lancer. Well, actually, maybe not. He's taking the trees down, so we'll take a third base a little bit slower. And now he's going to find msrm's army in the middle of the map here. That's not great. These units from Vanguard, they don't die super easily, and the Vulcan is going to shred everything. This is one of those times back from just running in, and now, well, this is going to be another Luminite line, and Lancers are speedy boys. They're going to stun on top of a lot of these imps, and they're just dead. Immediately gone. Mixu just playing around with his food. And there's, yeah, this is bad. msrm losing so much of his P for it to be fine. And now there's more stuff into the natural. This is maybe the point where you should think about backing up. Magmadons versus Heavy are pretty good, but the splits are very nice indeed. And nice job there. Vulcan knocks down the tree so the rest of the army can escape. The Vulcan will die. In fact, no Shadow Flyers on this side of the map. In fact, Exos are going to try to poke them down. I mean, these Exos will fall. That's pretty good. Third base or fourth base is dead. Vulcan's on the left side trying to get on top of things. And, well, Manifested Shroudstone might kill a Vulcan. Yeah, there we go. Mixu not quite paying enough attention. Quick get out of jail free card. And, you know, Fiend run by. Finds his way into the third base. Very nice. Yep. Okay, that's Harbinger drops, actually. Gaunt drops on the other side of the map. Yes, there are Hornets here making life difficult, but the Hornet's going to go down, or, yeah, there we go. Skymine's going to arrive, but that, okay, drop is dead. More damage than really anything else. Dot Lashes are going to go forward as well. Cat's on top. Vulcans are now going to try to get on top of the Weavers, and they shred them if they make contact. So sure, bathing in a pit of tar is a beautiful, it does a lot of damage, but it's not going to do enough. So many of these Vulcans are so low. But much of Exos, a Hornet on top just to make sure that the Shadow Flyers can't connect as well as they would like. In the instant that anti-air is gone, Hornets are going to be able to just have even more power there. And there's just not enough Hexen. There really is just not enough percentage damage. Not enough Miata. Level 3 healing camp. But yeah, at this point, this game is over. There's an Atlas on the fray. Dashes forward, makes sure the help won't get stunned up for a second. And Mixu is going to take game number 1 off the back of some very impressive early game harass. And eventually, just way too many Vulcans. It's well enough. He's losing a Gaunt here or there, but he is on double production. He is on 3 bases. The Greater Shrine is getting started here. So eventually, he's going to be able to Nightfall. He's going to be able to drop a Shroudstone Manifest, things like that. And with the speed boost here, he's chasing things down. No changes here. This is a very nice little bust coming out of MSRM. Yeah, the supply says one thing, but as long as MSRM, especially if you can get some extra production going. So Ritual Chamber's just about done, adding in a second Conclave. Busting down the Lancers means that it is just Hogs and just Hedgehogs versus... Maybe not that the design's a little bit, like, not in a design, like, it's not the Weaver, it's not the Vulcan, but as a unit, right? This dropship that goes down, spread Shroud. But more importantly, I think Seismic Slam is very underutilized. The ability to go and small but thriving 2v2 community of people. I kind of, when I open Stormgate, I often see custom 2v2 games getting started. So all about that one is now tries to target down some of these bobs. We got a winner's match on the way, friends. That's good news. Freaks were saying, it's like giving money to Bale. No, it's actually giving money to the players. I know that's what you meant. 11 codes. All of that remain. I have a lobby ID. We're going to get into the winner's match. Vanguard versus Vanguard has turned into a very cool matchup. Should I move that? Great. Vanguard versus Vanguard has turned into a very, very cool matchup in the most recent patch. It's not perfect, obviously. There are, I'm never going to say things are perfect, but it is turned into some very, very cool games. We've seen Mass Vulcan, we've seen Bio play, we've seen Helicarriers get added in, late game stuff. It is Atlases getting added in to counter the Mass Vulcan because they clump up. It's a very fun matchup, and I am excited to see it continue to evolve because Mana and Mixu have been playing a lot of best of 3s and a lot of best of 5s in this matchup in particular. So we're going to see exactly what they got in store for us as our winner's match is getting started. Once I go and hit the start recording button, our winner's match is on the way. Game 1. In the upper right, in the red, he's the Vanguard player. His name is Mixu. And the bottom left for Team Liquid, in the blue, he's Mana. And it's so nice. I talked about this on the cast yesterday, but it's really cool, actually, to see these players that were playing a lot of Stormgate during EA. You know, they had hope for the game, and they stopped playing because, you know, the meta wasn't incredible and, you know, other things. And we're seeing them come back on Laser, Mana, Parting. Some of these high-level players are playing a lot more Stormgate on the new eco patch than... And again, is this going to be the final version of the game? No. But it is pretty fun to see players coming back, playing on these patches where it's like, yeah, no, the game is a lot better than it used to be. The game, the eco patch is very cool. It has made the game a lot more fun. So, anyways, for now, we're going to see a little bit of really a hands check coming out of... Oh, I love this. Hands check coming out of Mana where he goes, he builds a barracks, builds a single Lancer, and this time, unless, you know, instead of keeping the barracks around, he sold it to get his natural down that much faster, which means this is a little bit cheaper for him. It means he's going to be able to macro with a little bit less impact and still get that early Lancer. And should this get a lot done? It's killed a scout. Probably not going to get too much more than that, assuming that Mixu's on top of things. But it does force Mixu to go and pull Bobs off the line a little bit, forces him to just... On the off chance that there is a mistake made, it is a problem. Oh, nice body block here with the Lancer. This is not what Mana wanted. Losing that Lancer means that this is just not justified. That was very nice. So now that means that Mana is going to be down a Lancer or two. He's not really producing a ton. Again, this was build barracks, sack barracks, build natural, go into something more. And I don't even think he's this single barracks. He's not even planning on doing bio things. Instead, he's just building hedgehogs. He's getting himself up into tier 1.5 tech. This more mobile, very strong anti-lancer tech, actually. Hedgehogs, because of how fast they are and the bonus damage they do versus heavy units, are actually very good. They're actually very good against a bunch of lancers. So it's going to be double mech bay. Hogs are going to be on the way. And we get to see Bio. It's weird talking about this because, like, if I say Bio versus Mech, a lot of people watching are StarCraft people. They're going to have this idea of Bio versus Mech is like siege tanks, very static play versus very expansion heavy active play, drop pressure, things like that. And that's not Bio versus Mech in Stormgate. They're both fairly active play styles. It's just, if anything, up until you get a bunch of Vulcans and Atlases, Mech in Stormgate is very hit and run. You get a lot of hedgehogs, you spend your load, you shoot all 5 rockets because you get 4 rockets, but by the time the 4th rocket gets fired, the first one has recharged. So you spend 5 rockets in the volley, you back up, you do it again. And you just poke around, you try to win this war of poking and attrition. And the Bio player is all about trying to force a fight. All about trying to go and pin the hedgehog player into a position where they have to take a fight, where they don't really have a choice in the matter of they can no longer continue to cut away. It's a lot like it's like Battle Mech versus Roach, like Battle Mech versus Zerg almost is a way to talk about that. But now Mana, he's got this sentry post going down to the high ground. Unfortunately, it's not really going to get much done, and it's only 2 bubs anyway. So the quick build sentry posts, these are going to be done a lot faster. And while one of these Lancers may die, which again is not the ideal, in fact you can save it with the promote, we're going to have double Buzzsaw. And remember, Buzzsaw turrets do bonus damage versus light. It's also a great way, as unfortunately 1 Lancer will fall, it's a great way to keep your low Lancers alive. Wilted Kale having 10.7 Bea points on Mixu, which means that Mana and Mixu, by the way, they trade series. This is not, I don't think Mana and Mixu, I don't think Mana or Mixu are very, I don't think anyone is super favored in this matchup, which means that there is a massive value bet coming in. There's a massive value bet available if you want to go bet on Mana. Is all I'm going to say. So for now, the Buzzsaw turret, only a single one. Kind of be nice to have a second one here, honestly. That extra splash damage, bonus damage versus light is 26 damage versus the 18. Now this does 22, and like technically, sure, that does the base damage of the sentry post is more than the Buzzsaw cannon, but hedgehogs are light units, so it does behoove you. And also remember, Buzzsaw turrets, they have more armor than a base sentry post does, so it does behoove you to go and get double Buzzsaw if you can. Now unfortunately this one's gonna fall down, but look at, okay, kind of cool. We have Hornets getting added in, and it will force, you see, here's the thing, all right, Hornets like this are, they can't fight the hedgehog straight up because the loses the last shot from the Hornets, unfortunate. They can't fight it straight up because of the fact that, well, hedgehogs will go into anti-air mode. And that makes life rather complicated. However, if you force them into anti-air mode, that means the Lancers can get on top of them and really do a lot of damage. So Mana is doing what he has to do, which is put half of them in anti-air mode, keep half of them on the ground. And in the meantime, well, things are just dying. This one Exo is doing what it can. Bob's starting to fall down. And this committed pressure from Mana off of 2 bases is gonna kill Mixu. In game number 1, the hedgehog pressure works very well. And Mana takes game 1. Finnish winter is bleaker than Polish winter, so you got more time to think about builds. Well, Wilted Kale. Yes, clearly Mix is going to win this. Immediately, the game is over. But I love how Mana has really started making use of these backline turrets. The front line was never really got up, but the backline turret, where you just go and you have more tea, but you just go and you have this you just have this repair turret, this healing turret, whatever it is, that you can retreat back to and refresh your army over and over again. Especially with how that's sort of the cycle of how hedgehogs want to work, where they want to go and shoot their load, back up, do it again, do this every cycle. And so in the meantime, you back up a little bit, you get healed up. It actually makes them much more impactful. So it synergizes very well with how the units want to play anyways. For now, though, we're going to move into game 2. See what happens here on Isla Dread. So, Mana, once again, he's going to go overcharge, power build this barracks, build a Lancer out of it. And I am very curious to see whether he sells the racks this time. It looks like that answer is going to be no, because we are seeing the habitat go. We're not seeing an immediate move of the overcharged bobs into the natural, nothing like that. So it looks like this is going to be a little bit more standard for the sake of any term. A little bit more of a standard VVV build where we are seeing this, like, you rally a couple lances across, and that's that. Scout's not going to be able to go, and bit of a mistake. You're not going to be able to really deny the command post for all that long. You should be able to deny it a little bit longer. And of course, because the bob is overcharged, it doesn't take a lot of damage. It really doesn't take a lot of damage from these scouts. And Mana, for his part, well, he spent the overcharge to get the barracks out and actually did end up selling it. Okay. Okay, that's pretty cool. Alec Griezmann saying, just joined. First thing I hear is shoot their load. Well, that is what hedgehogs do. They have 4 rockets plus a 5th recharge, and they want to deposit them into the waiting arms or something of the enemy Vanguard player. That's their job. Siler asking, who is the goodest boy game? Well, I don't know. Both players, I think, are pretty good with their scouts. What was kind of cool, so at the start of the second most recent balance patch, we saw buffs to scouts versus creeps. Right, they do +5 damage. They do 10 damage to normal creeps, 13 damage to light creeps. And that made a lot of sense. That was kind of cool. And we saw some Vanguard players going for scout openers to allow them to creep on the map, get like 5 or 6 scouts, and then they would go into whatever it is that they wanted to do. And we haven't seen that as much recently. Yeah, so for now, though, this Lancer is not going to get quite as body blocked into a nice little citizen's arrest as he did in game number 1. So Mana is going to be able to continue to annoy Mixu just that much longer. And behind this, well, he's doing the same thing. Devil Mech Bay on the way. So it seems like in the 24 hours since we last saw Mana and Mixu play, since the 24 hours since then, Mana has figured out something about how he thinks this matchup should be played, and it's called exactly the build he's doing right now. Double Mech Bay after you get a barracks, get a single Lancer for hand check, sell the barracks, and go effectively command post first, kind of, and then go into Double Mech Bay behind that and build all these hedgehogs and run across the map and exert all of this pressure. And if you're watching at home and you say, well, hey, can I do this? I don't have the hands to do the Lancers. You just don't have to do the Lancer stuff. You can just go and go command post first into this, and it's probably 90% as effective outside of at the very high level. I think that is probably how that's gonna go. So Mana sold his bear. He sold something here. I'm not maybe a biolab, and he's kind of realized, okay, I know what my opponent's doing. He's doing this Matt's Hedgehog thing. I'm going to match him. I'm going to get my 3rd base. I'm going to be mining off of this 3rd base, but I am going to match him Hedgehog for Hedgehog as much as possible. And while Mana is building Hedgehogs faster, he's going to have probably 2 to 3 more than Mixu. All things considered. He does have defender's advantage. So it's one of those situations where, yeah, Mana will technically have more. If we had a units tab, we'd pull it up and say Mana has more Hedgehogs. But because this map is so long, defender's advantage means that Mixu's probably going to be okay. And we're going to see sentry posts going down both at the natural and 3rd. This, of course, can be multiple things. This can be to go and make sure that you, oh, nice. It'll catch there on the Lancer. It's going to go down. Want to make sure your Hedgehog doesn't die, though. I was going to say, it can be a repair turret, which is what's going to be right there. Tries to turn the corner, staying alive, and there we go. Hedgehog will stay alive, and Mana, he is going to pull the bobs here, but there are already repair turrets available. Now, again, it is 2 Hedgehogs versus 4. The Lancers here, they will never make contact. They're not allowed to do that. That's just not how this works. But if you can buy enough time for the Hedgehog count to increase, and again, to take advantage of these repair turrets, maybe looking to get a body block taking down one of the hogs. It's going to be kept alive for now on the repair, but a Hedgehog will fall. Finally, it's going to go down, and these bobs that were trying to make turrets to make this attack a little bit more sustainable, they're going to get taken down by the take this thing down. Kill off this bob. It's not going to... Oh, no, he misclicked. Oh, God, that's so unfortunate for Mixu. He's going to lose a Hedgehog because of it. Doesn't get this bob, doesn't get this low Hedgehog. And that is just... Okay, what is preventing this from being claimed? Oh, okay, there's a bob here. That is so unfortunate for Mixu. But good news for Mixu, he's got a 3rd Mech Bay done. So in the fullness of time and the completion of things, he's going to be able to go and build more hedgehogs than his opponent. Now, fighting into this position, I don't like this one. Fighting into the healing camp, don't do it. That is just not worth it. You're fighting into your opponent having so much more effective HP than you do. Now, fighting around a speed camp, so your hedgehogs are faster, fighting back into a repair-o-matic that is, by the way, solar habitated, so the repair-o-matic actually repairs faster. That's a cool idea. I'm down with that one. But you do have to be careful for other things. And now this turret's going to start to go up in earnest. Speed camp is here, but the hog count is just so much higher. So much higher for mana. And that's where life becomes very complicated. Also, production separated between the natural and the third base. This is not comfy. And we're going to see one hedgehog. Target this down. Thank you. The high veterancy hedgehog will get taken down. Mixu, he's kind of missing with some target fire a couple times this game. I don't know if it's a server issue or not being quite warm. I don't know what it is, but he's had a couple opportunities to go kill very low hedgehogs. He's going into sentry mode a bunch of times here, and this is just not the Mixu that I'm used to seeing. And it is unfortunately losing him this game number 2. He's lost way too many hedgehogs in this Razor's Edge defense where even if he's producing more, he's not keeping enough of them alive. He's not targeting down these vulnerable hedgehogs when they get very low, and he's going and putting his hedgehogs into siege mode. All of these things are just not how you want to do it. So at this point, mana is... Don't let the supply fool you. Mana, his third base was much slower. He doesn't have nearly the saturation on the third base that Mixu does. And that's kind of the one thing. In fact, ooh, nice move of the Vulcan. Just random Vulcan's going to show up into the natural. And I like what Mana's doing. He's like, yeah, okay, well, maybe the third base and your army's there, but I can go and I can jump on top of things. I can jump on top of your Vulcan as it comes out. I can start to get real substantive economic damage done. And that seems to be how Mana wants to play this. Remember, hedgehogs counter Vulcans, and Vulcans also counter hedgehogs. It's just a matter of who can get shots really for full effect. So nice dash in the bubble as well, kills off a hog. And Mixu, that supply lead continues to diminish us a little bit. Now, Vulcan's going to dash in, delay this hedgehog. But even with the double repair turret, the Vulcan's dead. And that's a problem. Vulcan on the north side still taking... The fact that this Vulcan is still alive is kind of insane. Now... Mana needs to make sure he targets down what he needs to. He will. And even as the Vulcan dies at this point, these hedgehogs, well, they're going to fall down. Now, you don't want to fight into a Vulcan, so he's going to have to back up for a second and wait for this rally to continue. But Mana was ahead before the supply lead. And now, finally, there is a supply lead that is visible. Mana is up a couple supply right now. His third base, not incredibly saturated. 9 total workers on this one. We got, I guess, 12 here. And Mixu is on 4 bay versus, what are we on? Okay, we're finally on 4 bay for Mana too, but that was slowed down just a little bit. So Mixu did have the production levels, and you know, with the Vulcans out now, this might be the timing we're looking at where Mana has to back up a little bit. Mana has to go and start to go and reconfigure and say, I found an advantage. I put myself in a pretty good spot. I did what I needed to do, but I don't know that I can break him anymore. And in fact, the game's kind of even more than anything else. I don't know that if I can do that. Maybe he's going to be able to jump on top of a hog. And okay, he will. That's pretty good. Maybe try to get a second one, but you don't want to be fighting in range of Vulcans. Your hogs, if you can dive on top of a Vulcan like he's going to do right now, that is absolutely worth doing. But if you just fight there and allow the oh god, there's a dangling Vulcan. It's a dangling Vulcan. Bubble's going to keep it alive for now, but that is now top bar energy. That is not available for promotions. That is now a cooldown that is not available, and give it 3 seconds. Mana's going to be able to dive on top once again. The Vulcan firing as much as possible. Vulcan dead, and the stun's going to be okay, but it's not going to get too much done here. Even still, Mixu takes a reasonable fight, all things considered. Finally going to be able to chase things down, but here come dashing in the Vulcans from off screen, and that's going to force this fight back for now. 2 Vulcans versus none means that Mana is going to be able to force Mixu back, but the supply lead, Mixu's building it back up. He's redeveloping his economy. He's making copious use of these solar habitats. And he's got a 4th base on the way. So while this looked very bad for Mixu, he made a bunch of mistakes in the early game. The fact that he had this 3rd base for so long and this extra production for so long has actually kind of meant that he's been able to stabilize this game in a way that I didn't think was possible. And also, everyone coming in from TKL's stream, welcome. TKL, if you ever want to do Stormgate Sundays in French, you are more than welcome to. I'm going to be doing them most Sundays, even if I'm really bad at publicizing them. So if you ever want something to do on a Sunday, and when I want to do these Stormgate Sundays, just ask, and I'll make sure that you get added into the the proper Discord group. And Alec Griezmann said, "This is a good game. Mixu's holding on very well." I can't help but imagine what would have happened if this was a game where he hadn't made all those micro mistakes in the early game. He'd probably be very far ahead. Now, this Vulcan drop is going to be very nice. On the north side, he's going to try to drag Mixu back as much as possible, which is good for Mana because Mixu's exploding in supply right now. He's got the Therium scrapyard, got a scrapyard on the north side. So this is, Mana is all of a sudden, despite everything, Mana is pretty far down in supply. We got this drop on the north side. Any anti-air? Not really. So Mana, keeping Z-Vac alive as long as possible, make sure the Vulcan fires as long as possible. Is now just going to have to run away for the most part as these hedgehogs. Two Vulcans. Scary. Are they going to be able to dive on top of this? They're going to try. Splits are reasonably good. So the Vulcans are dead. This is something that Mixu overextended just a little bit because of the multitasking. And the evac, by the way, still alive. Oh, TKL, I feel you. Yeah, I was casting earlier on, so I don't feel like getting into another event. Solo casts are tiring. They absolutely are. There's a reason I stream Saturdays and Sundays. Casting 7 days a week would be very difficult. TKL say, always happy to read my fellow Sigma Stormgate enjoyers. Sigma 6? Sigma 5? What Sigma category are you? Are you working on robots? Did you open up the Stormgate, TKL? Did you bring on this Infernal Invasion? So I like this coming out of Mixu. Just a couple hogs, a Lancer, getting on top of the scrapyard. And remember, we got double scrapyard here. 9 workers on this Therium base. We got the double, there we go, double Therium, 11 workers, 11 Therium workers here. Mixu has so much more Therium income than Mana does, and that matters when the tech is here in the late game, when we're talking about these kind of mech armies versus mech armies. The ability to afford more Vulcans and med techs and Atlases eventually is by far the most important thing, and this is a bad fight to take. Trapped behind the trees like this. A couple hedgehogs are going to come in the back line. Dashes come in as well, and the bubble keeping the forward Vulcan alive as long as possible. Now Dash is trying to counteract the dashes. I don't see any nanoswarm. I don't know if it's ready just yet, but it's a problem. And yes, we got a Sentinel here, and it's going to do what it can. But what a comeback from Mixu in this game. He is going to dominate this fight, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, he's going to dominate this fight. And there is not a lot left for Mana at this point because Mixu's right on top of production. Yeah, sure, the hedgehogs coming in the back line are doing something, and they're killing off the med techs. But with the 3 Vulcans here, and well, the Sentinel's doing what they can, but the 3 Vulcans and the hedgehogs, you're right on top of production. It's going to be very hard now for Mana to be able to go and build like a really effective resistance. To build an army that can actually fight this field. So even though the supply is like 30 in the good for Mixu, which is in Stormgate is not an insane amount for the most part, a lot of this is in production. A lot of it is going to pop out into immediately getting murked by the entire army. It's just not it's not an easy position for Mana to really bring an army together and get this defense going. He's going to try, certainly, but I don't know how successful he's going to be. He's power building. In fact, he's building more sentry posts. He's not actually super in danger of being supply blocked. There are a lot of solar habitats to make that happen, but he's losing all of his mech bays, and realistically, building Lancers is not a solution. He's having a good time. This Vulcan would love to fight, but instead he's just going to sit here and just circle around. He's having a good time. He's learning interpretive dance, guys. That's what the Vulcan's doing. Which Sigma was the farming life? I don't know, him and Carol. I have no idea. Sigma 4 maybe? Sigma 5. But yeah, this is a very nice comeback from Mixu in this game. Mana holding on as much as possible, and the vague idea that maybe his reinforcements can matter, but Mixu is mining more. Mixu is producing more. Mixu has a bigger army. All of these are win conditions. Atlas is going to pop out, stunned, not allowed to do anything. Not allowed to stay alive. Atlas is, if you can play with Medtech, or with Evac Atlas, that might be something. Maybe. That's a hard maybe. Maybe you can make something happen there, but stuff is just not coming out fast enough. And with no evac, Hangar Bay, yeah, that's not really going to be a thing. I mean, I guess this drop in the natural is getting a lot done, but there are 2 Vulcans here and a med tech defensively. So Mana, he did get it some damage done, but it was not nearly enough. And Mixu is going to tie the series off a very nice comeback. We're tied up at 1 apiece. Sorry I missed the drop. I was busy focusing on expecting Mixu to tap out any second. By the way, people coming in from TKL's stream, if you go hit !matcherino in the chat, we have 11 codes remaining, which means that you just have to log in with your battle.net account or your Supercell account or your Google account or whatever it is and hit that claim code button in the upper right, and it gives 25 US cents to the prize pool, which doesn't sound like a lot, but you do that 50 times and it's $12.50 to the prize pool. It does add up. I don't know about you all, but I like free money. Free money is my favorite money. So we're going to get into game number 3. Furious Resolve is going to be that map as I finish off the rest of my tea. With 0 strings, I guess, you know, they do have you have to log in to claim it. But yeah, very few strings attached, Classicus. So, game 3. On the way, Furious Resolve is the map. Are any Celestial players competitive after they nerfed from the recent patch? Ariel is. They lost against Mana. But Ariel's got some pretty cool stuff. We're going to move into game number 3, though. Tied up at 1 apiece. So, it's Furious Resolve. Vertical spawn, which means that this speed camp is going to be very impactful with how the game is going to evolve. If you can hold on to the speed camp, that is very, very useful. I wouldn't be surprised to see Hedgehog play. Of course, you are going to open command post first here because you don't really know where your opponent is. It's kind of weird, kind of a weird thing. The other way to look is like, well, it's not even because you don't know where your opponent is. Generally, your opponent doesn't know where you are, and a lot of early game Vanguard versus Vanguard doesn't truly exist. Not a lot of early game cheese. So you go command post first, and then you figure it out. I think I wouldn't be surprised to see Mana go Hedgehogs again. I think that makes a lot of sense given A, the map, and B, how he has been playing. So, and especially with the ability to play around the speed camp here and kind of hard push, you put a sentry post with a repair-matic, kind of like right here, and you play around the edge and you poke in, and that seems like something that is exactly the type of game that Mana wants to play. Classic is saying, Celestial is very viable on ladder. Don't let the pro scene confuse you. That's kind of the old, that's a Protoss argument in StarCraft 2, which the whole, you know, tournament results, honestly, tournament results, they do reflect balance, but they also don't reflect balance. Because when you're looking at small sample sizes, say for example, the people in StarCraft 2, we're going to use that because there's a more robust professional scene. In StarCraft 2, there are maybe 10 players that can reasonably be considered going into a tournament to be a tournament favorite to win the tournament. It's like Maru, Serral, Clem, Dark, Max Pax if he's playing, but doesn't really play in offlines. You know, then you got your dark horse. Maybe 5 realistic favorites, and then you got some dark horses. Maybe Showtime can make a run. Maybe Rogue looks like he's on form as the Scout kills the Lancer. Hell yeah, love that Mana. Well done. And so it's like one of these things where it's like, well, you know, and of those 5 players, 2 of them are Zerg. Serral and Raynor. Okay, so maybe 6. Serral and Dark and Raynor are up there. They're the heavy favorites to win any tournament that they're in. So they're going to win a lot of those tournaments. And you might say, well, clearly this nice snipe there coming out of Mana just gets a random health slime. It's great. It's not a ton of money, but it's the morale, right? You're stealing it from your opponent. So you have these players that are very good, and beneath them, there's not a lot. So the example of Zergs, there's not a lot of mid-tier Zergs. You look at any European Cup, and there's like no Zergs playing. So that nice body block here from the Hedge. The Hedgehog will continue to get some damage done, but Hedgehog not going to be allowed to get out for the moment. Tries to play around it, and will eventually get out. So, love this. And you know what? I'm just going to say it. I'm like, yeah, I think Mana's going to do this. This map makes sense for it. And I guess the only thing I was wrong about is the fact that he's not playing around with the speed camp as much. But I do kind of like this. Getting these early exos, getting these early heavily upgraded exos is very effective It means that you can, A, target the sentry post down, which is a heavy structure, so it takes bonus damage from all these exos. And this is just not allowing Mana to get started. I really like this bio play, actually. This is a really cool early game solution to this pressure that Mana's putting on. He's losing hedgehogs because of the range of the exos. The exos have a little bit more range, I think. What do they have? That is 7 range, plus a little bit more because they're promoted, versus... Yeah, they have more range than the Hedgehog. So Hedgehog goes in, they tank 2 shots. It works out very nicely for Mixu here. And Mana, his attempt at being this kind of aggro play with a sentry post and all that is just not working. So that's very cool. I like this little idea coming out of Mixu. This is a nice little response. Now, you added a Vulcan and you add in the Bob repair. That is a little bit more scary. That is not as easy to defend. So Hedgehogs are going to be on the way a little bit more. Speed camp on the Exos. But now there's an army showing up in your natural, Mixu. Do you have what it takes? Single Hedgehog is not what it takes. But the nice thing about this, the wild thing about this, is because Mixu's out of position, it's arguably better for him. Because he can come in from a weird angle, start to get on top of these Bobs maybe. It's not an easy defense. This Vulcan is a hard thing to kill, and it does splash damage. It does bonus damage to pretty much the entire army of Mixu. So Mixu, trying to buy a little bit more time, wants to see if he can buy the time to get a Vulcan up of his... If he can get a Vulcan up, he's gonna be fine. But you gotta get that Vulcan up, and that is not an easy thing to do. So for now, it's gonna be a bubble on this Vulcan as the Exos, they have to split their little hearts out. Buzzsaw turret to try to knock down some of these Bobs. Second Vulcan's gonna start to join the fray. The first Vulcan of Mixu is gonna be here soon, but it's not just here yet. In a single Buzzsaw turret first of all, needs to be repaired. These Bobs get very, very low. Now there's a flat cannon as well. Here comes the Vulcan. Maybe this is going to be enough splash damage. Gets into the left side. It's going to get stunned away and the turret's dead. The first of them are going to fall down. Bobs continue to get pulled here. And remember, in this game, Mana is on 2 bases. This is not a 1 base all in. This is not an end all be all. This is just a very powerful timing. And it seems like even as the Exos fall, it seems like, well, actually, the stun's gonna be good. Couple extra Exos. Yeah, the Vulcan's gonna fall. And these Bobs, well, they don't really do all that much. They're just gonna get taken down by the Exo. And now, at the end of things, Mixu, he's got 12 workers on the natural, 12 workers on the main base, mining Therium as well. Mana doesn't quite have that level of an economy. He lost a lot of Bobs on the long distance pull. So Mixu, very close hold. Mixu very close hold in this game, but between the patience to not try to take the fight immediately and the flat cannon, which is, by the way, I love this. He solared the flat cannon. He solared not his production, he solared the turret, which means the flat cannon was firing that much faster. Very small things, but very cool interactions. And now Mixu's in a pretty solid spot. Game's not over, certainly not, but he's bought his time into tier 2. He's getting Vulcans out now. I don't know that he's quick draw, but he's building Lancer. Now, again, these Hedgehogs are going to arrive, and they're going to be a problem, and they're going to dive on top of this Vulcan, and that's not great, but they can be battlefield repaired. You can promote them, and that's going to be fine. And now the slow roll gets started here. Mixu slowly working his way to getting a 3rd base up. He's got the Therium. He's going to have Orbital Research Optimizer or Orbital Energy Optimizer so he can get more top bar, which means more promotion, more bubbles, things like that. And the one advantage that Mana has right now is he's got his 3rd base going faster. Doesn't have a lot of Therium. There's no scrapyard on the map. But he's got his 3rd base going faster. And what is this for? Yep, okay. He wants to hard siege. He's got Atlases on the way. That's what the machine lab was for. I was like, is he going for transonic? I don't see him researching anything. But no, he wants to hard siege with Atlases. Okay. That's pretty cool. I'm about that. We're gonna have to see how well this one works. And finally, the scrapyard's going down, so he can start to deal with this imbalance of Luminite income versus Therium income, and start to go and get some more interesting, expensive units. Start to add some Atlases in. Maybe add a hangar bay. That's not a hangar bay. That's a mech bay. Maybe add a hangar bay in, and so you can go in and move your Atlases around so they don't get dove upon quite as easily. And as I told y'all at the start of this series, this is a very cool matchup now. Vanguard versus Vanguard, probably my 2nd favorite matchup. I think Infernal versus Vanguard is probably the best matchup to watch. But Mana Mixu in this matchup is incredibly varied. They've played a best of 3 and 2 best of 5s against each other, televised or on broadcast in the last week. And every series looks very, very different as this meta is evolving at breakneck pace. But now, double Atlases, 3 Vulcans. Can this break Mixu? It is a powerful army, very good against these heavy Vulcans, but there is a repairmatic. There is, we got Nano Swarm as well. Vulcans are not or Atlases are not this end-all be-all. Bobs are gonna get pulled into this. Here come the Hornets. There's no anti-air. I mean, technically the Hornets are, or technically the Hedgehogs are, but that's gonna force them to not fight. And now the Bob Overcharge is gonna get on top of this Atlas. It will be bubbled and the Mass Repair is gonna do what it can. Dashes in, stuns down. That means this Vulcan's gonna get targeted down. The Atlas is dead. Mass Repair on this one. You gotta go kill this, but it doesn't seem to matter. Now the Hedgehogs have to run in a beautiful hold for Mixu. All things considered, that sweep into the Hornets, forcing the Hedgehogs out of the anti-ground fight, meant that they could not target down the Vulcans, meant that the Vulcans were allowed to fight, which by itself probably won the fight for Mixu there. Now nice dash in, takes the rest of them down, return to hangar, keeps things alive. This evac's not gonna be allowed to do anything whatsoever. In fact, it's dead, and Mixu, beautiful defense. Everything he needed. And that double hangar bay, I didn't see it coming. No production tab comes out on the map at the perfect time to swing that fight massively in favor of Mixu. And now Mana, he committed hard to that. He had his Atlases. He's not building anymore right now. He was going for that hard push. And Mixu countered it beautifully. Yeah, Vanguard versus Vanguard is absolutely the best. The best mirror. Isma is back. Now, if we can get the Celestial matchups, Celestial versus Infernal, Celestial versus Vanguard to that level, and we can get the mirrors to that level, Stormgate's going to be something special. But already seeing 2 of these matchups, as cool as they are, we're missing units. We're missing faction redesign. We're missing a bunch of stuff. It's good news, I think. Alec Grimsmon saying, the fact that repair is infinite and costs absolutely nothing really bugs me. Hope Stormgate can find a way to rework that in the future. It needs to cost currency or energy, even if it's minor. Is that because you're used to Terran? It's like, when I look at Stormgate, I look at unit designs, I have to, there are things that I look at. I'm like, I think that this feels weird, but does it feel weird because it doesn't make any sense? Or does it feel weird because I'm comparing it to a StarCraft analog, and I'd say in StarCraft this is how this works, so I expect this to work the same way in Stormgate, which is not really a fair comparison. That is just the grooves in my brain of 10 years of playing 12 years of playing StarCraft, expecting things to be a little bit different. So now mass Hornets on the map for both sides. Sky Mines are going down, and that does make it a little bit hard to fight into, but the ground army, if the air army is roughly equivalent, the ground army is what matters, and the ground army of Mixu is just kind of better here, especially because you got to have all these Hedgehogs in anti-air mode to counter the Hornets, which means that they're not fighting on the ground, which means that the ground army of Mixu is just that much bigger, and that is the big advantage of all these Hornets. Certainly now, yeah, Mana is going to tap out of this one. Excellent hold from Mixu. Awesome game, and he's going to go up 2-1. Yeah, MedTech is biomech. I just find it hard to beat a Celestial play. Ah, yes, balance complaints. Sure, fair enough. Mixu is, from what I'm seeing, and maybe I haven't seen Andreas play, unfortunately. He is not willing to play in tournaments. And, you know, Parting's not playing right now as much. But from what I've seen recently, Mixu's probably the best Stormgate player right now. I'm not talking about ladder rankings, but from what I've seen, like, Mixu is seriously impressing me in all the matchups. All right, we're going to get game 4, excuse me, set up here. Mixu's up 2-1, and Boneyard is going to be that map. So here we are, it's game number 4. Boneyard gave us the best map of the weekend of Mixu versus a Laser yesterday, and we're going to see if this one really holds the candle to it. But As Zitern on YouTube is saying, the VVV matchups, the Vanguard mirror matchups today and yesterday have been fantastic. They really have. I was not, when I saw the changes, I didn't expect it to be such a marked improvement in this matchup. But, my, it's so good now. It's really good. She was saying, good games. So next level play for Mixu. And I read that, and I'm like, is that level? Is that IVI? Because Mixu's not playing Infernals, but, you know, I capitalize versus lowercase L's in certain fonts without the serifs. I'll tell you where it is. Ah, man. Difficult challenges. Oh, very good point here, TKL. Double scout opening, double rack scout coming out of mana in this game number 4. We don't see a lot of this. Dog meta was a thing for a while, and remember, scouts were pretty heavily nerfed. Their upgrades are a lot harder to get to. They don't do as much damage, but they are really good in creeping now. They do 13 damage to a creep, and Overcharge is going to try to keep this alive, but as we can see with the Repair-O-Matic, look at this micro out of Mixu. He's dodging it all. I love this. Oh, man, that's actually so cool. Playing around into and out of the Repair-O-Matic to make sure that none of his bobs go down, and he gets repair, and he gets damage done on the scouts when that happens as well. This is beautiful play out of Mixu. And these scouts are just not getting a lot done. Not at all. I mean, sure, his scout's vulnerable, but Lancers don't take any damage, really, from scouts. They're heavy. They do splash damage. They do bonus damage. Like, Lancers, like, default counter scouts. Like, you got to make sure you're targeting the right ones down, of course, in the surround, and Mana's trying to do what he can for that one, but this is not working. It gives you map control. It means you can go and creep on the map to your heart's desire, but it's not going to get any damage done here. God, Mixu, you can tell that he's been grinding. He has gone, and God, he's so good. This is awesome. I love seeing Mixu, like that micro there, into and out of the Repair-O-Matic, so he can go and keep the low bobs alive. So the Repair-O-Matic does damage to the scouts, but also repairs and keep. By the way, also, Repair-O-Matic repairs the bob inside of it. So he is doing such a good job there of keeping all of his units alive while still doing damage as the turret as well. Oh, man. Oh, so good. Algorithm, this is the winner's match. And Alexei Beltsev, my pleasure. I'm so happy that players are willing to play for. I reached them and say, hey, you want to play? I don't promise any prize pool, and whatever everyone. It's crowdfunded. I've been trying to find a sponsor. Haven't been super successful just yet. I had one potential, but fell through because just on their side, unfortunately. Actually, I had two potential sponsors, and they both fell through for different reasons. But I say, hey, you want to play? And the players say, absolutely. And then they put on awesome games. So I am very grateful to these players that are willing to show up for a couple hours on a Sunday, and Sunday evening for them, we get a lot of Europeans, and put on awesome games. And Elakawum, hello. Thank you for the follow. Mixu, Aikido flips his opponents through plate glass windows. Good God. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at this point, it's a bunch of scouts versus a bunch of lancers, and I don't need to tell you how good that is for the lancer player. That is very, very lancer favored. So the scouts, they're going to try to play around, and they can kill exos. If the SimCity's not good, and the SimCity is perfect. So they're not going to get a lot done. Now, there's no turret in the main base anymore, so that's a little bit awkward, but this army will continue to chase things down. Mass promotions as well, just to give a little bit more range from the exos. Make sure that they go do a little bit more damage. And that means they can go kill off some of these scouts. And behind this, it's bio play out of mana. Well, biomech, I guess. He's got double. He's on. Okay, this is weird for mana. He went and sold one of his barracks to go get his natural, and then he built 3 racks. 3 racks, 1 factory, or 1 mech bay. It's not a factory. It's mech bay. These are different games, but kind of interesting. He is trying to. I love that Mana is really experimenting with the flexibility of Vanguard macro. Because that is, we see a lot of players just play it like Terran or something, where it's like, yeah, I'm going to build my structures. Great. Or StarCraft. But the fact that you can sell structures for free and get them back later that gives a lot of flexibility to build orders. And we used to see some of it, and it's kind of fallen by the wayside a little bit. And it's very interesting. Mana's not in a great spot this game. And to be totally clear, it's not a great spot for Mana to be in. But I love seeing Mana experiment with these ideas just a little bit more. playing around with, okay, can I get a bunch of dogs out and harass, and then sell off a couple of them so I can go, or sell off one of them so I can get my natural down a little bit faster, and go back into it. Very cool ideas. As Mana's now trying to get his third base up, and it doesn't seem like Mixu has any plans to go try to get a third base. In fact, he's just going to rely. He doesn't have any quick draw hustle. There's no kinetic redirect, but he's got an exo, or excuse me, he's got a med tech. He's got some healing. He's going to try to just lean into things right now, but there's a flak turret on the high ground. That is not the easiest thing to push into. There's going to be another sentry post over here, and Mana is well positioned to make sure that this attack doesn't really do all that much. Sure, and he actually, Mixu doesn't even have the vision cam. Mana does, so as long as he's able to play on the other side of the trees, he's not even going to be able to play from like low ground to high ground and do some nonsense on that front, which means that Mixu is going to have to go get his third base. Third base on the way right. I assume. Where are you going here, Mixu? Where are these bobs going? I thought I was talking about him getting a third base, but apparently, I think that's a misclick. I don't think Mixu meant to do that. But for now, Vulcan's going to be on the front lines. Finally, Mixu's going to be able to take the vision camp back. And the high ground turret is just a regular turret. It's not a flak turret. It's not a buzzsaw turret. It's not really any of the particularly useful ones. And these bobs are going into... They're going into the main base. Mixu, what is you doing, boo? Is this... You just pulled 10 workers here. I mean, he is overbuilt bobs, and he's just mass sentry post rushing the main base. Okay. He senses blood in the water. He thinks this is an opportunity. Bobs are going to get overcharged, and certainly overcharged bobs are better than non-overcharged bobs. But this Vulcan is a massive force equalizer. You have to target it down, but it's unkillable for the next 10 seconds. First level of sentry posts are going to get taken down here. And Mana, wait, sorry, this is Mixu. Mixu's in the red, Mana's in the blue. Got very confused for a second. This is not going to work out for Mixu whatsoever. No idea what the plans were there, but it did not work out. Vulcan dashes in to get a better angle. And Mixu just lost. I don't know what the plan here was, guys. I don't think this was how you want to do it. Mixu's gonna have to tap out, and Mana is gonna... Mixu's gonna send us to game number 5. That's how this works. You know, I'm not sure I've ever seen Helicarriers in a pro game. Mana and Mixu. No, Albino Mixu. Shoot, we had a VVV with the Helicarriers. Actually, Mixu versus msrm yesterday played a very cool late game where msrm was ahead for most of the game, and then a Helicarrier bombing run turned the entire game around. So they do happen. The game tends to get pretty late, and it has to be generally it's a Vanguard player is playing defensively. Stat on the far right looking symbol, that is top bar energy. Funny colors got hacked. So that is Bob Overcharge, energy for Bob Overcharge, for promotion, for the bubble, for sensor drone, things like that. Yeah, if that was a plan, it was maybe not the best one. Yeah. I don't know exactly what the plan on that one was, but that was pretty funny. I got confused for a second. I'm like, yeah, look at that. But no, turned the colors around. It would have been fun. Yeah, that's fair. If he could have gotten the 4 sentry posts up, that probably would have been good. So we're gonna get into game number 5. It was an idea. I love looking at Discord sometimes, and people are like, I'm having a lot of fun with co-op. I'm not a big co-op guy, but I'm glad people are enjoying it. For now, though, we're gonna move into game 5 of this winners match. It's gonna be Mana and Mixu as we get into game 5. By the way, if you have not already done so, there are 6 codes remaining for the matcherino, which means that is $1.50 that is yet to be claimed. So please go do so. Go log in with whatever it is you want. Hit the claim code button. It does help out. So we're going to move into game 5. And let's see what Mana and Mixu have in store for us. We saw Mana go Mass Scout. It did not work. Really, really beautiful defense coming out of Mixu. Unfortunately, his 2-base counter all in didn't really do what it was supposed to do. Unfortunately. And it was kind of, I thought he was just taking the 3rd base, and he's like, no, I'm going to go and I'm going to pull Bobs onto the other side of the map. And it's going to be great. Which I don't know that I think was the best play on Boneyard, but you know. Mixu was up a game. He had the opportunity. He thought he was maybe a little bit more ahead than he was, and it sounds like a Vulcan pathed weird that he was pretty upset about in the post-game lobby. I didn't see it, but it sounds like a Vulcan did something that he was not expecting it to do. TKL redeeming the code. Thank you so much. For now, though, command post first. This is what you do, especially on big maps where your opponent can't immediately counter you. But what I really want to know, what I'm paying most attention to here, is Bio versus Mech. Because for the most part, Mana and Mixu have been playing Bio. Lakum gifting a sub to the community to Shako Saka. Here, is that Saka? Like the old StarCraft 2 Pro? I don't know. But anyway, thanks so much for gifting the sub. Hope. Hey, Stompy Magmadon emotes and no ads. Both these things are very, very useful. So for now, 3rd base on the way. Coming out from Mana. Mixu playing a little bit. And Mixu has been doing this. He's been a little bit slow on a lot of the games to the 3rd base, really prioritizing a little bit more aggression. A little bit more aggression, a little bit less economic growth. I was casting some stuff with Killer Pigeon, like during Stormgate Nexus, and pay attention. I don't really pay attention to a ton of AOM, Age of Empires stuff, but I understand that their term for economic growth is booming, and I like it. I've been adopting it. So, you know, not quite booming his economy as much as Mixu. And Mixu will still expand to 3rd base, but it's a little slower. In fact, what did he get out of delaying that 3rd base? Not really much, if anything. I do like, by the way, look at what Mana has done. He's gone and put his command post pretty much as far north in this base as possible, and it gives him a little bit more of a choke. Gives him a little bit more of a choke to play around with. In the off chance that he gets kind of Lancers running by or something like that. Don't know if that's necessarily going to be the play. In fact, look at this. Triple mech bay on the way from Mixu. So he's the hog boy in this game number 5. And Mana's going to be playing Bio for the most part. He's only on 2 racks for the time being, adding in a 3rd, adding in a 4th, and, well, I'm sorry, that's a mech back. But adding in a 3rd racks, adding in Bio labs, and going from there. Because, of course, the way, if you're going Bio, you do want to go and have Bio plus Vulcans. 3 to boom, Paradoxin says, I assume that's an AoE thing. I don't know. Oh, 3 TC boom. Sure, there we go. I kind of hope they revamp the Luminite mechanic, but I do think it's interesting, Acquired Turtle says, that there are already multiple legit locations for the command post. Yeah, I think that is kind of cool. You have technically 4, but actually even more than that, but technically 4, they have to be, you want to be them to be roughly perpendicular to the Luminite camp. I know they're going to redo the model. I think Monk is not super satisfied with the mining mechanics. I don't know how they would redo it, but I don't think that's out of the ordinary. Is early expansion basically required? Are there any 1-base builds? There are some 1-base builds. Mate. You don't see a ton of them in Vanguard versus Vanguard because it's one of those things where defensive tools are good enough for the most part. And if your opponent quick expands and you don't, it's a little bit awkward. Now, we do see what we're calling hands check builds, where you go barracks into your expand and sell the barracks or you don't. And then that allows you to put a couple Lancers and a scout in your opponent's base and try to kill off some scouts that way. We did see a double racks scout opener from Mana into an expand in the previous game. And there are some 1-base builds for the other matchups. So Ariel made a, probably should have worked actually, but Ariel played a 1-base Lancer or 1-base Argent Rush in the first series. Mana was able to hold off, win that game. Not a ton of 1-base Infernal games, but mainly that's because of how the production works, and it's not super easy at the high level. You can proxy things. I see Lukash is asking, who's better in Stormgate, Mixu? I think so. From what I've seen in the last couple days, I think Mixu, obviously there are some foibles. He makes some micro mistakes. He can struggle in the late game a little bit, but I think pound for pound, Mixu's probably the best Stormgate player right now of people that I get regularly playing in my events. Andreas is very good, but he refuses to play in tournaments, so I don't really know. I haven't seen his games. But I think Mixu is, pound for pound, probably the best Stormgate player right now. And he's going to look to backstab because this bio army is in the middle of the map. He was denied his precious scrapyard, and now it's a little bit caught, though. Dash is going to go in. It's going to kill off one of these hedgehogs, and well, Mana's going to have to go and... is it going to have to go and content himself with a single hog? But Mixu really wants this position in the middle of the map. And you look at the supply, and you might say, well, you know, wow, the supply is a lot better for Mana. And it is. Remember, Mana's third base was much faster than Mixu's. Mixu went a little bit earlier on the tech path. But attacking into this position does not feel all that easy. We already got one sentry post, second one on the way. And despite the Vulcan counts being similar, and it's Exo versus Hedgehog is kind of the equivalent. Exos dive Vulcans a lot easier, or Hedgehogs dive Vulcans a lot easier than Exos do. So first Vulcan's going to fall down. There's going to be a bubble here, and the army's going to have to back up just a little bit, but it's one Vulcan versus three. Another, excuse me, that's a habitat. Not sure what that was. I assume that was meant to be a sentry post. Vulcans are going to start to fall down here. It's going to try to stay alive as much as possible. Nanoswarm keeps things alive, but look at the Lancers getting on top of the Exos because you're... Oh, jeez, Mixu. That's unfortunate. Custom hotkeys can't come soon enough. But because of this, because of all the focus on the Vulcans, Lancers get on top of the X's and they start bursting them down. And now this means that Mixu is the one with the supply lead with the better army. Realistically, with kind of a better army. He's got a scrapyard in the middle of the map, more sentry posts going down. Again, I'm not sure why this habitat was built here. I guess he was just supply blocked briefly and needed the habitat. I'm not sure. But now he holds the center, and now he's got Vulcan production. Now he's got, importantly, this massive boom of Therium economy that is very hard for Mana to properly contest. So Mana has to take the fight in the middle, or the economy is going to start to really grow a little bit too hard. So now thinks about diving on top of this Vulcan. Remember, there's no bubble, so it's going to dash away. Still is going to go down. Dashes on top of the Vulcan on the left side. A nice job there. Stuns it down. Doesn't get the damage being done. And now we're going to start to see some of this splash damage really get added in. Vulcan comes in from an angle down the line of the Exos, and Mana tries so hard to break this position and just not able to do so. Another Vulcan's going to go down, tries to get a stun, not possible, not effective enough. Another Vulcan continues to fall, and this is how this game can snowball sometimes. You desperately need to hold the Therium in the middle because of the map design, and if you can't, Mixu's going to run right over you, and that is exactly what happened here. Exo's now popping into a really into a bunch of the hogs, and they're just going to go down. They're just going to fall down. There's really not much remaining anymore. And Mixu, he wins the first fight, wins the second fight, snowballs this across, and he is going to take down Mana in this game number 5 winners match. And he's going to take first place in Stormgate Sundays number 10. Really impressive play coming out of Mixu. Not exactly sure why. I'm not totally. I really expected Mana to have left the game, but yeah, we're gonna see Vulcans go down. Now Mana's gonna tap out. Good game, well played, he says. We're gonna see him in the final match of the day, but Mixu wins first place. Of course, if you like this and you want more Stormgate action, make sure to hit the sub button. Follow me on Twitch, and I'll catch you next time. Thanks for watching. Yeah, Mixu is super impressive. Lakum just hit $4.20 saying great RTS needs great players and great casters several weeks. I follow you. Really cool. Thank you so much, Lakum. I'm so glad that you're enjoying what we're able to put together here. Filibuster saying I think it's signed a pretty good balance how there's 2 tech paths within a faction, and when players in the mirror take them both, there's no obvious advantage for either. Yeah, that's not really a given, and I agree with you. That is, I think that the game is moving into a pretty good... It's insane how much just like doubling the economy made the game so much better. It is... I mean, they did make some other small balance changes, but really, there's like, we buffed the economy. And yeah, it's still obviously room for improvement, but this game is really improved. Mixu, me when I press the build hotkey and still unlock my whole army for 2 seconds. Yeah, it does happen. Mixu was won the week. Yeah, he won yesterday and he had won today. All right, let's go and stop recording this. Mixu mana.mp4. It's going to yell at me. Oh, good. I was going to yell at me for not renaming. But we're going to get our losers match set up, which is going to be msrm versus Ariel. That's going to be coming down after the break. We do have to run some breaks, so ads don't run during the games. It's going to be Celestial versus Infernal, and I'll be back in 3 minutes. Not assuming that Mixu's on top of things, but it does force Mixu to go and pull Bobs off the line a little bit, forces him to just, on the off chance that there is a mistake made, it is a problem. Oh, nice body block here with the Lancer. This is not what Mana wanted. Losing that Lancer means that this is just not justified. We're going to have double Buzzsaw. And remember, Buzzsaw turrets do bonus damage versus light. It's also a great way, as unfortunately one Lancer will fall. It's a great way to keep your low Lancers alive. Wilted Kale having 10 points. All right, Hornets like this they can't fight the Hedgehog straight up because the loses the last shot from the Hornets. Unfortunate. They can't fight it straight up because of the fact that, well, Hedgehogs will go into anti-air mode. And that makes life rather complicated. However, if you force them into anti-air mode, that means the Lancers can get on top of them and really do them on the ground. And in the meantime, well, things are just dying. This one Exo is doing what it can. Bob's starting to fall down. And this committed pressure from Mana off of 2 bases is going to kill Mixu. In game number 1, the Hedgehog pressure works very well. And Mana picks game 1. That's that. Scout's not going to be able to go. And bit of a mistake. You're not going to be able to really deny the command post for all of that long. You should be able to deny it a little bit longer. And of course, because the Bob is overcharged, it doesn't take a lot of damage. It really doesn't take a lot of damage from these Scouts. And Mana, for his part, well, he spent the overcharge to get the barracks out and make sure that you, oh, nice. It'll catch there on the Lancer. It's going to go down. Want to make sure your Hedgehog doesn't die, though. I was going to say, it can be a repair turret, which is what's going to be right there. Tries to turn the corner, staying alive, and there we go. Hedgehog will stay alive, and Mana, he is going to pull the Bobs here. Taking down one of the Hogs. It's going to be kept alive for now on the repair, but a Hedgehog will fall. Finally, it's going to go down, and these Bobs that were trying to make turrets to make this attack a little bit more sustainable, they're going to get taken down by the take this thing down. Kill off this Bob. It's not going to... Oh, no, we misclicked. Oh, God, that's so unfortunate. But good news for Mixu, he's got a 3rd mech bay done. So in the fullness of time and the completion of things, he's going to be able to go and build more Hedgehogs than his opponent. Now, fighting into this position, I don't like this one. Fighting into the healing camp, don't do it. That is, hog count is just so much higher for Mana. And that's where life becomes very complicated. Also, production separated between the natural and the 3rd base. This is not comfy. And we're going to see one Hedgehog. Target this down. Thank you. The high veterancy Hedgehog will get taken down. Mixu, not cool. Nice move of the Vulcan. Just random Vulcan's going to show up into the natural. And I like what Mana's doing. He's like, yeah, okay, well, maybe the 3rd base, your army's there, but I can go and I can jump on top of things. I can jump on top of your Vulcan as it comes out. I can start to get real substantive economic damage done. And that seems to be how Mana wants to play this. Remember, and that's a problem. Vulcan on the north side still taking... The fact that this Vulcan is still alive is kind of insane. Now, Mana needs to make sure he targets down what he needs to. He will. And even as the Vulcan dies at this point, these Hedgehogs, well, they're going to fall down. Now, you don't want to fight into a Vulcan, so he's going to have to back up for a second. Mana has to go and start to go and reconfigure and say, I found an advantage. I put myself in a pretty good spot. I did what I needed to do. But I don't know that I can break him anymore. And in fact, the game's kind of even more than anything else. I don't know that if I can do that. Maybe he's going to be able to jump on top of a Hog. And okay, he will. That's pretty good. Seconds, Mana's going to be able to dive on top once again. The Vulcan firing as much as possible. Vulcan dead. And the stun's going to be okay, but it's not going to get too much done here. Even still, Mixu takes a reasonable fight, all things considered. Finally going to be able to chase things down, but here come dashing in the Vulcans from off screen, and that's going to force this fight back for now. 2 Vulcans versus none. We'd be very far ahead. Now, this Vulcan drop is going to be very nice. on the north side. He's going to try to drag Mixu back as much as possible, which is good for mana because Mixu's exploding in supply right now. He's got the Therium scrapyard, got a scrapyard on the north side. Welcome back, everyone. TKL, apparently, someone told him that upgrades to Observing UI were coming next patch, which is if that's true, hell yeah. Hell yeah, love to see that one. That would be very, very cool. Keeping all y'all up to date on things and AKA begging you for money. We have one code, exactly one code remaining on the matcherino. And so, if you've not done so, you should go and add that. You should claim the last code. I'm talking to Mixu. I was a little confused about the Bob pull on Boneyard, and I'm like, dude, what's up with that? He's like, well, I was looking for the third and somehow missed it. Oh, so yeah, he thought Mana was on two bases. He's like, yeah, I thought I could bust him. Turns out Mana had a third base. I love that. That's a lot of fun. Let me go. Let's go give y'all your points. Mixu has earned those. Start prediction. It's going to be who win the series. It's going to be msrm. It's going to be Ariel. There we go. msrm first. And I realized, I don't know what it is. So for whatever reason, I was dropping a ton of frames yesterday. I left my computer on overnight. And so it's the same thing. I haven't restored my computer, and we haven't dropped a single frame. It's been buttery smooth. I don't know what was up. Yeah. I found that I had two. It looked like I had two display captures on at the same time. Maybe that's what it was. But only one of them was capturing Stormgate. So very weird. I don't know what was up, but we're fixed now. So that's good news. This just turned into a mukbang stream. This has turned into a Beo eating a granola bar. Oh, wait, we have a game lobby. Oops. As Delirious says, just ops things. Yeah. I'm actually really excited if we get to a point where we can have banners for events. So like, you know, workers killed or something like that. Especially with how some things are a little hard to see on the minimap. That would be very nice. You don't realize as a caster how much you rely on that because you're focusing on what's happening in the game and describing it. And when you're observing as well, you can kind of miss some things. So having the fly-in. Having the ability to say, yes, workers are dying is great. Oh, Ariel said, be back 1 minute water. So we are ready to go. Ready when you all are. And we're going to get started. In this losers match, of course, loser, fourth place. Winner gets a chance to face Mana in the final match, which is going to be a pretty fun thing. This is going to be Infernal Vanguard, Infernal Celestials. And as TKL said, he is a low-key fan of Infernal versus Celestials. That is always the debate. Will TKL saying, Observer UI added a lot of clutter to StarCraft 2. Sometimes incomplete info is better for a caster and a viewer, makes it more exciting. Just OBS things. Gotcha, Delirious. I am of two minds because like it is fun to say, wow, the Hornets are coming in all of a sudden. But as someone who like knows the game, I like, oh yeah, he's doing this. That's interesting. I think the current UI of StarCraft, like the current StarCraft 2 Observer UI, is elite. Obviously, it means I really like the one they did for TSL actually. But I think that is elite, and I think that is kind of the gold standard for RTS games. Old Game Heart maybe, old less so, but the current one we have is fantastic. So we're going to move into game one. of this losers match, and we'll see exactly what players have in store for us. It's going to be Broken Crown, map number 1. Spawning the upper right in the blue, he's the Inferno player, and also opening up Conclave first. Interesting. His name is msrm, and in the bottom left, the Celestial player, the mad scientist in the kitchen, cooking up a storm. It's Ariel. Also, one of the couple people that is single-handedly kind of keeping the Stormgate competitive scene alive. I run Stormgate Sundays. Ariel runs all their manner of things on Saturdays. And yeah, between the two of us, it's nice how much Stormgate there is to cast. And of course, there's a Little Mac as well. He's running his tournament series that he runs. I had to go ahead and take a step back from things for like life reasons. But it is nice that we are, even as a community as small, hopefully growing, but as small as it is, that we do have these opportunities to watch players innovate and evolve and hopefully give them a reason to play a little bit. Because like, you know, it's like, look, price pool's $150. It's okay. Like, it's not $400 every week like ESL was putting across their regions, but they're not doing that anymore. So, but it's something, and hopefully this gives players a reason to play a little bit more. And yeah, PupTub, the new version of Stormgate's awesome. Like with the eco buffs, obviously there are imbalances, 100%. But the version of we keep saying this we've been saying this all Sunday, and I got it. It's really fun. I'm seeing in Twitch chat and YouTube chat, whatever, and there's the occasional people like, you know, it sucks, whatever, herder. But I'm seeing. And even in the past, people are like, oh, that was kind of cool. Thanks for showing us this. But I'm seeing a lot more like, wow, it has really improved. I really enjoy the game now. Like, I've seen a decent amount more. Venom Trap Rush. Oh, okay. I actually, wait a minute. Nope, this might be a big problem for Ariel. He's trying to go counter it. He's not going to go kill it. And it's so good for him. I wasn't sure if the Infest was going to kill off all the creeps, but instead they're all on like 1 HP, and he gets a health camp for free. Oh, this is actually so good for Ariel. That is, I don't know that I've ever, I thought the Venom Trap build was dead. I thought it was in the ground, but that is such a good setup for Ariel. He just gets these slimes for free. It's awesome. It's very impactful. And behind this, okay, this is kind of cool because we're getting a ritual. What am I saying? Let's play X. I'm like, we're getting Miasma Rush very early on, but that's not possible because we're only on a regular shrine, not greater shrine. But this is the old. We were seeing a decent amount of this. Getting a couple hacks in, putting some venom traps down, getting a bunch of creeps off the light camps, and going from there. And unfortunately for msrm, Ariel found it in time and wasn't able to quite kill it off. So instead, it's a bunch of fiends. It's a free camp, resource camp. It's a free health camp on a base that normally Ariel would not be able to take for quite a while. Psionic saying the more popular it gets, the more expensive it gets. Actually, no, Psionic, because the more popular it gets, the more people are hopefully willing to donate to keep the tournament series alive, which means that you have to donate less and still get similar prize pools. So I'm just saying, hopefully it'd be a cool effect if the shroud killed the grass under it. Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. I'd be down for that. I mean, I think a lot of these visual effects are like this blood splatter is way too shiny. I think a lot of the visual effects are still not done. Alan's talked about that we should be getting another lighting pass at some point. It's not there just yet, but another lighting pass at some point because they figured out how to handle lighting a lot better in Stormgate than they in UE5 than they originally did, because like they hit low hanging fruit with a lighting pass in 0.1. And by the way, for those of you that are curious inside baseball, we learned this in the I forget if it was the Alan Dilling interview or the Tim Campbell interview, but Jesse Brophy took a step back from being art director. That's now Alan Dilling's job. And I like his art design. But Jesse getting a step back to being able to be more of a technical artist, he was the guy that led the work on really improving the lighting. So that big change where they moved the camera angle a little bit and vastly improved the lighting, that was Jesse Brophy's contribution. And he did a great job with it. When will we have Stormgate Nexus tournament number 2? You know, I don't know. I would like to do another one soon. The goal was to do it quarterly, but I need to go talk to the sponsor. I'm also defending my PhD thesis soon, and organizing Stormgate Nexus is a lot of work. Qualifiers, main event, like it is a significant amount of work. So it might have to be after my thesis defense. That might have to be the play. For now, though, 3-base solid setup coming out of Ariel. He's moving on. And I love what he's doing here. So first of all, oh, he's got vectors. Interesting. Counter to the, really, this is the counter the Spriggans. But I like how I'm seeing him more and more build multiple Ascension Matrices. We're going to get a Guardian Nexus as well to see exactly what he wants to go for this. But he's getting multiple Ascension Matrices as he slowly pushes onto the map. And that allows all the units, once it's surged, all the units in range do bonus damage. So it can be a very effective way to amplify the power of your army. For right now, he's just playing defensively, putting link nodes everywhere, slowly moving out onto the map, making it so that it's kind of hard for msrm to push into him. And as a result, he's macroing up a storm. He's on 3 bases. There's a 4th base just about done. He's got prisms onto that. He's starting to do that much more. And that means that, you know, again, his economy's in a really good spot. His army is attacking into the static defense is going to be a very difficult thing. And it's going to be incumbent upon msrm now to find some way to break this. This is a, wait a minute here. Do we have a Shadow Cleft? Is Dive Bomb available? No? Okay, no, it's not. He's just trying to snipe all the prisms. I don't think that was worth it. That was a ton of Shadow Flyers. That was probably 300 Therium or more worth of Shadow Flyers to kill off 2 prisms, which you can remake fairly easily when we're on 4 array right now. I don't think that I don't think that was worth doing. Professor Wannabe saying next patch will have almost 2 months of work. We'll see if their new internal organizations better deliver content, and we set the expectation for the rest of the year. I don't know how much content we're going to see in 0.3. We do know we're going to see custom hotkeys. We're going to see a ton of engineering work. We're going to see a bunch of very impactful quality of life things. What is, okay, vision camp, there we go. So these strike nodes, these blast nodes are just going to get taken down. We're going to see some very impactful, extremely impactful engineering work. I don't know if we're going to see any of the new art designs ready just yet. I don't know if we're going to see anything like that. But full custom hotkeys is a massive improvement regardless. So prisms are going to start to go down. The siege is going to be rather annoying. But remember, core ascendancy is researched, which means the move speed buff, the ability to go regen HP lasts a good deal longer, which is a fairly nice thing when we talk about these mass sabers. Meanwhile, what do we got? A couple Shadow Flyers, not a ton. They're scouting around. They're actually, I guess the Shadow Flyers are really just to try to go take bases down. I don't think that's, or take prisms down, which I don't think is the most effective way to play the game. But msrm, Mushroom continues to go and macro up. So he's got every base but this one. Pretty much every base on his side of the map that he can reasonably be expected to take. He is about 20 Animus away from getting the dragon. And we're just seeing him take over the entire map. Venom traps everywhere. Shadow Flyers in the main base. Hey, they get 2 prisms. I don't know how many were committed to that, but if it's like 8 Shadow Flyers for 2 prisms, I guess maybe that's worth it. I don't really know. It's one of those things where it's like, well, okay, 2 workers are worth 2 prisms are worth 8 workers. A Shadow Flyer costs about as much as a worker, but it's a lot more Therium. Infernals are Therium dependent, so maybe not. Ooh, good Venom trap. So I don't think only getting 2 is worth it. And acquired turtle, yeah, that makes a good point here. It's like, I don't know that it's probably not quite right to think about. This patch includes X amount of work. Because some projects are probably going in the background for much longer than the time between patches. Or, for example, we know they've been spending a lot of work on campaign and faction 2.0. Those are not, I am 95% sure we are not going to see those. Look at this. There we go. The Ascension Matrix push. Extra 20% damage is very nice as you slow push across the map. But we know we're not going to, we are most likely not going to see the faction revamp available just yet. We're not going to see factions 2.0 available just yet. which means that that is a lot of their engineering work, a lot of their design work, their development work, not available. Nice little fancy feat coming out of the vectors. That's not going to be showcased in 0.3. It's a lot of work they're doing, but it's not going to be on the showcase just yet. And that is so. It's gonna 0.3 again. Adding full custom hotkeys is a. Oh, these vectors need to bounce away. That's a lot of gaunts. You don't want to fight that one. But what this also does is this unlocks a push from Ariel on the right side, where he's got a lot of sabers, and he's got one Archangel that just wants to punch dragons. Clearly, just wants to punch dragons. But he's got this slow push going up into the Hellborn on the north side. There's just not a lot of defensive tools available because he knows the entire army is the left side trying to deal with these vectors. MSRM maybe just overcommitted a little bit on the right side. So now this big heavy pressure. MSRM maybe overcommitted on the left a little bit. So this big heavy pressure on the right seems destined. God, that Magmadon's dead, but seems destined to go take the base down. Now, sweeping in from the left side, this is a little bit scary. We do have some strike nodes. We do have some static defense. Ascension Matrix is surged, so that means that everything is doing a little bit more damage, but it's not going to live that much longer. Third base is dead. All the Hellborn are going to fall down, but MSRM from the backside is starting to eat Ariel alive, take down a lot of this infrastructure as it moves on to the other side of the map. Scythes are on the way to deal with the dragon, deal with the Spriggan as much as possible, but these gaunts are a very scary thing. So, MSRM diving now into the center between the natural and the third base, trying to really cut things off, and we see, there we go. We see the dragon getting punched. This is what everyone wanted. This was the fantasy. Archangel punching dragon there. It actually does a lot of damage. 120 damage a shot is very impactful. And this dragon, sides are on top of it as well. And we see Avatar goes up, goes down. Archangel heals itself back up just a little bit more, but the dragon is going to be able to suck things just enough and stay alive. The entire ground army, for the most part, of MSRM is dead. But can you deal with what's in the air? Can you deal with these Spriggans? Can you deal with this dragon? That is the important question, and biting saliva, it matters. It is a significant thing. Oh, dragon, gotta be careful pathing here. That is a lot of strike nodes available. Dragon getting so very low. Do we have Tensor Pulse? We do. So double damage to air units within 4 range. That does mean that these sides are a little bit more powerful. At the end of the day, a base is dead. Not a lot of economic damage done to Ariel, all things considered. I kind of like the position he's in. This dragon is not going to regen all that much. The health camp needs to get retaken, but this dragon is rather vulnerable. But now here comes the economic damage, and only 2 sides. We need more. We need vectors. We need archangels getting at it, and we need anti-air stuff. Because while the ground army is very powerful for Ariel, the air army is not incredible just yet. So, strike nodes are here. Shroudfall has been procced. We got vectors as much as possible, sides as much as possible. If Ariel can hold on and can take the Spriggan numbers down and can take this dragon down, this is absolutely one. We can see the power of the Ascension Matrix soon. It's not here just yet. It will be a significant, just a little bit more power in this defense. 20% more damage matters quite a bit. For the Spriggans, their numbers slowly going down. And even as you add in all these gaunts, yeah, they're slowing down the fight of the Saber just a little bit, but the Spriggans are dead, and the Dragon's gonna go down too. MSRM trying, really thought he was gonna be able to break things down. Not able to do so, and by the way, with all of these strike nodes and all these blast nodes and the Ascension Matrix on the north side, rallies. Some gaunts are running through this, and they're dying to the static defense. They're not allowed to make their rally. And now Ariel, up about 50 supply. He's got Archangels. He's going to go for a bit of a harass on this one, start to take down some of the economy. He holds on against the scariest point of the game. Where is this Arc? There we go. Holds on against the scariest part of the game for him when there was that big Spriggan swap in the Dragon, and MSRM almost made it happen. I didn't say the Dragon sucked, Filibuster. Oh, there we go. Dead fiends. Run away. Fight again another day. I do, by the way, not super relevant here, I do think Infest should not be amplified by minus armor. That's why we see these Archangels when they get Archangels when they go and they get Shadow Flyer and they get the radioactive blood or whatever it's called, debuff. Why they just melt to Infest all of a sudden. Because Infest minus armor applies to all damage. There's no differentiation between spell and physical. Somehow there's a dragon out on the map again. I did not think the cooldown was ready just yet, but Ariel spent so much to kill off the dragon. And msrm just gets another one for free. Oh, not free. 150 animus. 750, 750. Quiet Turtle saying, to me, one of the things that could use the most work is the sound work. Capturing the sounds of the saber, those of the Hellborn. Yeah, it definitely needs some balancing. They're aware of this. At one point, we were promised a big sound patch. I don't know that it's there yet. They made some changes, but yeah, the sound, like the sound of the saber sounds really good. The Daka Daka, the autocannon sound from a Helicarrier sounds really good, but they don't really show in the mix super well. And then, of course, some sounds are just not very good. The Exodeath sound is not super impactful. Oh, excuse me. There are a couple other sounds that are just not incredible. These vectors got to be very careful here, but hey, that's the power of recall potential. You can just go in, blink in, and just blink back to where you came from and have a lot of fun. So, msrm are rotating around the base. He started in the northeast side, as we can see right now, but he's taking the left side base, as now Ariel's taking the right side base. Because of this slow growth, Ariel is such a tumor on the map. And I say this with all due love and respect, but this is how Celestial has to play. Shadow Flyers are going to try to show up tons of anti-armor into this. They're going to kill off a lot of the sides. But not get the Celestial, but not get the Archangel. And again, 120 damage, punching the dragon. Doing a pretty good job there is a very powerful idea. So where are our vectors? There we go. Clump back at home. They were healing up in... well, briefly healing up in the health camp, but Army does have to back up just a little bit. And it's kind of cool. We saw Ariel for a while building like a bunch, going up to 5 or 6 Archangels and working to make that thing work out. But now I'm just building one. That's fine. I got one Archangel. It's enough. 120 damage swings are totally fine. And I'm going to focus on other things. I'm going to get vectors and I'm going to get sabers and these other powerful mechanical units. And look at what the vectors can do. They take 2/3 of the damage off the dragon. And then they back up. They do it again. We're seeing, importantly, we're seeing spires go down. So counterplay, for the most part, to the Archangels. Counterplay to the sides. Not really there anymore. And this dragon is so vulnerable. If Ariel didn't see it, but if Ariel saw that dragon, it would be so very vulnerable. I love how he's using these Ascension Matrices. It actually is. This is how Celestial was supposed to be played. It's funny. I've seen some discourse about how Celestial macro doesn't necessarily make a ton of sense sometimes. I think Ariel has really figured out Celestial macro and is playing the game like how it's supposed to be played, playing the race how it's supposed to be played, where it really, you're using your hot surging things and you're using these link nodes kind of as creep to run across the map, and it makes Celestial macro like a lot more dynamic. And personally, I think it's very, very cool. So msrm at this point is pretty dead in the game. He's got his one base. This is still has mining. He's got his, technically he's on 4 bases, but the supply is pretty rough and he's losing parts of the map. This quadrant is getting smaller and smaller. Oh, it sucks off enough poison to stay alive. Yes, technically true, Filibuster. Yeah, the Angel needs just a very loud boink sound if it punches the dragon. Oh, this is a little bit awkward. So they're now trying to chase the dragon very low. It's slowed so much by Nightfall. By Nightfall, there we go. Nightfall in the Race Stone. So you're trying to chase this dragon down. It's just running desperately, but it will not go down. Nice job there. And all of a sudden, supplies are equal. Now, in fairness, a lot of the supplies, because the sides and the Archangels went down and they turned into a bunch of Fiends. Fiends, the supply is kind of fake. Vector's trying to get on top of the dragon. Still alive, man. Man. Somehow that's still alive. And msrm, I said he was kind of dead. He is doing a pretty good job of coming back into this game. Now, the economy, let's see, main base mined out. This collection array has to move somewhere. Natural, fully mined out. Third base, also fully mined out. So, fourth base, mined out. Yeah, wait a minute here. Ariel's economy is non-existent. He's actively not mining. 30 Luminite, he needs to move these collection arrays elsewhere. They need to start to go mine off this base, and off this base, And off this base, he needs to he needs to go, and he pretty much stopped developing his economy. I think maybe because he thought he won the game. I don't know. There are so many free collection arrays that could be mining more, but they're not doing so. And this means that msrm has been able to build himself a pretty decent army all over again. The dragon staying alive, just passive regen coming in. I think actually eating some health flowers is able to go and get the HP back up. And this means that Ariel has unfortunately kind of given this game away. He's not going to win anymore. He doesn't have eco. Fiend run by is starting to take down some of his production. The massive Hellborn siege on the dragon knocks him down there, and all of a sudden msrm, he's the one up double supply, and Ariel literally cannot build anything anymore. He can't move his bases. He hasn't moved his bases around. This is gonna do it. msrm with an excellent comeback. Game number 1. Ariel hits us with a single G. And msrm, he's up 1-0 in this losers match. It was a G. I really thought Ariel had won that game, but msrm did a great job of expanding away from where Ariel was. Well, arc ships got. Well, it doesn't matter that arc ships were gone or not, Ozabam. I don't know, but you had 5 arrays, and those arrays, they can fly. They can fly to other resource bases. And very cool that the spotlight doesn't mean a guaranteed victory. Like, in fairness, it doesn't always mean a guaranteed victory like in StarCraft 2. Yeah, there were 5 arrays at the end, so you can move them. You can move them around to some of these bases. He just never did. I think it's one of those things where like you think you got it, so you're like, I'm fine. I don't need to worry about this. msrm, however, has asked for a minute. So we're going to take advantage and do that as well. We're going to run some highlights, run 1 minute of ads, and we'll be right back. Actually, so good for Ariel. That is, I don't know that I've ever. I thought the Venom Trap build was dead. I thought it was in the ground, but that is such a good setup for Ariel. He just gets these slimes for free. It's awesome. So I'm now to find some way to break this. This is a. Wait a minute here. Do we have a Shadow Cleft? Is Dive Bomb available? No? Okay, no, it's not. He's just trying to snipe all the prisms. I don't think that was worth it. That was a ton of Shadow Flyers. That was probably 300 Therium. Impactful. It's extremely impactful engineering work. I don't know if we're going to see any of the new art designs ready just yet. I don't know if we're going to see anything like that. But full custom hotkeys is a massive improvement regardless. So prisms are going to start to go down. I don't really know. It's one of those things where it's like, well, okay, 2 workers are worth 2 prisms are worth 8 workers. A Shadow Flyer costs about as much as a worker, but it's a lot more Therium. Infernals are Therium dependent, so maybe not. Ooh, good Venom Trap. The map, but we know we're not going to. We are most likely not going to see the faction revamp available just yet. We're not going to see Factions 2.0 available just yet, which means that is a lot of their engineering work, a lot of their design work, their development work, not available. Nice little. That Magmadon's dead, but seems destined to go take the base down. Now, sweeping in from the left side, this is a little bit scary. We do have some strike nodes. We do have some stag defense. Ascension Matrix is surged, so that means that everything is doing a little bit more damage, but it's not going to live that much longer. Third base is dead. All the Hellborn are going to fall down. Shot is very impactful. And this dragon, sides are on top of it as well. And we see Avatar goes up, goes down. Archangel heals itself back up just a little bit more, but the dragon is going to be able to suck things just enough and stay alive. The entire ground army, for the most part, of msrm is dead. But can you deal with what's in the air? Can you deal with these Spriggans? 8% more damage matters quite a bit. For the Spriggans, their numbers slowly going down. And even as you add in all these gaunts, yeah, they're slowing down the fight of the Saber just a little bit, but the Spriggans are dead, and the Dragon's gonna go down too. msrm trying, really thought he was gonna be able to break things down. I didn't say the Dragon sucked, Filibuster. Oh, there we go. Dead fiends. Run away. Fight again another day. I do, by the way. not super blood or whatever it's called, debuff, why they just melt to infest all of a sudden. Because infest minus armor applies to all damage. There's no differentiation between spell and physical. Somehow there's a dragon on the map again. I did not think the cooldown was ready just yet, but welcome back, friends. We got a lobby. msrm just asked for a brief break, so we're going to be getting into game 2 soon enough. And that was a game that I really thought Ariel had. I really thought Ariel had that game on lock. But msrm did a great job of expanding away from where Ariel was playing, did a good job of maintaining his economy despite everything else that was happening, and at the end of the day, had enough, got another dragon up, got a big enough army, and because Ariel honestly kind of let their economy lapse, all of a sudden Ariel's like, yeah, I have 60 Illuminate in the bank, and I can't build anything. And the game ends. So, unfortunate for Ariel there, but we're gonna move in the game. This is why we play best of fives. Singular mistakes don't necessarily sink a series. We're gonna move into game 2. Island Red is gonna be the map. Another great big macro map, and we're gonna have to see what exactly msrm and Ariel have in store for us. So into game number 2 of this not this grand finals. We've already had those technically. We had the winners match. We're moving on to Island Red. Game 1 was a very long, very drawn-out Broken Crown macro map. We saw Ariel turtle it up in the early game, get themselves onto 4 bases, get themselves up to tier 3, make it very hard for msrm to attack into them. Eventually, msrm starts getting some economic damage done with a bunch of Shadow Flyers and Dragons and Spriggans and things like that, but Ariel was able to go and defend against it, survive the scary timing. You think he's going to win, but then the economy fails, and msrm's able to get enough up for another dragon, is able to survive long enough that eventually Ariel doesn't have enough money and he can't replace his army, and then msrm ends up winning the game. Acquired Turtle asking, how do I get highlights set up so quickly of the games I was just commentating? So I have this whole setup where I have a button on my stream deck that says save highlights, and I have a replay buffer going. So the last 20 seconds before I hit the button is always being actively recorded. So when I hit that button, it saves the last 20 seconds, and it goes into a specific file, a specific folder, my highlights folder, on my computer. And then I have a Lua script in OBS that says when I go to the out of game screen, when I go to the out of game scene, it's gonna go and refresh a VLC video playlist in the highlights screen with the current files. So then when I go to the out of games, when I go to the break screen, when I go to the highlight screen, it goes and it already has that new playlist preloaded. It took a lot of effort to get at this point, but now it just works. So, what do we got here? 3 Shrine coming out from msrm. Ariel has been playing kind of greedy. This is not going to be a one base Archangel play. We see him do this sometimes. One base Seraphim into Archangel on this map because you can wall off the main base fairly easily. Instead, no, he's got a second array. He's got he's not building into an Arc Station just yet. He's just got Arc Ships building Morph Cores. And this is Ariel. This seems to be the new way that Ariel wants to play. Ariel for a while was this chef of Seraphim builds and kind of these greedy aggressive builds and these really cool ideas. And it seems like the way he wants to play right now is this more solid. I've seen him talk about this in some Discords too. This more solid defensive play. You effectively treat link nodes like creep tumors. We see him play with multiple Ascension matrices to empower his bot and try to build these locuses of attention, these low key of attention. And then go and like force his opponent to fight into these positions where maybe there's a Guardian Nexus, so his structures live longer, and there are defensive nodes, and there are Ascension matrices and things like that that make it very difficult for the Infernal player to fight. His main prism isn't working, right? Yeah, it's in fact not. This I don't think this prism is. I think he accidentally mismicroed this. That is a big problem there, Mixu. Turtleegg asking, any plans on future production automation? You should see what I've done for StarCraft 2. Some of that stuff is just not possible for Stormgate right now because I don't have an API. There is a untapped GG API, but there is for StarCraft there's a client API. So I had the stingers that go into and out of game would have game score that would automatically detect, and then also the players would have the players pictures showing up and in, because I could read the player names from inside the game. It would also go, and because it would read the player names, I had a fly-in that would show their illegal act match history. There's a bunch of stuff that I would like to do once the tech is there, and it's just not. Stormgate does not have those APIs available just yet. Yeah, and unfortunately, this is a bug. Sometimes the prisms don't start to mine. Hopefully, Ariel's going to notice at some point. It would be very unfortunate for Ariel to go and kind of lose a game because they are. Oh, I was going to say this wasn't going to be an Archangel rush, but it is. It's just a 2-base Archangel timing instead of a 1-base Archangel timing. It's a little bit more macro focused. That's, I guess, the way that's going to happen. I also had a post-game screen. Why are ads running? I'm sorry, guys. I don't know why ads are running. I did not tell them to run, and there were 20 minutes left, so I don't know. I also had a really cool post-game screen algorithm that plotted supply over time with key moments with, I want to say it was upgrade timings. Kind of like what Back to Warcraft has done for Warcraft 3. And that was I was a big fan of that one. That was pretty cool. But again, I don't have the ability to decompile replays yet. So I can't go and do an event-based thing where I can like read the supply over time. They're just tools I'm lacking. AI has decided to run ads. We're doomed. Yeah, we are. But also, yeah, you are correct, Eamon Carroll. There is a little inactive worker. Actually, does that work for? I assume that works for prisms. But a little inactive worker notification. For now, though, Arc Fortress is done. Archangels are on the way, and because we're now at this point where Archangels are here, we should start to get ourselves to a point where Ariel's going to get ready to take a third base. Now he can put some pressure on the map. Now he can start to develop a little bit more. And MSRM, by the way, because he's like, yeah, my opponent's on 2 bases. I'm not going to break this. He's got his 4th base on the way. I wouldn't be surprised to see him go in and take a shrine and go double Therium here as well. He's macroing up. There we go. He's got the MSRM shrine on the Therium. He's just macroing up super hard. He's going up to 3 Spire. No upgrades on the Shadow Cleft just yet, but he's going up to 3 Spire, Mass Spriggan, adding in the Hellforge, Elder Shrine, just about done. Effectively, if his opponent is going to give him all the time in the world to macro up, MSRM is going to take him at his word. MSRM will love to absolutely just go and like, yeah, sure, I'll go greedy as hell. That sounds like fun. Now the question is whether Ariel is going to be able to go and punish that, because he's got this Archangel, and one crash down from an Archangel can kill off every worker in this line. Maybe actually you're probably gonna. Oh no, it's just gonna work on the Luminite and go down once again. But there's another opportunity. Look at that one. That is a lot of dead workers. That is a beautiful thing. Now, can you escape? I don't know, but oh, there we go. Purify, give it a little bit more energy, and Archangel clears off Binding Saliva, kills off some of the Spriggans as well, and now it's going to go down, but I think I judged that one worthy. That is a lot of workers, that's Spriggans. That's very much worth doing. Now, you do have to be worried about the Spriggans on the other side of the map, and that is a little bit scary. 1 Archangel, 2 tap Spriggans. So you do have that one going for yourself, as these prisms are slowly going down, and the Archangel trying to play around on the edge of things as much as possible. And without any vectors, there's not a great solution. Although, ooh, Spriggan will fall. There's not a great solution to this. Archangels do fine, but they're not as fast as the Spriggans. They're not really meant to be the answer. It's more of a matter of if you can get in range, you're going to be good. And because these Spriggans are out of the map, yeah, these Morph Cores, as they run across and try to make things happen, not really going to be able to do all that much. Not really. They're just kind of pinned away by these Spriggans, and I'm kind of surprised we're not seeing Ariel try to take this base just because he's so heavily zoned out of the other side. Now, Shadow Flyers are going to dive in, and we need to see a Purify go down. Anti-Armor is going to do a lot there. No Purify available. Yeah, Ariel, not enough power for it at the moment, so Archangel will fall from the Shadow Flyers and the Spriggans. But again, Spriggans on the one hand, they are very strong. We can see just how effective they are against a lot of stuff, but also they don't want to fight this army with these 2 vectors and this Archangel. They don't want to fight it straight up. They want to go and buy some time. They want to go and kind of kite away and kill one Archangel at a time or something. So Ariel forcing the engagement is going to be pretty good for him. But the problem is, and the problem has been for quite a while, is the fact that Ariel is only on 2 bases. Ariel is just on 2 bases and is not able to really go and get their 3rd base up. They develop their economy in the way that they would really like to do. And because this map is so big, it's not like you can just run across the map and put a ton of pressure on it and do that one. So MSRM, yeah, down in a little bit of supply, but you got to remember, the supply is fake. Argents are, what are they, 2 or 3 supply? The supply, as we're used to looking in a Celestial game, is just, oh, nice job. There's going to go kill off all the speed creeps. That's something. But 140 versus 123 supply, MSRM, Ariel's not quite far ahead enough supply-wise, especially for the tech that MSRM is getting himself up to. Elder Shrine's done, 35 supply. He's going to have a dragon. He's got a ton of Spriggans. He's on, what is it, 1, 2, 3. He's going to be on 5 Spire. And he's got so much here. And he's pretty much taken every base on the map that he could possibly take. So his economy, masterfully ahead. His army, maybe not quite irresponsibly ahead just yet, but it's pretty good. And the next fight that he's going to take is going to unlock the dragon. Only thing remaining for him really is to be able to go and start to mine from this double Therium on the right side and really start to increase that Therium economy so he can actually just spend his Luminite. That is kind of the big deal. Yeah, MSRM is stress testing Celestial Anti-Air this game. Vectors and Scythes can be pretty good, but you got to be able to track these Spriggans down. And the problem with this setup is, like, we're going to see exactly what happens right here. This number of Spriggans just annihilates Collection Arrays. Even though there are some Sovereign's Watches, they're not even Sovereign's Furies. They're Sovereign's Watches, and the base goes down anyways. Now we're going to see some Shadow Flyers. That's a little bit of an overcommitment. That's a lot of Shadow Flyers just to kill off 2 Archangels. But given the economy that MSRM has, you're fine. And it's going to be another array down. Remember, Ariel, what do we have? So Ariel was on 4 array now, so it's not the end of the world, not quite as bad as it otherwise was. But Ariel losing 2 arrays like that it's not good. It's a big economic problem. And with this economy that MSRM has boomed, he's just building more Shadow Flyers all over the place. He's like, yep, I need the little flappy boys. They're very cute, though. Look at them. I do think that they should add a little bit pseudo-randomness on the flappy. They all flap kind of the animation syncs a little bit too much for it to be real. It's why they have some pseudo-randomness in Marines, for example, because they want it to look somewhat realistic. As Spriggans are going to try to dive in. This time there are enough vectors that it's probably going to be okay, and running over strike nodes and all that stuff. Yeah, these Spriggans are dead. These Spriggans will fall down, but what do we got back at home? 213 Animus. Ariel or MSRM can get the dragon whenever they want to at this point. Just got to get a little bit more Luminite mining out, and these bases are not incredibly well saturated. This is a very easy thing to do as an Infernal player, especially if you're using quick macro, where you pull off all the imps and they're just not mining enough Luminite, and you just get a little sad. You're like, why is my economy not quite as good as I would like it to be? Now, granted, he has the money now, and it is a decision at this point for MSRM to not get the dragon. Butters Man saying, you like that big eye? I do like the big eye. I think the Shadow Flyers are kind of cute. I think their role is a little bit weird right now because, like, they are clearly a scout unit. They're the first things, as far as from the cinematics, the first things sent through the Stormgates, but they're also like suicide bombers. A little weird. I don't know. The design doesn't make total sense to me, but it's fine. Now the dragon's out, so there we go. This is when life starts to get very complicated. Dragon plus a couple Spriggans getting on top of these bases, and is there Shadow Flyers? Actually, no Shadow Flyers waiting behind, which is a little bit surprising to me. I very much expected to be the setup where the Shadow Flyers are waiting behind the couple fly units, so then when the Archangels and the Spriggans arrive, they just get boom. They get baited in. As it stands, looks like that is not going to be the case. And the game will continue. The game's a little awkward right now for MSRM because he is massively far ahead. He's up 120 supply, and remember, Celestial supply doesn't count for the same level as Infernal supply for the most part. So he's up this massive supply lead, but a lot of it's Shadow Flyers, and he doesn't, and a lot of his flying army, there are enough vectors here that life is difficult for him to do what it is that he wants to do. So he's gonna have to, really, he's got to bring his army across the map, and msrm is one of these players that when he's ahead, he wants to make sure that he is indelibly far ahead, impossibly far ahead. And when he's behind, he wants to make sure that he's impossibly far behind before he leaves the game one way or the other. And that does mean that when he builds these leads or he builds these losses, the games can slow down just a little bit. So for now, we're gonna have to see if he's gonna be able to make things happen. He does have Molten Touch. We got tons of Shadow Flyers just kind of poking around, looking to take these Archangels down, looking to take these Scythes down. And we do have a couple Sabers, right? Sabers are better. They're just straight better than Hellborn. That is very much the case. And it's gonna take a little bit of doing, I think, to break Ariel down at this point. You gotta force the fight. Now Shadow Flyers are gonna run in. There we go. That is the entire air army dead. And a lot of Shadow Flyers still remain. So no more Scythes, no more Archangels, nothing to really punch the dragon. And that should do it for msrm at this point. He found the time, he killed off these scary air units, the Archangels are dead, and now all the production is gonna go down here as well. There's really not a lot for Ariel at this point. And they're gonna go down 2-0. msrm plays the late game and plays it very well. I like how to ads, despite running, they didn't push back the auto ad start. So Bruno saying looks a little bit more intense than that. Bruno, these games are okay, but I would recommend looking at a winners match between Mixu and Mana is a VVV between those two is a very cool matchup. I would also heavily recommend taking a look, if you want to see what really good Stormgate looks like, I heavily recommend taking a look at a Laser versus Mixu from yesterday, my VOD yesterday, and then Theory versus Albino. I posted that one up, actually. I posted that one up onto the Reddit. Because those are also, Vanguard versus Infernal is probably the best matchup right now. Vanguard versus Celestial, Vanguard versus Vanguard is probably the best mirror and like the second best matchup. So it's improving. Obviously, it's not done yet. Not there, but it's getting there. Yeah, that is your prerogative, Bruno. I don't know. I'm sad I missed out on the early years of Wings of Liberty, even though StarCraft is much better now than it was years ago, than it was in the first year of Wings of Liberty. You still missed out on stuff. And I really enjoy seeing the evolution of things. You like IVI? I don't know. I find that IVI is a little volatile and kind of get turtly, but I think it's a distant second to how Vanguard versus Vanguard is right now. Have they announced offline events? Bruno, that is a long ways away. Offline events for this game, it is a long ways away. But in the meantime, we can enjoy we can enjoy the online stuff. We can enjoy the community as it continues to grow and enjoy watching this game continue to develop on a Jagged Maw, which is game 3. So, we're on a Jagged Maw. This is a map that we, most Stormgate tournament, Ariel and I at the very least, we are happy to add back into the map pool so long as Morph Core Rush is banned. I don't even know if it's viable anymore, to be honest. This was probably the one map it was still going to be viable on. I don't know if it's been checked, but it's banned. Rule set, just don't do it. So, that's not going to be a thing. And unironically, Jagged Maw has turned into a very cool map. In the current balance, it's actually, it shows pretty good games, which is a surprising, I think it's surprising because it was a pretty rough game. It was a pretty rough map during the Steam Next Fest and when it was in the ladder pool. That was a different balance. That was a different meta. Things scaled differently. Oh, excuse me. I accidentally knocked my mouse. But yeah, things scaled a little bit differently. So now it's actually turned into a very, very cool map. Cosmos HG saying, I'm loving Stormgate right now. It's a rare opportunity to be in the building journey with the devs and see how things change much, not to mention experimentation. Yeah, that's kind of what's fun. It's like, I love StarCraft. StarCraft is always going to have a place in my heart. I love playing it. I love watching it. But StarCraft is a 14, 15-year-old game. Things have been figured out. We are And just because of how the balance patch has evolved as well, there's less room for experimentation. The best players in the world are the players that go and they don't build a new build like SOS used to do. They drill a build really hard. Their execution is perfect. And yeah, sure, absolutely, that is a way to win a game. But what I really like about Stormgate, or really just new RTS games in general, is because people are figuring things out so much. Because the game is as of yet unsolved, there is room for a new build. There is room for counter meta stuff, like what SOS used to do, is an equally viable way to win games and win tournaments. And that is, I mean, that's just very, I really enjoy that. And part of that is kind of the way the economy works of this. It's not quite as fast as StarCraft is into 3-base macro play, while still being a lot faster than it was. A couple different reasons for that. But I think in general, it's fun to watch and experiment. Bruno, am I allowed? If I want to host an offline event, absolutely, nothing's stopping me. There is a community license that I don't even know if they're doing all that much with. But yeah, if I had the money and I had the funding and I had the sponsors, I could host an offline event. And Frost Giant would say, that's awesome, thank you so much. But I am a small fish in a big pond. Yeah, it's effectively says like don't be an idiot. I don't know that it's published anywhere, but I like they gave me a community license when I ran Stormgate Nexus. It's effectively just like it's similar to the StarCraft 2 community license, but it's just a little bit more permissive. Actually, I don't know if it's anywhere on their website, but anyway, it's really not a big deal. It's pretty much like, don't advertise, don't take sponsors from illegal stuff, and let us know you're running an event. It's pretty much the extent of what the license requires, if I remember right. Up to like a $25,000 prize pool or something. So yeah. Anyways, for now though, we got creeping on the map here. 3rd base done. 4th shrine getting started here, so you can start to get the Therium going. Greater Shrine, all of that fun stuff. Meanwhile, Ariel, it's funny, I feel like in this matchup, for a lot of it, we see msrm pretty much doing the same thing over. There we go, double Shrine. We're going to see a Shadow Cleft. It does kind of the same thing over and over again. And it's really looking at Ariel to see what it is that Ariel wants to do, how Ariel decides to play the game, because they are the chef in the kitchen. They're the masters of nonsenses. I really like how this new Cabal looks. It's been here for like a patch now or so. It's no longer actually probably longer than that. It's no longer the kind of the placeholder thing. I just like the particle effects. It's kind of cool. But in this case, we got a big drop in the main base coming from msrm, because this is of course Jagged Maw, and Jagged Maw is close by air. So Harbinger is going to lose all its white health. It's not going to lose all of its HP. And we got pressure coming in. Starforge moving into the center here, and Ariel is going to have to respond to this. Let's see. I want to say, I believe it was one Sovereign's Watch going down. Second one's now here. Prisms are going to kind of take the fall. And there are kind of blessings and curses to this. Sure, Ariel's losing some of their economy. Of course, a collection rate is about 50% of the economy, so losing about half their economy here. But this is a powerful army moving in, and there we go. Exactly what you want to see. 100%. This is what you're looking for. We are on tier 3 tech. Arc Fortress is here, which means that you can go take the V5 for free. You can go take the siege engine for free, as long as you got a little bit of vision of it. So that means that this push is going to be even as this drop is being annoying, this push is going to be very, very strong for Ariel, and already the natural is dead. The first bit of damage getting done here, and yes, there's a drop. Fiends are in the main base. Main base is going to be forced to not mine for just a little bit, but there we go. A little bit more economic injection. Second siege camp is going to be on the way. And now the question for Ariel, and the answer is, okay, right side. Where do you decide to attack? Do you attack into the main base? Do you attack into the 3rd, 4th base area? With 3 Spriggans, with 4 Weavers, 5 Weavers, it looks like the answer is a little bit scary, because if these Sabers cannot run, this push does not work. So Ariel, economic damage on the other side, still struggling with that one a little bit, and all the Sabers are going to go down to all of these Weavers. The V5, again, taken down, yeah, by a bunch of Fiends. V5 not part of the push. This build from Ariel, super cool. But it's not going to work out. Unfortunately, msrm scouted out, figured out what was happening, and if you build yourself 6 Weavers, if you have more Weavers than there are Sabers, it's not going to work out super well. Wait, did the siege tank go home? I guess one of the V5s went home to defend a little bit. So very cool idea. Unfortunately, the V5 was a little bit of a traitor, didn't do what it had to do, and now msrm with a significant supply lead. Do we have hell? Oh no, the Weavers! No, the Weavers! They're too chonky. They can't move. They're stuck. Someone pull an imp. They gotta go take this. They gotta go take these spires down. The good AI giveth, and the good AI taketh away. Because on the one hand, well, Weavers can't go through this gap well enough. On the other hand, the V5 rocket launcher decided to go home, and now Weaver drops. Love to see this. Percentage damage to structures is awesome. Plus, they can just teleport back home even if the Harbinger goes down. So everything's going to teleport back home. Harbinger dies, but the Weavers get out, and now it's a one array. It's a one array Ariel. Say that one 5 times fast. Yeah, it's a pathfinding bug, Mr. Lean Flakes. The gap is slightly too small and it's a little bit too awkward, but I think msrm is fine with that. Maybe he'd like to try to win the game, but his opponent's now single array. The V5 push didn't work. And now there's the 4th base on the way. So by all rights, Ariel should lose this game. That's the situation we were in right now. Ariel is very far behind. But the question, the big question here is how long does it take for msrm to go try to end the game? Because this is a hard spot to fight into. So many power banks, so much to like just soak AI damage, so much to soak splash damage. We got strike nodes going down. This is just a hard position to attack into. So msrm with these Weavers slowly prodding like some Cthulian horror running across the map. At what point are they gonna go? Man, I swear I've seen more pathfinding attack move bugs in the last 5 minutes, like in the last 3 games, than I've seen like in a month of playing Stormgate. Classic is saying way too many power breaks. Well, not really. Ariel is on yellow power, so Mr. Lean Flakes, yeah, the current state of the game is very fun. I really do enjoy it. Obviously, there are improvements. I'm waiting for Factions 2.0. I am waiting for. There are definitely improvements to be made, but as it stands, I really enjoy the game right now. I really enjoy watching the game. I really enjoy playing the game. The flow is right for the most part. There's some imbalanced things, but the flow is right for the most part. Yeah, something's weird with the pathfinding that I haven't noticed before, but. Weavers and Vulcans are being like extra weird today. And I guess, yeah, actually that's probably a pretty good point, TKL. Jagged Maw might not have just had as many pathing fixes. What in the world just happened there? I guess that was a lash. You blink away, but the lash is still connecting, so the vector runs right back in. Long tongue. Extra long tongue. That makes me, that concept makes me very deeply uncomfortable. So Ariel does have a 2nd array back done, rebuilding back prisms. 3rd array, thinking about it, is working on redeveloping this economy. But this is just... There's no way that you win this. There's so many Spriggans. Vectors are good against, sure, but it's not going to be enough. And with the Dragon here, you're going to build more Fiends, and Spriggans are going to go down, and they're going to be even slower. And maybe you're a little bit afraid about running into, like, a little bit of the static defense, but you're going to kill the base. That's always going to be the case here. Sovereign's Watch is not strong enough whatsoever. And yeah, sure, the Scythe doesn't have Tensor Pulse. It does have the shield for just a little bit of time. It's not firing all that quickly. And msrm can just really just max out on Spriggans and be happy with it. The cosmic being, the making me uncomfortable, then it's done its job. Really what makes me uncomfortable is the concept of a very long tongue. I don't want to talk about that. It makes me feel uncomfy. Don't like that. But yeah, this array is not going to be allowed to get up. So Spriggans are continuing to do their job, and msrm at just denying all of the economy, which is a way to win the game. In the meantime, also, he's expanding to take the entire map. Double Luminite, double Therium, all the money, all the Shroud Stones, making sure that there is zero chance Absolutely zero chance. Oh, yeah, sure, the money went to Ariel here, but MSRM able to get both V5s, and now he's the one that might, well, you gotta go cut these trees. He's the one that might try to push on this. We'll see. But MSRM is dotting his T's, he's crossing his I's, and crossing his T's, and he's dotting his I's as well. He is making sure that there is nothing that could possibly go wrong. Although his army supply is not incredible. But that's just because he's spending so much money on Shroud Stones and Wraith Stones and Shrines and Shrines and Shrines and Shrines and Meat Farms Shrines and all of this stuff. And now the Ariel's down on the one base and not really a whole lot going for him. Technically, MSRM is giving Ariel a shot at victory just because, hey, he's not dead just yet. It's letting Ariel macro up. But with how much value MSRM has been able to just is starting to absorb from the map, that's not really true. So here's my question: with how long the Weaver tongues are, we just saw them lash from just about right here back to right there because of the vector jump. With how long the Weaver tongue is it like a? Oh, that's a lot of sprinkles going down. Is it like a woodpecker where it curls around in the skull? And sorry, Buttersman, I'm not saying he's letting him macro up. He's letting him macro. He's letting him build units. Oh no, the Starforge messing with the maneuverability. But is it a woodpecker scenario where it's like wrapped around the head, or does it like go deep into the body? Does it connect deep into the stomach or something? Where like, what is the, how does the biology of this long tongue work? Yeah, it really is too bad that Ariel stopped mining in the first game, because that was a game that he should have won. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work out. Now, by the way, Dive Bomb is good. Dive Bomb is done. So now Ariel literally not mining. Ariel has no income whatsoever. The Luminite mine is dead in the natural. And I guess you can go kill off some slimes and maybe make that be the case. Actually, you're correct. It's an interdimensional tongue. It goes. Oh well, those are some good shields. Those are some very good shields. Minus 500 armor. That's like That's like 500% of a damage increase. That's kind of insane. So Infest is gonna like just breathe on a dragon. It's gonna die. It's gonna be okay. Ariel is I gotta msrm. Where's your macro here, bud? That is the very big question. There we go. Wraithstone's gonna go kill it off. msrm on 3k, about 158 supply. It's called a Weaver, and its trail looks like silk strands. It doesn't really have a tail. You mean its tongue? msrm, my dude, where's your macro? You could be maxed out right now. So Shadow Flyers do and they do not counter size. On the one hand, Shadow Flyers do counter size if the shield is down. If the shield's up, infinite number of Shadow Flyers size stay alive. But if you can go trigger the shield and then run your Shadow Flyers into it, then Shadow Flyers die, or then the sides die. Also, if you can go and burst it from 100 to 0, you can go impact a couple Shadow Flyers at once, then things don't die either. Things then it also dies. Excuse me, because of what it's able to do is the damage instance happens all at once, so it happens there before the shield triggers. So there is that. Ariel has money again, mining on the main base, and well, not going to mine at that third base that much longer. msrm here, the goal of msrm is no longer to win this game. msrm's goal is no longer to win this game. It is to punish Ariel for having the temerity to stay into this game. This is like, you're in a long macro game. Your opponent refuses to do anything, and you're like, that's fine, I'm gonna cover the map and creep. I'm gonna take every base because you need to lead this game. And that is what msrm is doing right now. He's just like, I'm not actually gonna play this. I'm not gonna play this game to win the game. I'm gonna play this game to mentally demoralize you. How dare you play this game against me? Because let's be real, msrm could be maxed out and closing the game out 10 minutes ago. But instead, he wants Ariel to acknowledge defeat. We're on 2 dragons, guys. We have enough animus and enough money for the 3rd one. Ariel finally is going to get forced to tab out of this game, and msrm earns the 8 with mana in the final series of the day. All right, how many dragons is he trying to make? As many as possible. We are going to run some ads now. That is our 4th series of the day out of 5. And the final one is going to be the Mushroom versus Mana. Coming up very, very soon. See y'all right after the break. Actually so good for Ariel. That is, I don't know that I've ever, I thought the Venom Trap build was dead. I thought it was in the ground, but that is such a good setup for Ariel. He just gets these slimes for free. It's awesome. So I'm now to find some way to break this. This is a, wait a minute here. Do we have a Shadow Cleft? Is Dive Bomb available? No? Okay, no, it's not. He's just trying to snipe all the prisms. I don't think that was worth it. That was a ton of Shadow Flyers. That was probably 300 Therium. Impactful. It's extremely impactful engineering work. I don't know if we're going to see any of the new art designs ready just yet. I don't know if we're going to see anything like that. But full custom hotkeys is a massive improvement regardless. So prisms are going to start to go down. I don't really know. It's one of those things where it's like, well, okay, 2 workers are worth 2 prisms are worth 8 workers. A Shadow Flyer costs about as much as a worker, but it's a lot more Therium. Infernals are Therium dependent, so maybe not. Ooh, good Venom Trap. The map. But we know we're not going to, we are most likely not going to see the faction revamp available just yet. We're not going to see Factions 2.0 available just yet. Which means that is a lot of their engineering work, a lot of their design work, their development work, not available. Nice little, that Magmadon's dead, but seems destined to go take the base down. Now, sweeping in from the left side, this is a little bit scary. We do have some strike nodes. We do have some static defense. Ascension Matrix is surge, so that means that everything is doing a little bit more damage, but it's not going to live that much longer. 3rd base is dead. All the Hellborn are going to fall down. Shot is very impactful. And this dragon, sides are on top of it as well. And we see Avatar goes up, goes down. Archangel heals itself back up just a little bit more, but the dragon is going to be able to suck things just enough and stay alive. The entire ground army, for the most part, of msrm is dead. But can you deal with what's in the air? Can you deal with these Spriggans? 8% more damage matters quite a bit. For the Spriggans, their numbers slowly going down. And even as you add in all these gaunts, yeah, they're slowing down the fight of the Saber just a little bit, but the Spriggans are dead, and the Dragon's gonna go down too. msrm trying, really thought he was gonna be able to break things down. I didn't say the Dragon sucked, Filibuster. Oh, there we go. Dead fiends. Run away. Fight again another day. I do, by the way, not super relevant or whatever it's called, debuff, why they just melt to infest all of a sudden. Because infest minus armor applies to all damage. There's no differentiation between spell and physical. Somehow there's a dragon on the map again. I did not think the cooldown was ready just yet, but Ariel's helicarrier sounds really good, but they don't really show in the mix super well. And then, of course, some sounds are just not very good. The Exodeath sound is not super impactful. Oh, excuse me. There are a couple other sounds that are just not incredible. These vectors got to be very careful here, but hey, that's the damage. Punching the dragon, doing a pretty good job there, is a very powerful idea. So where are our vectors? There we go. Clump back at home. They were healing up in, well, briefly healing up in the health camp, but Army does have to back up just a little bit. And it's kind of cool making that thing work out, but now I'm spilled 1. That's fine. I got 1 Archangel. It's enough. 120 damage swings are totally fine, and I'm going to focus on other things. I'm going to get Vectors, and I'm going to get Sabers, and these other powerful mechanical units. And look at what the Vectors can do. They take 2/3 of the damage. Oh, this is a little bit awkward. So they're now trying to chase the dragon very low. It's slowed so much by Nightfall. By Nightfall, there we go. Nightfall in the Race Stone. So you're trying to chase this dragon down. Welcome back, everyone. We have one more series. One more series heading up. 1v1 Dragon versus Archangel. Who wins? in a straight up just punching each other, the Archangel would. They have similar HP, and Archangel does more damage. But you got to remember Infest. You got to remember Hide Away, Inhale Poison, a bunch of different things that you can do to msrm versus Mana. There we go. A couple things you can do. So like a Micro Dragon versus a Microed. There we go. We're good there. A Microed Dragon versus a Microed singular Archangel. The Dragon wins. Would love to see more Animancers. If their Dark Prophecy wasn't a channel, it'd be great, but also probably not balanced. Yeah, fair. I don't know. I feel like there are certainly some ideas that are underexplored. To confirm, that was a 3-0 for msrm, Pori. That it was. Although the final game of that series took way too long. Took way too long. So we're going to move into our final series of the day. Jack and Ma, map 1, Infernal Vanguard. Let's go, go, go. So, spawning in the upper right in this final series, this rubber match, second, third place match in our Stormgate Sundays number 10. He is from Bulgaria. It's msrm. And his Vanguard opponent at the bottom right from Team Liquid in the red, command post first. It's Mana. And Poriforian, the last map, the final map of the previous series was the map that we're starting with on this series, Jack and Ma, where our celestial friend was not able to go and expand off of 2 bases and just kept getting dive bombed to death. It very much was a game where msrm was saying, yeah, I want to punish you. I want to torture you in this game. So we see how this thing goes. For now, command post first is pretty much how you play as Vanguard. Right now, it just, unless you're doing some sort of crazy one-based all-in, which is viable on this map. You pull Bobs to the center of the map, you command post rush, or you sentry post rush the high ground. It can be viable. It doesn't make sense to go. You build your natural so fast that it doesn't make sense to not go and do something like that. So for now, we do see the scout trying to go and deny this third base, delay it as much as possible, but msrm has gone. He's pulled the hex and he's pulled the imp, and it is about 100 Luminite slower than he would like it to be, and that is always so frustrating. TKL putting 3,000 points on Mana. Say, come on, guys, bet your points, cowards. There we go. Channel points are not a function of anything, not a function of your knowledge of the game or what you think. It's a function of cowardice. And apparently if you don't bet, you're a coward. This is what TKL is saying. Oh no, more people on Mana. No one believes in msrm, which I think is unfair. msrm is a very good player. msrm is a very, very good player. And if this was, say, there we go. Now we got people betting on msrm, taking the value bet here. While Mana, or if this was like msrm versus Mixu, I would put Mixu at a probably 70-30 advantage. Remember though, Mixu played msrm in the first series, and they went to 5 games. They went to 5 games. msrm looked very good, and I would put Mana. Now he's better today than he was yesterday, and better yesterday than he was last week. But I would put Mana at a maybe a half step down from Mixu at the moment in terms of his understanding and how he plays Stormgate. And now that you know, I don't know how long that's going to last. Mana is a very talented RTS gamer. But for right now, I would put it just his builds and his understanding, the way he must have played, just like a half a step behind. So I think this is going to be a very, very closely contested series. Jay adding 20,000 channel points onto Mana. Man, Jay, you've been hoarding your channel points. Hoarding all your channel points. So for right now, third base just about done. Greater Shrine now complete. What are we at? There we go. Plague Axe is now getting started. And it's always interesting when we see these different Inferno players play. It's like, where do you focus your where do you focus your Ethereum early game on? Do you focus on getting up to Hexen as quickly as possible? Do you take advantage of the fact that this is Jagged Maw and the air distance is very close. And that is a beautiful Nightfall infestation. It's not going to kill off every Exo, but it should at least get one or two of them. Battlefield promotion means that actually it's going to stay alive very easily. And Mana's actually going to take a pretty, despite the Nightfall landing very nicely, he's going to take a fairly positive trade here. He's going to be able to go and, yeah, fighting on Shroud's a little bit awkward, especially with Plague Axes being done, but he's going to be able to go and take down a lot of these Gaunts. Now Fiends are going to try to get on top of him with no Lancer to tank. This is where life gets a little bit complicated. I love what msrm is doing, playing around with this line of sight blocker. Of course, he grants vision when he goes and when he attacks, but it means the Exo attack rate is like slightly lower. Unfortunately, the Hexen will fall at the end of it. And okay, so it's Plague Axes into Miasma Tech, but we should have a pit stop for Harbinger. There we go. It's a pit stop for Harbinger as it pops out. So not quite enough Gaunts to really fill this thing, but 4 Gaunts, 2 Brutes, 6 Gaunts, 2 Brutes is a pretty nice load. That means that you can pretty much one-shot the first mobs as they arrive and start to get some solid economic damage done. And Mana, for his part, we got 4 racks, kinetic redirection on the way, a couple additional barracks, no hanger back. Nothing to build Hornets, nothing really to defend against this. So this is where msrm starts to be pretty strong on the map, when he can really start to exert his power, exert his tempo, really lean into Mana in a pretty significant way, because Mana's army is on the third base. And even if he goes, well, I was gonna say, even if he goes and kills the third base, it's probably still good for msrm, but Mana does have a third base up and going, and that does matter quite a bit. Meanwhile, the Harbinger is not providing Shroud. You do want to make sure that you're there we go, providing Shroud for all of these Gaunts to make sure that Fiends are going to start to convert that much more. And we do have this Shroud Stone manifested on the high ground, makes the Shroud a little bit bigger, but with the one Hellborn, it's not quite there yet. The defense is not quite there yet, really on both sides, but it's a lot closer for Mana than it is for msrm. And remember, msrm lost a Shrine. That matters so very much. Mana has not lost his base. Mana has lost some workers, and that is it. And remember, also, these Exos are still here. The Harbinger is forced back home. The Exos are still here. They're poking away. They're so hard for this Magmadon to make contact. And they just, yeah, exactly. The Magmadon cannot make contact. It's just going to get poked down over and over again. And now Medtechs are joining the fray. It really is on a, well, Reaper Rush eventually. I don't know if we have Miasma done, but it's really on A, Reaper Rush, and B, these Hellborn to properly defend. Even as this drop continues to find a little bit of value. In the balance of things, Mana has gotten a lot more value out of this game, out of the last couple minutes, than msrm has. The supplies are equal, but it's not. Mana has a significant lead on the tempo right now, and he's going to get on top of this Magmadon, and suddenly the supplies are not all that equal. And with the healing and with kinetic redirect ready as well, it means the Lancers can run straight on into things. Mana not sure where he wants to send the Lancers. The answer is going to be the economy of the natural. Axos on the high ground, knocking down everything as they spawn, and with this Hellborn dead, there is nothing here. So Mana, yes, the drop was annoying, but his counter pressure did so very much more. And that means that he is dead. Mana stutter stepping everywhere he needs to. There's nothing left for msrm at this point. This drop is sure doing what it can, but Lancers are on top of it. It's all going to go down. Mana wins game 1. And this payout is going to be huge. 85-15. That is a way too one-sided. Sure, Mana might be favored, but I don't know about that much. Yeah. I don't know why Infernal stopped doing Magmadon drops. Combat drops, sure. I agree with you. I think actually Seismic Slam is way underutilized. I find a decent amount of success with it with the games I play. But Magma drops, we saw that happen, like aggressive drops. Part of it is because the stomp doesn't kill, 2 Magmas stomping doesn't kill a Bob, especially an overcharged Bob. So that is really the big reason. You would see double Magmadon drops with a Nightfall, and you would do that because it would annihilate the worker line immediately and give annihilate the worker line immediately and give you a bunch of fiends that you could then you go to harass with a little bit more. And because that is no longer the case, we see less magma drops. It's really kind of how that works for the most part. So makes a lot of sense. Flame on drops good. Technically, theoretically, they're good. I don't see a lot of them. They are expensive. That's flaming imps are very expensive. because not only is it the cost of the imp and cost of flame on, you have to build a new imp. So with how the eco scales and how dearly imps can come in the early to mid game, they are fairly expensive. So I hear rumors that some people are making them work really well. I always try every new patch. I'm like, technically, you can go flame imp drop an army. You seismic slam, they're stunned for slightly longer than the imps have to flame on and impact, but it's a very thin window. Anyways, we're gonna move on to the other. We're gonna move into game 2. There we go. Titan's Causeway is gonna be the second map in this series. That means Mana is gonna go and quick expand because that's what you do. This map is pretty scary for Infernals. It's a pretty good this bug is so annoying. It's a pretty good Vanguard map because you can rally through the center. You don't care about Therium as much as the Infernal player does, and Therium is very hard to access. Even the natural Therium is pretty far away from the shrine. Yum Spectrum saying, can you play against AI in Stormgate? You can through 2 different ways. A, you can play co-op. There's an enemy AI there. You can also load a game up and have your enemy be AI, like what you do in StarCraft or something. The AI is not very good. If you know anything about RTS, you're not going to struggle all that much. But you can play. There is a rudimentary AI that I hope they can. They hope they improve. That'd be nice. Like actually, there are some RTS games where the enemy AI is actually pretty difficult to handle. Remember the first time I ever tried Zero Space, and it was because I didn't know what I was doing from a macro perspective. But I lost the medium AI, and I'm like, oh man, what am I doing? And it turns out I just didn't have a handle on the macro. But Classic is saying co-op is so fun. Heroes have great themes to them and make you feel overpowered. I think it's kind of interesting because I see a lot of feedback from people saying, hey, co-op heroes do not differentiate from the base races enough. That was a grinding sound. They do not differentiate from the base races enough. So we'd like to see more, like we would like the co-op factions to feel more out there. I'm not a big co-op guy. I can't speak to one way or the other. I can count on one hand the number of co-op games that I've played. But that is what I see people saying. Yes, you can make a custom lobby there, Yum Spectrum. The other thing I would recommend you do is go into the Stormgate Discord. You go into my Discord too, but it's not super active. Go into the official Stormgate Discord. Say, look, I am I'm a beginner. I'm a whatever. I'm a 1000 MMR Vanguard player, 2000, whatever you are. Would anyone like to play some customs with me? Do you want to practice? And that is a great way to meet people and maybe make a new friend, but also go and find players of like a similar skill level. Plus, I think in general, yeah, there's sometimes some people they woke up on the wrong side of the bed, but I think in general, the Stormgate Discord is a pretty nice community. You're not going to run into too many issues with people. You shouldn't really run into anyone saying, "Wow, I'm actually bad and I'm actually really good. I just want to smurf on top of you or whatever." That doesn't really happen, from what I've seen. KB Rage, that's not very nice. Like, if someone goes, like, UIs, if you're not familiar with an RTS game, like, again, we support people getting into Stormgate. We support people getting into RTS games in general. We want to make sure their on-ramps are as easy as possible to get into and enjoy the game. And if that means they want to show up into a stream and ask, hey, how can I best play against AI? Absolutely, we're not going to go and say, hey, wow, if you're like that, you're going to be horrible. It's like, no, we're going to answer the question. Say, hey, if you got questions, happy to answer them because I'm so happy that you're here. For now, though, a bunch of X's are going to try to find this third base, and there is nothing defending this. The entire army of msrm is on the bottom right side, and this is... I still don't know if this is a bug or this is a feature, but when your opponent takes a camp, it shows on the minimap as their color. which means Mana saw, okay, base is bottom, the camp's bottom right, they're getting taken, which means this army is probably not on the north side this early in the game, which means I can go snipe their third base. Hey, that's fun. Third base is dead. Imps are dead. Mana is in a commanding position in this game number 2 because he took advantage of the information that was available to him. He saw that the army was likely on the right side, so he could go kill the left side. And I don't know if this was I still don't know if this is an intentional bug or because again, Mana from his Fog of War will see this turn blue. I don't know if this is an intentional bug or like an intentional feature or just a bug that is yet to be fixed. We'll see. But it is something Mana is making great use of right now to build himself, again, a pretty solid advantage in this game. His third base on the double Luminite setup is done. He's building all his additional barracks, a scrapyard so he can mine Therium more efficiently. This Fiend run by is not going to get a lot done because the Sim City is really nice. And now MSRM is kind of on the back foot here. Do we have we got a Spire on the way. Elder Shrine is potentially viable soon, but I'm pretty worried that Mushroom is just going to get A-moved before that point. Losing that third base is a big deal. As a co-op enjoyer, I do wish the Vanguard Celestial heroes had more differences between each other. So like, so I don't really care about how different any heroes from the base faction. I just want them to make the same unit comps with 3 different heroes. Yeah, that's fair. Again, I can't speak to co-op too much. I can just speak to what the common complaints are. But eventually, I'm going to talk to the co-op, the lead co-op designer, whoever's working on that, and I'll make sure to play some co-op before then, whenever we do one of those interviews. For now, though, Mana, he's just trying to get on top of this. Weaver's getting targeted down. Birds are going to get, murked as well. They don't really do all that much. And yes, there's a Shrouds to Manifestation. That's going to slow things down for the time being. I'm not even sure, honestly. This is a powerful army for Mana. He has this rally. And in fact, he's got a sentry post on the high ground. Likely, this is going to be for a med turret. Unfortunately for Mana, he's going to rotate very far away from the rest of the army is, and that's a little bit awkward. But also, this means MSRM is vulnerable to a flank. That army is going to find its way right back and procs the quick draw hustle because this Weaver is dead. These Hellborn are dead. In fact, MSRM, you won't believe it, he's dead. Everything's gone. MSRM down in game 2, and Mana goes up 2 games to 0. Yeah, I remember when I started playing RTS as a kid, AoE 2, I was so clueless, mouse only. That was how, talking about Brood War, that was how high-level players, it was, I'm not equipped to tell this story. I was not around during Brood War, but I've seen Day9 talking about it. Where he's like, yeah, what's the word? He's like, yeah, it was a revelation when I saw top-level players using a mouse and keyboard rather than just like, or using keyboard to build things rather than just the mouse. You used to be like, you would move around the map with your arrow keys instead of using the mouse. MSRM is kind of stands for Mushroom Porphorian. Lost Hope is going to be map number 3. And KB Rage, I'm giving you some leeway here because I think you're trying to be funny, but come on, dude. We want this to be a welcoming community. Not the toxic gatekeeping that can happen so often, particularly in RTS communities. But for now, we're going to move into game 3. It's Lost Hope. Let's see what happens. So, game 3, MSRM is kind of getting vanguarded. The Van GG over and over again, but part of it is, more than anything else, he got very hard punished on Titans in game 2 by Mana realizing that he was very far away from the third base, so he could just go kill it. Now, in fairness, Titans is a bad map for Vanguard, or for Infernals anyways. That Vanguard pressure hits hard. You don't have access to a lot of Therium, so not only does the pressure hit hard, the pressure hit fast, it also means that you have less tools to defend. You have less access to what you need to properly defend against this big exomass. So it's hard on both. It's really kind of hard on both sides. Not too surprising that msrm did lose that map, but it's another day. It's another map. Lost Hope is another map that you're not super excited about as an Infernal player, because while your early game can be good, you can get 3 bases, not for free, because the scout is going to be put you about 100 Luminite behind where you'd like to be. It's still pretty easy to defend 3 bases. And that's going to be pretty good for msrm for the most part. He's going, what is it, like Vault, like Shrine, Vault, Conclave, Second Shrine, something like that. Get himself set up for the mid game, a little bit of production, a little bit of economy, and because he'll have, again, this fairly quick Conclave, you get a decent amount of stuff, so you can go and get your slime, get your light creeps going. Start to really develop that that economy, because while in general the mining economy has been buffed pretty significantly, on a map like Lost Hope that has 6 light camps and not much more camps, it still makes sense to really try to focus on that a little bit more than you might do on, say, a Titans or a Ruination or something like that just doesn't have quite as many of these easy to take camps. Yeah, it was a bomb. I would argue that in general, the Stormgate community is pretty awesome. Slime camp is my favorite camp. It gives you a slime. That's a debuff, Flibuster. It makes you take more damage. It slimes on top of you, and it just... I don't know how that works, because if you're slimy, you would think... You know what? Okay, here's how it is. Because if you're slimy, you'd think you'd be more slippery, hard to get on top of, but... No, it's slimy and sticky, and therefore it's a little bit harder for you to dodge out of the way of your enemy's attacks. Also, apparently it's radioactive, so you get acute radiation poisoning, and in the words of Monty Python, you get better. 3.0, 0.3, Mr. Lean Flakes, will be end of February. My best guess is the 18th or the 25th. We don't have a solid date for that. It's not been announced, but Tim Campbell in the interview said, yeah, like 0.3 is going to be mid to late February. They patch on Tuesdays. So at least historically, they patch on Tuesdays. So that means probably the final 2 weekends in February, the 18th or the 25th, something like that. We're gonna have to see. Who knows? Maybe they do it early. I don't know. But yeah, it's gonna be a big. I'm excited for 0.3. I don't personally care about the custom hotkeys as much, because honestly, the Stormgate hotkeys nearly perfectly match the way I played StarCraft. So they match my muscle memory. I didn't have an issue. But a lot of people are. It's gonna help a lot of people play the game. And then full custom auto hotkeys are super cool. The ability to go and just make sure that my hotkeys when I build units are exactly what I want are awesome. For now, though, Mana's cutting through the trees to the bottom side. This 3-base timing's got 1, 2, 3, 4 racks. Yeah, 4 racks. Does he have quick draw? He does have quick draw. So 4 racks, quick draw timing into the main base. Mushroom is on the map. We talked about this. Mana does such a good job of understanding what he can do when he can do it. Magmadon is going to try to put these Exos into a corner, but they're so speedy that it's not going to really happen. Magmadon, that panic unit, is going to pop out and immediately go down. And now this Hellborn is a little bit vulnerable to getting dived. It's a little bit exposed. Now, in fairness, there are more Gaunts here. Gaunts can go and deal fairly nicely with the Exos. That is very much the case, and we don't have medtechs just yet. In fact, I really like this Fiend run by slowing down the rally as much as possible. But there's a sentry post going on, but this is going to be a med post. Most likely that's going to be the play, and there's just not enough from msrm just yet to prevent that from happening. So medtechs here into the med post. Now you don't have to worry about energy. Infinite healing. Although you'd love to see a sensor drone. Something like that. There's not a, even just add a scout. The venom traps are scary. Yep, okay, he's pulling the scout in. Mana knows what's up. He's got the scout on the way. So now you're gonna be able to howl, knock these venom traps down, and it's gonna be a little bit less scary. So for now, there we go. Venom trap number 1 goes down. Venom trap the 2nd is gonna fall down here. Scout, that should have been on a second hotkey group. Mana just lost the scout. That is unfortunate, but the venom traps are dead, and that is probably the most important thing. Having a little bit of extra vision for your Exos also is pretty nice. And venom traps are going to start to go down once again. So, do we see another scout being made? Nope, no more scouts. You're just going to be stuck with it, unfortunately there. Mana continues this push. Remember, this is a 3 base. This is not an all-in. This is just a 3 base timing that looks like an all-in because he's in the main base. But that's how the map works. So he's going to dive in. And remember, this build works so long. This attack works so long as the Lancer's alive. When the Lancer's dead, it starts to snowball the other way, assuming the Exos don't get enough damage. So this Lancer getting bubbled means that, yeah, msrm has to kill the Lancer, not allowed to kill the Lancer. And Mana just continues to micro his way through. This pressure is oppressive. And there's no Miasma ready just yet. Mana, he's going to clean sweep msrm. It was a very close series versus Mixu. msrm saying, I'm tired, boss. Good game. And Mana is going to 3-0. So, of course, if you like this, you want more Stormgate action, make sure to go hit the sub button and follow me on Twitch, and I'll catch you next time. Thanks for watching. So there is a there's a bug on replays for custom specifically. Mana, msrm.mp4. There's a bug on replays from custom. So I will do my best to put a replay pack up. But I don't know how well that's going to work. It's going to be on my Discord. Psionic adding $750 to round up to $150 in the prize pool. Thank you so much, Psionic. Pashka saying, I watched Stormgate a few months ago. Did they improve the graphics? Oh, yeah, absolutely. They're still working on more. They're redesigning the art of the Infernal faction. And they have gone and also improved the textures a little bit. The lighting was massively improved. Some of the models have been improved a little bit, specifically the EXO. But really the model improvements we're going to see when they get through the redesigns of the factions. Lighting and particle effects. Also a new tree model. There is that. Yeah, if you want to go and get a deeper dive into what the new Infernals are going to look like, I put a video up on my YouTube, Pashka. That is an interview with Alan Dilling, where he showcased a bunch of the new art that they are working on, which is pretty cool. Also, we are seeing more higher quality skins, higher quality meshes on some of the buildings that you can kind of see a little bit. There are a little bit of extra, like the particle effects when you have different buffs are looking a little bit better. All of them are, it's not perfect. Obviously, it's still, it's normal development process, as KB Rage said, but it's not there just yet. Obviously, it's working on it. 0.3 is coming up soon. We are still a ways away from 1.0. You'll be able to see Mixu versus msrm on YouTube, Pori. Yeah, I got a backlog of stuff. I got a bunch of really good series I need to put up on YouTube. I just need to figure out how to title them better, because Stormgate casts are not doing the numbers that they used to on YouTube right now. The interviews are still doing great, but the casts are not doing quite as much. I need to figure out how to move things around to make sure that it gets people to click, is the thing. Because I think the quality of the content's there, just you gotta make sure people click properly. But anyways, friends, we are done here today. We're gonna find someone to raid up. Thanks for hanging out with me for the last, exactly 5 hours. That winner's match was very cool. Highly recommend it. Also, if you want to go contribute to the matcherino, feel free. But we are at $150. Thank you so much to Psionic for rounding it up. And thanks for watching, everyone. I will see you probably next Saturday, because I'm sure Ariel's going to be doing something. And next Sunday for Stormgate Sundays. See you then. Have a good one. He's going to take a fairly positive trade here. He's going to be able to go and, yeah, fighting on Shroud's a little bit awkward, especially with Plague Axes being done, but he's going to be able to go and take down a lot of these Gaunts. Now Fiends are going to try to get on top of him. No Lancer to tank. This is where life gets a little bit complicated. I love what msrm is doing, playing around with this line of sight blocker. Of course, nothing really to defend against this. So this is where msrm starts to be pretty strong on the map, when he can really start to exert his power, exert his tempo, really lean into Mana in a pretty significant way, because Mana's army is on the third base. And even if he goes for all of these Gaunts to make sure that Fiends are going to start to convert that much more, and we do have this Shroud Stone manifested on the high ground, makes the Shroud a little bit bigger, but with the one Hellborn, it's not quite there yet. The defense is not quite there yet, really on both sides, but it's a lot closer for Mana than it is for msrm. They're so hard for this Magmadon to make contact, and they just, yeah, exactly. The Magmadon cannot make contact. It's just going to get poked down over and over again, and now Medtechs are joining the fray. It really is on a well, Reaper Rush eventually. I don't know if we have Miasmadon. He's going to get on top of this Magmadon, and suddenly the supplies are not all that equal. And with the healing and with Kinetic Redirect ready as well, it means the Lancers can run straight on into things. Mana not sure where he wants to send the Lancers. The answer is going to be the economy of the natural. Axo's on the high ground, knocking down everything as they spawn, and with this Hellborn dead, there is nothing here. So Mana, his counter pressure did so very much more. And that means that he is dead. Mana stutter stepping everywhere he needs to. There's nothing left for msrm at this point. This drop is sure doing what it can, but Lancers are on top of it. It's all going to go down. Mana wins game 1. Here. For now, though, a bunch of X's are going to try to find this third base, and there is nothing defending this. The entire army of msrm is on the bottom right side, and this is... I still don't know, but eventually I'm going to talk to the co-op, the lead co-op designer, whoever's working on that, and I'll make sure to play some co-op before then, whenever we do one of those interviews. For now, though, Mana, he's just trying to get on top of this. Weaver's getting targeted down. Birds are going to get, murked as well. They don't really do all that much, and yes, there's a Shroud's Stone Manifestation. That's going to slow things down for the time being. I'm not even sure, honestly. This is a powerful army for Mana. msrm is vulnerable to a flank. That army is going to find its way right back and procs the quick draw hustle because this Weaver is dead. These Hellborn are dead. In fact, msrm, you won't believe it, he's dead. Everything's gone. msrm down in game 2, and Mana goes up 2 games to 0. Dots can go and deal fairly